This guy here is our main. He.S. just a supporting character who wants to live a normal life. But his fate is to fall in love with female supervillains. The student council president with absurdly overpowered strength. The little beast-eared assassin sister who can send people to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. And the demon sibling who S and SSS rank mage. Alright, no more rambling. Let us get started. According to the butterfly effect, humanity's fate can change with just a tiny choice. Put another way, this is a cursed phenomenon, at least for me, because so far I've made more than a few decisions I regret. Suddenly, a heavy pounding on the door and a loud call left him frozen. Honey, are you listening to me? I came in because I knew you were in there, you'd better open the door. I already asked awfully the dorm manager. She said you don't have any classes today. Planning to ignore me completely? I'm getting extremely annoyed by that ear-piercing voice. She is nothing but a stalker. Then the person outside began to growl, and a knife was thrust through the wooden door. Fine, then I'll barge in myself. He panicked, drenched in sweat, eyes wide. This crazy woman, seeing the door mauled by slash after slash, down panicked and shouted to stop her. This is a rules violation. The student council president is the one who enforces punishments on rule breakers. The more slash marks that appear on the door, the more terrifying the threats become. Too bad for you, because I am the student council president. The other person immediately strode in swaggering. Lately you've been avoiding me a lot. Haven to you? To be precise, 32 times. Down plopped down on the floor, terrified. You actually counted them? OS pretty face and figure peeked out from under her hat. I have a question for you. The gleaming silver tip of her shoe rested on the floor beside Down Campbell. Do you want to marry me? He panicked on the floor and looked at her. Wait. Hold on. Another voice suddenly rang out, making Down break into a cold sweat as he turned to look. What are you saying, Princess Chiso-tun? Say Datso was lounging on the windowsill, speaking to her in a taunting tone. I can't believe you'd go after a man who is already taken. Is that how your family operates? He recognized her and, wary, called her name. Say Ratso. Yo shot Say Jayatso a razor-sharp glance. This place seems far too exposed for an assassin to be hiding. Wouldn't there be too many witnesses? She wasn't afraid at all. She stuck out her tongue and winked mockingly. Eradicating witnesses is my creed, princess. Down grew even more frantic. Leaning against the wall, he looked up and blurted out in a panic. Wait, I'm really in a bind here. I've never even thought about getting married. Another thunderous bang echoed as a curvaceous figure with striking green hair dropped from the rooftop into the room, like a respawned NPC making a dramatic entrance. Yo and Say fell into a more somber silence, while he alone went ashen and shouted, Liu. She grinned excitedly and offered, live with me. The more Liu spoke, the more stunned Down's eyes became. The wedding preparations were nearly complete. Now he only needed to go along with her and it would all be set. Suddenly, Dudaya appeared from behind, radiating murderous intent and brandishing a chain like a makeshift weapon. Snapping, how rude. She calmly stepped in front of him. Cheetos, what on earth do you do every day to attract so much trouble? As your fiancé, I can't just ignore this. He could hardly believe his eyes. Duya, adding to the spectacle, Pichwainan arrived in grand fashion, riding a magic broom amid spiraling flames. Could you all be quiet? You pests. Down is mine. Faced with that arrogant declaration, he seemed unable to restrain his emotions. Pichwainan gave him a cold glance. It seems this has really turned into a scramble for possession. Say Jayatso is no less competitive. They're utterly delusional, Lilu hurriedly urged. What are you still standing there for? Come with me. Dudaya quickly offered him a solution. Chidown, I think you should refuse them all. Pichwainan, very serious about the contest, looked at him. If anyone objects to something that has already been decided, then there is only one possible outcome. In the end, Down was surrounded by 5 stubborn, overbearing women, leaving him pale as a sheet and drained of color. Those women began throwing themselves at one another in a decisive brawl. Trapped in the middle, he felt like fainting and screamed out, How long are you going to keep bickering over nothing? Right, the survival game that shoved me into this situation is called Savior Zing, also known as S, a bright academy story for passionate young people. It has a slightly cheesy vibe, but the characters are familiar and steady. The game Savior Zing is like every time I've beaten a game and watched the ending. I found it pretty entertaining and felt quite satisfied. But then the next day, I was pulled into it. Tada, does that even make sense? No, it's not that I cursed the game and some god-tier developer decided to single me out. I also have zero romantic feelings for the protagonist. Anyway, I ended up reincarnated as Down, a person with absolutely no power, the son of an unnamed viscount, basically a third-rate NPC in this world. The Campbell domain is mainly agricultural and doesn't even have a dungeon, those things that pop up across the empire. It was only mentioned briefly in SS introduction. So the fact that a viscount's son was accepted into the Royal Academy became a scandal that shook the whole country. His father said, "At last you're leaving." Down replied cheerfully, "Yes, father. I'm off. Take care of your health and don't cause trouble. Elfanti gathers the noble offspring from across the empire. The best thing you can do as a viscount's son is not draw attention to yourself, understand?" He smiled obediently and answered, "Yes, I understand." The system immediately displayed his information. Status: Down, Strength F, Agility F, Vitality F, Luck F, Power F. Skills: none. Masteries: no particular specialties. Special gifts: none. He frowned helplessly at the readings. Everything was abysmal. Even a veteran gamer had never seen such miserable starting stats. A system notification appeared. The main quest is to enroll and be assigned to a class. According to the game's rules, if I skip this quest, it's game over. The Elfeni Academy I'm about to enter will soon descend into chaos thanks to the villains running rampant. I won't do anything that could endanger my life. He crisply reassured his father. "Don't worry, father. I'll do my best not to attract anyone's attention." The helpless father hurriedly objected. "That's not what I meant." But before he could finish, the son cut in. "I don't want to indulge in fanciful dreams about boosting the domain's reputation." Under the clear blue sky, he was determined not to draw attention. He declared firmly, "I don't need top marks, just average will do." Viscount Campbell stammered, trying to stop him. That's not what I meant. Isn't the protagonist supposed to do everything? I was supposed to be invisible at the academy. My school life begins." Down's face suddenly went dark when he saw the person opposite him. "But from the very start, why am I sharing a carriage with her? Oh, the bloodthirsty one. Yellow, the one who piles up corpses. Yola Tristan. She is the final boss of this world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist are constantly at odds and her sanity gradually collapses. The dormant being inside her, the gray demon, will eventually consume Eos' body. In the end, she becomes the final boss that no one but the protagonist, who completed her ultimate evolution, can defeat." Eo, reading a book, softly asked him, "Are you okay? You don't look so well." Hearing that, he hurriedly stammered and forced a smile. "I'm fine." He thought to himself that Duke Tristan seems to care a great deal about appearances. She said coldly, "My sitting here instead of in first class is a deliberate choice, meant to show that we, a high noble family, are approachable too. Sorry for making you worry. Anyone who rides in the same carriage as me has that exact expression." He thought in surprise. "She is different from how I remember her." Keywords used to describe ELO are meritocratic, flawless, and bold. So what's this sensitive side of hers about? Her gaze slowly lifted. Her pale pink eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She asked, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" The protagonist awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, "And nothing. You're unexpectedly kind." Elo lifted a cup of water and asked softly, suddenly, "Have you heard something unpleasant about me?" He hurried to deny it, but before he could get a word out she continued in a firmer tone. "Could it be that we've met before?" He thought he must be losing his mind. Watching her sigh, he answered slowly, "It's just that I've heard you're rather strict." She replied, "You're a strange one." The male leader's face fell. He shyly admitted, "Yes, I hear that a lot." He told himself, "I'm just a background character. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Best to stay quiet and stare out the window." Looking back now, the surrounding scenery was truly majestic, and huge boulders were even rolling toward us. "Wait, what the hell?" He suddenly widened his eyes as a rock flew toward him. He murmured, "Student Council President." Yo gave a puzzled hum. Down quickly raised his hand toward her and casually said, "Sorry. May I ask?" The huge rock, traveling at incredible speed like a raging blaze, slammed straight into the window beside him. "Identify armor and craft armor for the adult skeleton. Yo always carries that thing with her. I can't survive with all my stats debuffed." His action made Yellow suddenly open her eyes wide. Dazed, Yo asked, "Are you okay?" He, satisfied, buried his face in her chest and softly replied, She continued, "Can you move? It's heavy." When he lifted his face, he startled and let out a shout. The protagonist awkwardly and shyly stammered, "I'm sorry." She replied casually, "It's fine, you did that to save me." He was inwardly surprised. "What?" She lay beneath him, turned her face away, and explained, "This is the first time someone has approached me so directly. But thanks. I get what you meant, so don't apologize." He awkwardly replied aloud, Yet in his head he thought, "I charged at her just to reap the benefits of the armor." Yo stood up and asked him his name. He was taken aback and asked back, "Huh?" He looked at her, quietly wondering. "I have a feeling I'll keep running into her if I answer, so maybe I should reply if I tell you, what are you going to do?" But then he also said his name, Down Campbell. Hearing his name, she instinctively repeated, "Down Cam." Her expression returned to an icy glare. "All right, I won T forget. I'll repay you later." As soon as she finished speaking, the system notified him. "You have attracted the attention of a villain. The condition to receive the special gift has been activated. You have received the skills Desperate Survival and Deadly Charm." Someone exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Looking at the carriage burning and crushed by a massive boulder, they loudly asked, "Did this train depart from Iofa?" Down was being bandaged and treated by someone. The man said that thanks to special security measures, casualties weren't many. He groaned in pain. "It hurts," and helplessly asked, "Where did I touch?" The wheels began to roll. Someone instructed, "Those who have been checked may depart." Another person promptly replied, "Yes." The horse-drawn carriages quickly made their way toward the city gate. System announcement. Special gift. Gift 1. Fate as a lure. You will receive more rewards when you attract the attention of those with evil attributes. After reading the notification, he said thoughtfully, "No wonder I couldn't find the activation condition before, no matter what I tried. In the camo territory, don't even mention evil types. Even people with neutral dispositions are as rare as gold. Of course that gift couldn't possibly be triggered. Should I investigate more thoroughly?" He sat in the horse-drawn ambulance as the system kept pinging him to check. Desperate Survival skill. Level? When in danger, your stats increase with the severity of the peril. Deadly Charm skill. Level? When facing those with the evil trait, you more easily draw their attention. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. He stared seriously at the system screen and thought it through. Desperate Survival will definitely be useful in fights and help him live. But Deadly Charm? Could he really end up with something like that? The system flashed a reminder again. It helps you attract the attention of those with the evil trait. After reading, he frowned and wondered. The evil trait? In the game, creatures with this trait include a warrior mad for battle, a sword god with a shattered mind who cuts down anyone within 3 paces, a brutal assassin who kills anyone as long as he has paid, a magic prodigy with a wildly warped sense of things. Basically, a bunch of nuisances, but that probably didn't matter for now. The most important thing was a skill that would help him survive. The strange thing was that the skill ranks were shown as question marks. Even as an experienced S-rank player, he'd never seen this status before. What could it mean? The healer, seeing him freeze, asked, "You okay? Want me to run another psychological check?" He answered firmly, "No, I'm really fine." The carriage rolled on. Upon arrival, Down Campbell collapsed into a chair and heaved a sigh. From a higher vantage point, someone called out crisply, "Although the mishap happened, I still thank everyone for getting here safely. This year's freshmen are fantastic." He was lost in thought, replaying the conversation with the healer. The man had asked him, "Hey, freshman, I heard you rode in the same carriage as the Tristan lady." He answered coldly, "So what?" The man sneered, "You're just the son of an obscure viscount. No connections at all." Then the man closed his eyes and calmly recounted, "I was once a pupil of El Fanti, born into an unremarkable noble family." Down was taken aback. The man went on, "Do you really think you happened to sit with her by chance among so many other options? Duke Tristan has countless enemies. You'd better keep your distance from her from now on. Getting tangled up with those high nobles will only bring you trouble." Down turned to EO and replied, "I'll keep that in mind." Just then the system flashed a message. EO, affinity, low. 2, an early-stage trust event is about to trigger. No way. I'm already dragged into this whether I wanted to be or not. In an academy crawling with schemers, It's no surprise she is a candidate for the final boss. Just standing next to her can pull you into danger at any moment. While he was brooding, someone suddenly barked his name. "Down Campbell, you bastard!" A big, rough-looking guy rolled a sheet of paper into a tube, pointed it at him and snapped, "Why are you just standing there?" The guy beside him immediately chimed in, "Look at that country bumpkin." The one with the paper warned, "Everyone else already paired up for sparring. You're the only one left out. After the matriculation ceremony, the live combat test will start right away." He added, "And your opponent has been automatically assigned." Hearing that, he scratched his head and asked blankly, "Excuse me, so who is my opponent?" At the same time, a flicker of worry crept into his chest. He thought to himself, if everyone else has already chosen, wouldn't he, the last person left, be the strongest? Elia, standing above and looking down, struck up a conversation. "Hello." He looked up and inwardly gasped in surprise. Elia, the greatest genius in the world. She smiled brightly and asked, "Do you need any help?" He went weak at the knees when he looked at her, stammering, "I am fine." He thought to himself that in the future she'd become a savior and also the main character of Savior Zing. This girl is also the heroine of saving. Elia reached down from the stone platform and offered him her hand. Down his face fell, his eyes misting, and he thought to himself, "Am I done for?" From inside the room came voices like a roll call. Count Kodien had just arrived, and even Marquis Galanti had only just shown up. A girl was propping her chin, pondering, what is wrong with her? The one-on-one entrance duel was already underway, so why was she late? She even seemed anxious. A young man asked, "What about Miss Tristan? When will she arrive?" Before the words had even finished, Io stepped forward with her clothes still stained with blood. She approached the table in the center of the room and drove the blood-covered sword into it. At the sight of that, the girl seated on the dais, apparently unfazed, arched an eyebrow and asked, "I have a lot to ask you, but where have you been?" With the blood on her face still unwashed, Io answered softly, "Taking care of a few things." Io then said, "Sorry, but I have other matters to deal with first." Hearing that, the other woman showed no surprise and replied decisively, "Fine." Under the dark night with the full moon hanging high, they spoke. "So, did anyone die?" "Not many, about a dozen." O folded her arms and began to recount. "They tried to assassinate me. They dropped a boulder onto the Academy ship, trying to make it look like an accident. I tracked down who they were, and since I happened to be nearby, I killed them." Elfan D, upon hearing this, admonished, "You should v left matters like that for the students to handle. Shouldn't you?" O turned her head slightly and replied coldly, "Too much of a hassle." She glanced at her and, in a voice like grinding ice, asked, "Or do you expect me to be some perfect person who simply forgives those who try to kill me?" She heard that and could only helplessly prod to steer the conversation away. "All right, but at least go change your clothes. The admission one-on-one duels are happening. If you go now, you'll meet Elia, a rare genius. Yellow and Down Campbell." "What the hell is this?" O repeated his name, Down Campbell. The bespectacled girl glanced at the dossier and replied, "Yep, that's him. You know him?" From a quick look, he doesn't seem remarkable at all. O began to recall the image of Down sitting in the car and couldn't help but smile. She murmured, "That guy is kind of odd." Over here, the crowd below was shouting taunts. "Charge, you bumpkin!" Meanwhile, he stood on the arena floor clutching his sword, trembling. Some were already getting excited and turning it into a gamble. "Bet on how many moves he'll survive." Another shot back, "What bet? If I got hit by her, I'd be finished." Down looked at Elia across from him and thought to himself, "My stats are pathetic. If I get hit, I'm dead." But looking at it another way, this could be my chance. The situation is so dangerous that I have nothing left to lose. System notification. Desperate survival skill, level. When you encounter danger, your stats will increase according to the severity of the peril. Down glanced down at the cheering crowd and guessed, "The villains I'll have to face are definitely among these people. If I don't die, at least I can catch their attention. With this informational advantage and these stat boosts, I might just survive." Elia saw him just standing there, not reacting, so she called out, "Hey!" He flinched reflexively and blurted, "Huh?" She made a dismissive little sound and said, "Tell the truth." Hearing that, Down's face slowly fell, clearly puzzled. "You're really weak, aren't you?" He was surprised and speechless. Down stammered, She stepped closer and declared with certainty, I guessed right, didn't I? At first I was going to beat you to a pulp. But in this state, while she was speaking she suddenly paused, which made him even more terrified. He babbled. Beat me black and blue? Why is that? She asked softly, you were with Miss Tristan, right? I hate her. Not just her, but the entire Tristan family. They're all devils in human disguise. Down narrowed his eyes and murmured in admiration. That S got guts, saying that here, and he is not wrong. According to the storyline, she holds a deep grudge against the Tristan house. It's a family feud. I get it. Down explained, I just happened to be in the same carriage as her. She heard that and, boldly pointing her sword at him, said, but you still make me think of her. You annoy me, so I plan to beat you to vent. Then she added, but never mind. How about we pretend to duel instead? He thought it over. Honestly, it sounded tempting, but if I don't get stronger fast within the next 2 days, I want to survive. The only way to survive is to grab attention right now. Thinking that, Down proposed, then fight with everything you've got. Down began to taunt her. Honestly, I kind of like her. Elias suddenly widened her eyes, looking terrifying as she stared at him. She tightened the sword in her hand and asked, are you serious? He thought to himself, of course I'm lying, but if I want her to attack with everything she has got, this is the only way. Down's eyes were more determined than ever as he replied, I'm as serious as the hatred you feel for her. System notification. Deadly charm skill activated. The Villainess attraction to you has increased significantly. A new reward has been added to the gift catalog. Elias sneered lightly. Then I have no reason to feel guilty. Having finished speaking, she lunged at him, swinging a mighty slash that sheared the tip of the sword in his hand clean in two. The strike was so fast and decisive it left Down both shocked and terrified. He leaned back to dodge, his face contorting as a result. Elo asked in surprise, you dodged that? So you're not completely useless after all, huh? Then I'll speed things up a bit. At that, his face fell pale with fear. Down gritted his teeth, broke out in a cold sweat, and stared at his opponent. The system alert flashed crimson. Warning. Danger situation detected. Danger level not currently life-threatening. Desperate survival skill activated at EX rank. He seemed unable to control his own hand and suddenly punched her straight in the face. Then, instinctively, he blurted out, EX rank. He thought to himself, what the hell? The powerful punch made his hand glow, brimming with immense strength, striking Elia without an ounce of mercy. The crowd outside gaped in surprise, and blue rays of light surrounded his body. Down was also stunned, thinking, isn't he this the highest rank? That mighty blow from Down left everyone around with their mouths hanging open, and Elia was sent flying far away into the stands. Down was still in shock, frozen in place. Like the spectators, he too stood with his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Everyone around could hardly believe what they were witnessing. They all gritted their teeth in fear of Down, the one whose entire ranking stats were F. The first day of enrollment at Elefanti Academy had successfully shaken the protagonist of this world. Inside the building, an analyzing voice rang out. There are two possibilities. One is that this brat is an extremely skilled fraud. You change your mind awfully fast, rat. In any case, this is absurd. Jayat sat on his chair and said, those with sight all knew clearly that before the match he had absolutely no combat skills or strength. But that strike was definitely real. Atan, sitting opposite in the center, immediately asked, what do you mean? He replied bluntly and dejectedly. I mean, no one in a hand could have gotten back up after that hit, not even me. The most likely explanation is that he beat Elia Kanax using some banned drug or tool. Somehow, he temporarily boosted his power. The second possibility. He is truly a monstrous genius. After that, Anti adjusted his glasses and said seriously, but it's hard to accept this victory. The border Lord Kensit, the patron of Elia, certainly won't stand idly by. However, if they overlook a student with immense potential, the academy will suffer a significant loss. If he is really a fraud, it'll come out sooner or later. So let us just wait and see what happens. He looked puzzled and asked, what do you mean? Atan Anti replied, there are a lot of interesting trainees this year. Some are peculiar enough to require special handling. If he is truly as special as you say, he'll definitely have an important role to play. Very soon a news item about Down appeared. Hot headline. The whole world is staring at Doot. Who is he, really? A descendant of a great knight? Or the strongest genius ever to step into the academy? Beneath the silly photo was the blunt caption. Kenjit's new star? Shocking defeat right after enrollment. He held the paper in his hands and sighed in annoyance. These damn news outlets, are they for real? The system flashed a notification. Profile information related to the special gift has been updated. The system displayed EOS info. Character L lack hit. Trust level increased from rank 1 to rank 2. Reward ready to claim. Character event D1. Viscount AMU. Curiosity level 2. Received 100 points. He sullenly tossed the news sheet aside, sat back in his chair, and watched the system notifications. The system kept displaying. Baron Lubin. Curiosity level 1. Received 50 points. Baron Gond. Interest level 3. Received 100 points. Down glanced up at the system screen and thought to himself, if development levels run from curiosity to interest to trust, and these points can be spent in the points shop. He searched intently, then said, the person with the highest curiosity level is EO. But why does the final boss, who supposedly shouldn't have the slightest interest in him, have so many? The system showed rewards coming from ELOS gift. You have obtained the swordsmanship trait Shiso Tun. Startled, he tapped the screen and said, a signature sword technique of the Tristan clan, one of the world's top sword arts. What a steal. He hesitated inwardly. The problem is this clan has ties to demons, but oh well, live for now. The system displayed character information. Elia CXER, Curiosity level 4, cannot receive rewards at this time. Seeing that, Down blurted out in surprise, why is she on this list? He wondered pensively. The gifts are only for villains who take a positive interest in him, and she is not a villain, nor does she show any interest at all. While he was musing, a knock at the door from outside made Down start and spin around. A voice from outside called in. Is this Down's room? He thought for a moment that voice sounded familiar. Is Elia outside? She called. Elia here. May I come in? Hearing that, Down was a bit stunned. Huh? What is this? Why is she here? If I stay quiet, maybe she'll go away. She looked bruised and pitiful, standing outside the door and quietly asking, hey, are you in there? If you don't answer, I'll break the door down. Down panicked and shouted, wait, are you crazy? Elia, undeterred, asserted, so you're in there. Can you open the door? I have something I want to tell you. He ground his teeth and asked, what is it? Elia leaned against the door and, a little awkwardly, said, just things to help us understand each other better. Down, hearing that, was flummoxed and thought to himself, what on earth is going on? Looking down the long hallway bathed in warm amber light, Elia frowned and looked around. Then she turned her back in anger, walking off while muttering, he should just go along with it. Why is he so stiff? Elia remembered being dragged away earlier. She had struggled and shouted, hey, can't we be friends? Back in the present, Elia was simultaneously annoyed and curious about Down. Sensing that there was something odd about him, she sighed and hesitated, thinking she had no idea how to make friends with men. Lost in thought and not watching where she was going, Elia bumped into someone approaching, causing a small bag in that person's hand to fall to the ground. She knelt to pick it up when the other person spoke. You should watch where you're going. Scolded, she stammered. Alina looked down and asked, are you all right? When he realized the person in front of him was her, he went weak and was speechless. Neither of them said a word. They just stared at each other. Elia suddenly remembered the desperate reminder. Hey, run, Elia. It brought back that stormy, whirlwind, fire-lit night, when someone stood between her and the fight, settling the score for her. She replied in a trembling voice, I'm fine. Elia's eyes were full of hatred. She thought to herself that she had reflexively grabbed her sword. At my current level, could I beat her? Hello, Tristan. No sooner had she thought her name than Io gently reached out her hand. Elia was astonished, staring at her intently, puzzled. Yet surely she had seen the hand. Why didn't she react at all? Io said, give it back. Elia took the bag, stood up, and wondered. Is she implying she doesn't even need to acknowledge me? Her hand trembling, she handed the small bag back to Io and said, here, take it. Elia couldn't help but think. Down. Is he also familiar with her? They walked past each other as Io reminded her, go to the right. This turn leads to Down's room. After saying that, Io suddenly froze. Then she called Elia back, looking puzzled. Wait, how do you know where his room is? Io's face darkened, her brow knitting. She heard the other woman reply, I've been with him all along. Io pressed on. For what? Elia thought to herself. Why is she so hostile? Still, She smiled back politely for the sake of freshman camaraderie. Io sternly reminded her, freshmen are not allowed to socialize with the opposite sex. Elia was astonished by this newly imposed rule. She brimmed with murderous intent and slowly repeated, not allowed. Elia asked in confusion, is there actually a rule like that? Before she could finish, Io cut her off sternly. I just made the rule. From now on you are forbidden to go to his room. She scratched her head in puzzlement and asked, excuse me, but what does the president have to do with him? Io replied over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Nothing at all. However, remember exactly what I told you. As Elia watched Eos retreating back, she remembered Down saying that when he fights he is as serious as the hatred she feels toward Io. She thought angrily, there's definitely something between those two. Even if it's only a little, I should keep moving closer to him. The class placement exam at Elfanti Academy is designed to scrutinize every aspect of a student. After a one-on-one duel, students are sorted into groups. Since I defeated the warrior candidate, I was placed in the highest tier group. Everyone else looked proud, while I was the only one worried. The biggest problem is that girl. Yesterday I tried to push her away, but now she's in my party. The system keeps popping up notifications about the character Elia CXER. The interest level is creeping up toward fascination and curiosity sits at 5, so no reward yet. It's almost time for the interest status to change, and a key character will trigger a special event when that happens. He thought helplessly. Her interest level went up again? What's going on? He remembered that last night a package of snacks and a letter wishing him luck on the exam had been delivered. In his head, he began to analyze. So someone is watching me? Why is all this happening to me? Just then a voice called out, Group 1, it's your turn. He sighed and thought, put that aside for now and focus on the exam. There probably won't be too many twists, since this is part of the main storyline. The system displayed character info for Ella Chies. Trust level 2. A character event will occur soon. With solemn formality she stood at attention and introduced herself. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Yellow, the person in charge of this exam. When he saw her, he was utterly shocked. What? This definitely can't be a coincidence. Yellow's event was already scheduled for today. Yet she was personally overseeing his group. If nothing happens during this exam, that would be the real oddity. The 5 people sitting around the round table were also intently watching the orb set in the center. They all shared the same view. If he really was a genius capable of defeating the warrior candidate, they'd like to see how he perform in this exam. Let the team leaders run the test just in case something happens. Yo waved her hand and said, first, let us move to the testing area. I'll answer your questions when we get there. LCA blurted out in surprise. They must have invested a lot in this place. Someone walking ahead called to him, quiet and follow me. LCA. They all entered a dim area together. One person exclaimed, this looks amazing. Another said, the lights just went out. Yo fell into a thoughtful silence. Elia beside her, seeing this, urged, hey, you said you'd answer questions when we arrived. So this is part of the test. Down was staring at the lever, pondering, I think I can answer this. The entrance has been sealed and the power cut off. The system suddenly announced, Event ELO is now in effect. After reading it, he sighed, thinking this is a trap, not a test. The system then displayed character information. Alola Tristan, the next event after the assassination. Surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect this person. One of the new students in the group spoke up to reassure them. They'll handle it, don't worry. Another, with strawberry dragon hair, said, but we should move. Nobody knows what might happen here. Down stood back watching and thought, hold on. I'm only realizing this now, that all of these people are members of the protagonist's party. If I remember the script correctly, this is where they first met. In other words, everyone in this room plays a fairly important role in the story. No sooner had he thought that than he pointed at a wall and declared, I think the Central Grand Hall is the most sensible place to move to. One of them blurted out in surprise. Huh? What the hell? There's a map table there. Down continued, there definitely won't be any relief supplies there. More importantly, it's a wide open area, easier to defend against ambushes than these cramped corridors. Chisa put on a frightened face and asked, ambushes? He kept persuading them. You two must have felt it too, right, Chairman and Elia? We're not the only ones here. Hearing that, they didn't know how to reply. He added, come on, we'll head this way. Elia blinked in confusion and asked, huh? Why? He answered tersely, because it's necessary. She angrily pointed at him and shot back. But why? That's exactly the opposite of the Grand Hall. Down's face darkened. He replied wearily, I can't say right now, but this is important. I'll explain later. He looked at Io and thought to himself, yeah, it's important, I'm not lying to them. Nothing matters more than saving your own skin, right? Footsteps echoed in the night. Down spoke up. Alright, then keep walking. He recalled the powerful punch he'd landed on Elia and thought, seems like beating Elia bought my words a bit of credibility. Now I just need to hide until this event is over. After all, the assassination target is Io, so they won't pay attention to me. I just need to find a quiet corner and wait. While he was calculating, suddenly someone called out, Hey, you there. He tilted his head to look and saw a very suspicious, tall guy staring at him who said, I'm here to fix the electrical system. Could you lead the way for me? My eyes couldn't make out much in the dark. Just as Down was getting bored, the system flashed a red alert, warning that a dangerous situation had been detected. The group continued moving through the darkness. Chi-sa stepped into a puddle with a splash. She asked, Hey Eli, do you think Down is okay going alone? What if something happens? Elia suddenly realized something and replied, He must have a plan. Whatever he is doing, something's off. They stood chatting, unaware that many masked, mysterious figures were lying in ambush above them. However, it had all already been spotted by Io. She glanced up. As for Down, he was walking with the electrician. He was scheming, thinking the vanguard had been wiped out by that sly witch of a woman. But that would only be true if we weren't here. Even this guy is easy to fool. I continued to stroll nonchalantly in front of him. The two of us walked on and I called out, the equipment room is ahead. He remained lost in thought. As a professional assassin, I can judge someone's skill simply by watching their movements. And this guy is just an amateur. I can toy with him a little before finishing him off, then take his body and eliminate Miss Tristan. Down glanced back slightly when he received no reply. The other began to pull off his mask, holding a short sword in his hand. Good, it's time to deal with you. I sighed in exasperation and replied, Thank heavens. Just as I predicted, if the opponent had any real skill, I could have been in danger. Luckily, your gait and even your nasal tone, you're still the same guy as in my memory. He frowned angrily, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? I started to grip my sword tightly and said, Let us see. Desperate survival skill. Rank A. Ha. I hesitated slightly, which only annoyed him more. I really don't know what else to say. Anyway, he is just a weakling. I'll finish him immediately. Down took a fighting stance, both hands gripping his sword tightly. Elsewhere, a man in black was slammed hard into a wall. Another was struck by an arrow, blood spraying everywhere. They all worked together in perfect sync, taking down the entire ambush. One of them spoke up, What the hell, they're even weaker than I thought. Elia spun around and barked, Van Sie, freeze them. She wondered inwardly, what about Io? The moment she thought of Io, she planted her foot hard on the ground. A single light slash from her sent 4 ambushers flying, smashing into the wall. One of them cried out in pain, blood spewing from his mouth, and the man beside him immediately collapsed. Io stepped up to one of the ambushers and asked coldly, Aside from you, has anyone else been dispatched? If you don't answer, I'll break your neck. His hand was frozen and he trembled in panic, answering the Crescent Blade Guild. A man named Hirmei. She pressed, Is he in this building? He replied, I can't tell you. Hearing that, she grew angry and decisively stomped on his face, then hoisted him upside down by the leg and coldly asked again, Is that assassin here right now? He trembled and answered, Yes, he came with us. Elia from behind also called out, What made you risk your life like that? The man replied, They tried to kill me. And here May of the Crescent Blade Guild is an assassin who can take on another person's appearance after killing them. So who is truly the most dangerous person in this building? Elia frowned. After thinking it through, only one person fit. She stammered softly, Could it be that Down had turned himself into bait to lure out the strongest enemy? They're assassins targeting you, so why would he go that far? What's the real relationship between you two? Oh replied coldly, I've told you we're nothing, at least as far as I know. Over there, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, a professional assassin like me got beaten. The guardian spirit was supposed to be an intangible barrier that only responds to weapons. So why are there traces of Tristan's swordsmanship here? This school is ancient and mysterious, so that makes sense, but the assassin himself is already a weapon. So how could he leave me bruised and battered with just one move? Before he could counterattack, Down unleashed a killing sword strike that pierced his heart. The system displayed a notification. You have successfully performed the Tristan's sword technique. Your Tristan's sword technique attribute has increased. He looked at the staff in his hand and let out a relieved sigh. He thought angrily, Tristan's sword technique. I suppose I shouldn't have tangled with him from the start. Then he slumped against the wall and said with effort, So it was you who lured me into a trap. Who are you? He replied, puzzled. The system continued to display. Deadly charm skill activated. The villain was stunned by your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game's system, you can't use weapons at a save point. That's why I led him here. Seeing you give no response, he sneered and said, I guess you don't intend to answer. Fine then, continue. He replied nonchalantly, I wasn't going to kill you. The other asked in surprise, why? He simply instructed, this time, send the message, don't be foolish enough to go near Miss Tristan again. And tell them that even a top-tier assassin like you almost lost your life. Seeing AOS' cold expression, I silently reasoned. I don't know who gave the order, but they're probably not going to stop. If that happens, the gray demon inside EO is more likely to awaken, so I want to stamp out this danger from the very start. He looked at him, sneering, and asked, and what if I come back? He didn't hesitate and challenged directly. Then try again, because next time I'll protect her too. He asked skeptically, is Miss Tristan really that important to you? I answered frankly, let us just say she is. After hearing that, he was suddenly left speechless. The system popped up a notification. Deadly charm skill activated. The villainess favorability spiked sharply. EO, hearing their conversation, stared at him in bewilderment. Down turned around to look. EO was now steadily stepping closer to him. In a student council room at Elfanti Academy, a distressed voice cried out, Oh my God, everything is in chaos. I understand why the dean is angry, but order me to hunt down the mastermind immediately? I already have a mountain of work to deal with. This academy really is a mess. Based on the route and timing of the assassination, you can be almost certain there is a spy within the ranks. I know the political backstabbing aimed at you is as routine as a daily meal, but this is already the second assassination attempt. They look really determined. Yet when met with that concern, Yo barely seemed to care and half-heartedly said, I wonder. The quick-witted girl guessed aloud and continued, Yeah, this one feels a little different. Whoever's behind this, I'm certain they'll strike again. And the people who accompanied her last time were all officially praised, yet not a single one of them was killed. As for Down, he's the only one with no record of having been commended. There's no reason he shouldn't have been recorded. I don't know why. It's almost as if he deliberately avoided the academic team's spotlight. Hearing a string of analyses and worries from her friend, EO kept repeating, I wonder. Her friend, interrupted, snapped angrily, I'll punch you if you say I wonder one more time. EO, unfazed, taunted back, try it. Fed up, her friend grabbed a nearby bottle and hurled it at EO, shouting, What on earth is wrong with you? O easily caught the bottle and, emotionless, asked in return, Is there something wrong? Her friend, losing patience, said, You've been spacey all day. Can you focus at all? I don't know what's going on, but if you want to tell me, I'm not helping you anymore. At that, EO unexpectedly chimed in, I think I'm starting to get interested in someone. Startled, as if she couldn't believe her ears, her friend asked again. What? EO replied lightly, I said I'm interested. Immediately a question popped out. No thinking needed. Who? EO said shyly, You just mentioned him. Didn't you? Her friend asked in surprise. Down Campbello? A hush of silence blanketed the room for several seconds. Only then did the girl seem to process the information, and she asked in astonishment, Wait, hold on, do you like that country bumpkin? EO immediately protested, I never said that. Her friend looked at EO worriedly and asked, Not yet? I don't know what he did to catch your eye, but what if Duke Tristan hears about this? EO simply replied, That old man will definitely get angry. She stepped closer, put back the bottle she had just caught, then said nonchalantly, I don't even like him. Seeing that indifferent attitude, her friend could only think to herself, probably so. Elfanti rubbed his head in exhaustion and said to his friend, Good heavens, don't deny it. No matter what he does, he treats you pretty well, right? Normally you'd start to get suspicious right away. As a lady of House Tristan, shouldn't you be more careful? Yo answered calmly, That's true, but I'm only testing him. She looked at the photo on the studentess profile and said, if you study it closely, it should be fine. Her friend, not quite understanding, asked, what do you mean? In the dorm room down, the fellow just mentioned, was sprawled out on his bed, staring oddly at the Academy-S notification. He muttered to himself, what's this about? The message read, we regret to inform you that we are currently unable to announce your class. The academic team is still conducting a project to ensure optimal results. You can expect good news in the future. After reading it, he felt nothing about the notice and only thought, I don't want to wait for anything. Just toss me into some class and forget about it. But by the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elia's group? Why are they excluding me like this? Down then saw another notification arrive. The first main quest has been completed. New information has been updated. The main quest is to resolve the incident that will occur during the freshman welcome ceremony. The reward is exclusive equipment crafting materials. He began analyzing the new quest. The freshman welcome ceremony is where the protagonist's S-class is decided: archer, warrior, mage, cleric. His specialization will be determined by what he focuses on developing. Like Elia uses a sword, he'll follow a strength-focused path. That way he'll receive the appropriate exclusive crafting materials for equipment. There was only one problem. Down clicked on the notification about the newly updated character. Character info, Alola Tristan, trust level has risen from rank 2 to rank 5. Temporary increase due to a special effect. Special rewards may be obtainable. This is an important character with a special event about to occur. Time remaining for the related event: 3 days. Next, character info for Elia Catch. Interest level is 5, requiring the goodwill change threshold to be met. She is also an important character with a special event approaching. Time remaining for that event is 3 days. He slumped forward, clutching his head in exhaustion, thinking, the final boss, the protagonist, and the main quest event all happening at once. Something huge is definitely about to go down. Suddenly a notification popped up. Skill acquired. Skill copy. Allows you to copy one skill from a target. He stared at the blinking text in disbelief and panicked. Terrible. What the hell is this? Copy a skill? That's insane. He hadn't expected this at all. The joy hit him like a surprise. Could I copy the final boss's skill? But then he hesitated, thinking no, using it now would be such a waste. Even though Io can currently sit at the top of the Academy's food chain, like Elia, she is also a final boss with growth potential. Later she'll have a dozen broken skills, so there's no reason to burn skill copy right now. For now, I need to prepare for the event that's coming in 3 days. Luckily, I know one thing that can help me survive. Taking advantage of the darkness, he hurried to a warehouse deep in the Academy's abandoned district, which was the old weapons depot. Looking at the dilapidated place before him, Down breathed a sigh of relief. It was perfect to be able to use the point shop. Before coming here, he had equipped himself with several items for this run. A low-level speed booster to increase his pace, a low-level shadow mask to raise agility, and low-level cat ropes to help him move without making a sound. After slipping past layer after layer of security, he finally arrived at one of HC's treasure hunting spots. Agile as a nocturnal cat, Down climbed the wall easily and lightly, landing with a perfectly measured jump. This time, among the items he exchanged through the system was something rather special. A recovery cake that restored stamina like nothing he ever had before. It sounded like an advertisement, but the effect was genuinely amazing. Now, time to look around. He rummaged through the piles of old gear filling the warehouse. While chewing the cake, he thought to himself, I've already found all the other important things. Now there's only one last item left. Found it. The Supreme Divine Relic. An ancient censer said to contain a millennia of power. He pulled the censer out and whispered, all right, I've got everything I need now. Suddenly, Down looked up, stunned. It turned out that when he grabbed the censer, he had carelessly loosened a stack of wooden crates. The crates began to tumble down, and Down panicked, thinking, damn it, I knew things couldn't go this smoothly forever. Suddenly, when the pile of old junk collapsed, a girl was revealed sleeping peacefully, leaving him utterly shocked. He picked her up and, to his amazement, realized it was Duia, which left him completely stunned. He lifted her and, to his surprise, recognized her as Duia. At that moment she woke up and exclaimed in shock, huh? Duia, the boss of Chapter 2, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. The item I just picked up turned out to be hers. She usually hides out here. Suddenly, The system issued an emergency alert. Danger situation detected. Life-threatening level. Desperate survival activated at EX rank. Duya tightened the chain around her arm. The tense air terrified Down, who hurriedly said, "Sorry for waking you." But actually, before he could finish, Down, panic written all over his face, was struck by Duya swinging the chain. Back then, it had only been a one-on-one match with Elia, but this time the attack was so powerful he could only grit his teeth and endure it. A cold iron blade swept past. Down understood clearly the situation before him. It was now a matter of survival. During the fight, Down repeatedly tried to explain, "It's a misunderstanding. I wasn't going to do anything while you were asleep." But even with frog tier power, his whole body ached. Duya didn't answer. She only regarded him with a cold, suspicious stare. Giving Down no time to rest, Duya tightened her grip. The chain hissed through the air like an angry steel snake. He could only dodge, begging out loud. "Please," she lunged, killing intent flaring with every move, while Down quickly dodged to take as little damage as possible. Duya's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, without a word, she launched another relentless barrage. Down backed away in panic, his heart pounding. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I know what to do to avoid getting hit again." The sword's tip shot forward like lightning, but Down clenched his teeth, shut his eyes, and stood perfectly still. He held his position without moving, and strangely, the blade stopped, its tip hanging less than a fingertip's width from his face. Right after that, Duya reeled the chain in. Thanks to his prior gaming experience from a past life, Down breathed a sigh of relief. A 3.5-step radius, any enemy who enters that range is instantly defeated, but in return she can't advance even a single step. That is the mechanism of Duya's curse, an absolute limit. Looking at him standing at that distance, she asked, "Can you take one step forward?" Down, without a moment's hesitation, shot back, "You want to slash me?" Her eyes never leaving him, Duya replied bluntly, "Yes." But in that instant Down knew he couldn't escape either. Silence hung in the air, and then her stomach suddenly growled. At that moment Down realized, wait, this is her personal zone. She has to be isolated from everyone. Even teachers rarely come here. He thought for a moment, then said softly, "Hey, want some cake?" Having said that, Down spread out his hand, and in his palm were a few energy recovery cakes bought from the system. They would restore stamina like never before. He basically assumed everyone would be hungry in a situation like this. Duya, seeing him act like that, snapped angrily. "I won't be tempted by such petty tricks. Are you really trying to bribe me with food?" Down said nothing more and simply tossed a cake. But by instinct, Duya dashed forward to catch it like a little puppy. The mood eased thanks to the cake. She spoke up. "All right, I'll believe this was just a mistake." Down also thought to himself, she really can't communicate when she is hungry. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief, mumbling under his breath, "Nearly died." Duya stood obediently behind him and suddenly asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The question made Down freeze. He thought to himself, to steal stuff, but of course he couldn't say that out loud. He opened his mouth in a righteous tone and replied, "I've come to bring you food. Someone I know asked me to look after you." Duya chewed the cake and glanced at Down curiously. "Someone you know?" Leaving a bit of an impression now could be useful later. In the game, there was no way he'd meet Duya this early, so he added aloud, "Ah, right, don't worry, your sister is safe in the Holy Empire. The current emperor doesn't care about you two sisters. But anyway, you'd better stay where you are for now. I'll be back." Duya was originally from the Holy Empire, so she has to hide in Epony because of the Holy Emperor. Her sword is infamous as an evil artifact, and as the sword's unwilling host she must bear the 3-step curse. So mentioning her one and only relative should probably be fine. She must have been through so much, and there's hardly any hope left. Cut to the next morning. Sunlight floods the scene, and a pleasant voice rings out across the open grounds. "This is the academy building. That is the arena, and over there is the training field. You can see everything from here, right?" Yes. The one giving the tour was none other than Headmistress Ophelier. She was briefing her students. "You will have to choose a major and a minor. Production, academics, martial arts, and faith. You all know about these 5 faculties already, right?" A curious student called from below. "Does our tribe use the same educational system as the Holy Empire?" Ophelier smiled. not the least bit bothered by the question and even a little amused. Yes, we teach much like wartime training and the Grand Holy Temple. Don't even think about transferring away. Now let me explain the majors in more detail. Among the students listening to the orientation, Down stood quietly, his mind sinking into private thoughts. This is the orientation event, where I can pick up more information about this world, but I can't skip it. All my efforts so far would be wasted. Growing impatient, he thought, why do you keep asking that? At that moment, a young man nearby pointed toward the distance and asked, Headmaster Awfully, who manages that area? Nearly completely separated from the academy, a vast area appeared, draped in a shimmering barrier. The hazy light looked like a borderline between the real and the unreal, between magic and mundane reality. The teacher replied, yes, but it's a forbidden zone. Anyone who enters will be punished immediately. The idea of the void flashed through Down's mind, the remnants of the legendary war between heaven and hell. It was here that the divine emissaries and the chosen warriors sealed away the demons. Even after hundreds of years have passed, the aftershocks of divinity and death still clash without end. This area is critically important in case the demons break the seal. Therefore, the Holy Empire, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire established a golden triangle to keep watch over the area. Elfanti and the other academies are also part of that system. Snapping out of his thoughts, Down returned to the present. The atmosphere of the trainee orientation snapped back into focus. Lucas C.A., his hair standing out in the crowd, raised his hand and asked, voice tinged with curiosity and excitement, Headmaster Awfully, can we go closer to take a look? Awfully replied kindly, you may stand at the rim of Zijipin's protective shield. Inside it you will be safe. In the crowd, Down gave a small, joyful smile and silently thanked them. Okay, the next plan is to leave, have lunch, then come back here. I have other things to take care of. The angels, beings who could overturn mountains and drain oceans, and Zijipin, entities even higher than angels, formed this barrier. The group of students was now standing right before the barrier, only a few steps from the void. Phi Lai of Jiang, arms outstretched, called out cheerfully, let us have lunch here. The students smiled happily, resting and taking in the surroundings. Although they stood at one of the most dangerous spots, it was thanks to Zijipin's barrier that the academy could exist so close to this hazardous area. Down tightened his grip on his bag strap and looked at Ms. Awfully to ask permission. Could I step a little farther away? I don't feel very comfortable standing here. She frowned slightly and thought, this boy has been the subject of much class gossip about what happened. But she still admonished, you can't go far, or you'll get into trouble. Down quickly replied, yes. In the distance, Lion saw this and muttered angrily, that country bumpkin is getting arrogant. Just because he's getting attention? In a secluded spot, Down took out an ancient censer and added powdered Chelan horn, phoenix feathers, and a fan made from coral. Everything was ready. The supreme divine relic, a portable censer imbued with divine power. At that moment, a swirl of ethereal light suddenly appeared in the air. He stared at it without blinking, wondering, I didn't miss anything. Did I? I came all the way here to use this thing. This thing lets me access entities ordinary people would never dare to dream of. This thing lets me access entities ordinary people would never dare to dream of. A fog rolled in, and a voice rang out from somewhere. You said the Allied forces are where, exactly? He told us to flatten the ground, not to dig trenches and leave them. He looked up and stared ahead. Someone said, they say the Zijian did it. Following his gaze, they saw someone digging and said, look, hey recruit, do you think flattening means digging holes? Well, it's just that the ground is too hard. Another replied, the shovel in your hand sure isn't any harder. As soon as he finished speaking, Egeo and the man beside him both turned to look at Down. He couldn't help asking, what is up with that human guy? He'd been staring this way for a long time, but whatever, at least he is quiet. Better than those who loiter and bother people while they're working. Suddenly, Egeo stepped forward with a terrifying look and immediately demanded, why did you suddenly stop? Why isn't your shovel moving? He stammered that a magic circle appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, the two on the other side were still arguing. It's moving. Hey, spread out. Don't dig down anymore. Then someone shouted, voice tinged with fear. A frog jumped out. A little while later, a vehicle pulled up with 2 loudspeakers. Someone in the truck called out, hey everyone, the sacred mud bricks are here. Hurry up and unload. One angel wondered how many. No sooner had the words left than sacks of bricks were flung to the ground along with the reply, "A lot." Then a shout went up. The girl driving saw an angel snacking on a cloud biscuit on the job and asked, "Why are you just sitting over there eating?" He answered, "You're the driver, right? I'm a soldier too. Please save your energy and keep driving." He stood before the magic circle watching as Egeo urged the other angels. "Hey, can't you see the seniors are working? Move it." On hearing that, the guy bolted off as if chased, stammering, "Corporal Egeo, I'll get right on it." Then he came over and asked the captain, "Captain, haven't the supplies arrived yet?" The captain replied, "Sorry, the transport truck is delayed. They're fixing it. Please wait a moment." A complaint came from over there. "Rank Corporal, it's broken." Hearing that, Down chuckled to himself, thinking, no wonder angels can't keep their mortal forms tidy. If you had to describe angels, they'd be like an army, clear ranks, and a strict chain of command. This world has its own rules. Meeting angels only happens from Chapter 2 onward, and direct contact with high-ranking angels won't come until much later. I know what they want, a simple, basic thing. A moment later, the spot where he sat was piled high with food neatly packed into cardboard boxes. Down exclaimed, "Thanks for the meal." He immediately took the first bite. The delicious flavor made Down close his eyes in bliss. The scent wafted out and caught the angels' attention. They whispered to one another, "He is still looking this way. What did he bring? Look how happily he is eating. Can we have a little? You still don't meet the requirements. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and move the bricks." Suddenly he smiled and called out, "Dear angels, please eat before you continue working, or you'll exhaust yourselves." With that, the boxes of food were instantly teleported away. A system notification popped up, offering delivery complete. The pastries were brought to the angels who were working. They turned to one another, smiling. Egeo shouted, "This guy is fine. Break time, 10 minutes. Does anyone want a roll?" There was even steak. What a considerate human. Down thought to himself, the rules in this world are different from the real one. A single meal intended for one person is already enough for all of them. As a few rays of light appeared in the sky, a voice rang out from the ground. "We're full." "How indulgent. You want us to bring it while we're still working?" The censor next to him, "You're here because you need a favor, right? Hand it over and we'll bless you. Speak, but make it reasonable. We'll try to fulfill your request." Hearing that, he thought in astonishment, "Huh? Just like that? They've already agreed? I had prepared a whole stack of negotiation plans. Was there ever such an easy path in the original?" He seemed to read all his thoughts. Egeo looked pensive. "You're thinking, why is someone as ordinary as you being treated so well?" "I know," he thought to himself. Seeing through things? By simply observing, he can perceive the true nature of something. Then Egeo's gaze fixed on him. "It seems you understand things pretty well. You possess an ability but have done nothing to develop it. Invest in it now, you'll benefit greatly later." Hearing that, Down was even more stunned. "What? Is he talking about that gift? He means my trait, the one beloved by darkness?" Egeo added, "That gift is far stronger than you think, but how you use it is entirely up to you. However, it's also because of it that a ruthless yet oddly friendly monster has taken an interest in you." He was worried but showed no emotion. "Damn, I knew it. After I get the sensor, I'll do everything to optimize my survival path at all costs." In an instant, Egeo shifted into another form, seemingly praising him. An ordinary person would panic at these words, but he began to analyze and strategize calmly. "I see. A great person is slowly taking shape. It seems I have nothing to worry about anymore. All right, I've finished granting the blessing." He replied, "Thank you, sir." Different voices rang out. "Sergeant, why are you saying those things to a human? Routing is almost complete." Meanwhile, Down stood there bewildered by his own thoughts. Cruel but friendly? What does that even mean? And me, a great person, wasn't he overestimating me? Before leaving, Egeo still managed to turn back and deliver his final line. "Believe in yourself. I acknowledge you." When the conversation ended, the circle blinked out. He sat there in a daze for a long while, then sighed because he'd just completed the objective. "I was only trying to work hard because I didn't want to die. But anyway, this was a warning from an angel, so I'll think it over carefully." When the sensor hovered in midair, the system appeared. Supreme Divinity C+ contains a special power derived from divine entities of other worlds. There are 2 ascetic skills: C. Convert all additional stats into stamina by spending a small amount of mana. 20's cooldown. Can evolve through the Proof of Faith. Protective Shield. C. Spend a small amount of mana to create a one-time protective barrier and gain a stamina effect. 20's cooldown. Can evolve through the Holy Wound. He closed his eyes, his soul restless with hazy thoughts. That angel had granted him a few pretty useful blessings. Physical stats are tied to health, so they directly affect your chances of survival. My desperate need to stay alive could help me raise those stats quickly. These skills will definitely come in handy, but the most important thing is evolution. In this world, anything that can grow naturally improves its performance over time. Getting something like this so early in the plot really feels like a godsend. A system notification popped up. Consume a small amount of mana. He thought that was a pipe dream for someone like him who didn't have a single relevant trait. If I can't use mana yet, I'll have to find some temporary substitute. That's also why I came here. The man in front of him warned, "You're not focused at all." Down replied, "I'm listening." "Hey, are you hearing what I'm saying?" "I heard all of it. You said we have to form a two-person party, right?" He wore a slightly dumbfounded expression. "Do you even know what a two-person party is? So where's your companion?" Hearing that, he laughed confidently and answered, "She'll be here soon." The other man sneered, "Who would want to go along with someone as poorly reputed as you?" Down said, "I'm not lying. This place will get crowded soon." The other snapped, "What are you talking about?" He glanced at his watch and assessed, "My companion is more than just famous." He thought to himself, she should appear soon, given how the story's unfolding. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Elia appeared right behind them. "Hi, sorry, is this the Monster Research Department?" Down turned to greet them, thinking to himself, "I didn't plan to get involved with the protagonist at first, but I changed my mind, especially after that old angeless advice." Elia recognized him too and muttered under her breath. Down turned back to discuss with Elia what she meant about getting to know each other better. Does that still apply? She was flustered, unsure how to respond. Oh said, "I really like that person," but no sooner had she spoken than a guard dragged her away. They were separated, and the others whispered, "Freshmen aren't allowed to date each other." They kept interrogating, "What's the relationship between them?" "Nothing." "What are you doing, Down?" "You said there's nothing between us." Down offered a friendly handshake. She was flustered, thinking, "He's unbelievable. Down has no effective moves, so now he's resorting to a jealousy tactic. Wait, was I only hearing rumors? How delusional is this guy? Really?" Dungeon Simulation Academy. In the dim space, only 4 ominous red dots appeared. Someone asked Down, "Are you sure about this?" Down tries to persuade the other with a face that hardly inspires confidence. "Trust me, didn't you want to be friends? Remember when we first met, you were about to hit me, weren't you?" Elia replies in a somewhat forced tone, "Of course, even though I'm the one who took the hit." Then he immediately switches into combat mode, looking deadly serious, and shouts, pointing forward, "If you really want to be friends after that, do as I say. Now, 9 o'clock, 3 of them." Instantly, the massive monster roars in fury. Its razor-sharp teeth look like they could crunch an enemy at any moment. It raises a fist to attack. Someone suddenly yells, "Huh!" She lashes out with a quick sword stroke and severs the monster's head. Everything happens in a flash. At that moment, Down speaks up again. 2 more coming from the ceiling. They were 2 bat-like monsters, but with long fangs and deep, razor-red eyes, looking utterly vicious. With his observation, knowledge, and experience, Down quickly announces, "Their weak spot is the neck. Don't aim for the wings, strike straight into their bodies." Elia reacts swiftly, unleashing 2 rapid sword strikes into their bodies. She speaks up, sounding displeased, "Down, don't just stand there giving orders. Give me a hand." But she only gets a curt reply, "No." He continued to watch and give instructions. 2 blades were rushing in from both left and right, but she only had to swat them away, just hold out for 10 seconds. The blades came at breakneck speed, but, surprisingly, Elia deftly dodged them all, following Down's directions. Next, paralyzing toxin. The poison sprayer's on the right, take it out now. Elia delivered a decisive slash, cutting that sprayer in half. Down kept directing. Next, dodge the 3 arrows flying toward us. Just stand still. 3, 2, 1. Now there's an attack from behind. Hearing that, Elia panicked and spun around. Although taken by surprise, She still managed to block the blow thanks to Down's guidance and her quick reflexes. Seeing how things had been going, Down gave instructions and she followed them, which irritated Elia. If you already know everything like this, you might even do a better job than me. If we work together from the start, we get through this gate a lot faster. You've just been cheering and giving directions instead of fighting. Elia snapped, and Down froze. I want to help so badly, but I can't. I'm just a trash character with all stats at F rank. This is only a simulated battle. There's no real danger. So my desperate survival skill 1T activate. These things are just artificial entities running on preset programming. Desperate survival ISNT an all-powerful skill. I need to raise my stats quickly. Suddenly Elia lunged it down, her face terrifyingly determined, sword thrust forward as she shouted, "Down!" He went pale, eyes wide and pupils pinpricked, forcing a strained smile. How cruel. Elia leapt up and delivered a mighty slash, decapitating a large humanoid monster standing behind Down. Her expression was all battle-ready determination and confidence. Down could only gape in astonishment at what he just witnessed. As she touched down, paper confetti burst out at terrifying speed. She just smashed the previous record. Still reeling, Elia asked in confusion, "What the hell is happening? I fought alone and set a record? This was supposed to be a two-player stage. How did it end up like this?" He gave a slightly forced smile. Down thought to himself that despite looking a bit messy, he was truly a born commander. Then he replied to Elia, "We're lucky. The next area will be a bit tougher, but keep going. Good luck." But Down probably didn't notice how furious she was. Her brows were knitted, eyes squeezed shut, teeth biting her lip. So mad she didn't even bother to turn and curse. It seemed someone had watched the entire battle through a magic mirror. That observer praised, "They're doing pretty well." This was the head of the spas by department who put a hand to his small mouth and decided, "Looks like we'll have to allocate more budget for mock battles next year." He then turned to ask for an opinion. "What do you think, Conrad?" A man in army green clothing placed his hand on the head of someone barely over a meter tall and asked, "Was this designed by the tactics department?" The other person answered, "Aha." The uniformed man was Conrad. He continued, "But more importantly, it seems we're pretty lucky that whoever was targeted performed so well." I replied, "Are you talking about that girl? The warrior candidate from the next cohort? She's improved astonishingly. Definitely someone to watch." But he quickly corrected himself. "No, not her, him. Down Campbell." I looked irritated and shot back. "That fraud? SNT he just clinging to the warrior candidate? This is exactly the problem with you caster types who only twirl your wands. Why are we even arguing about this?" Conrad answered firmly, "That warrior candidate couldn't have set this record alone. She's full of surprises." "What?" Then he explained, "Anyone could see she's stronger and the main frontline fighter. But he's the real key. The way he arranges teammates, issues pinpoint orders by the second, and provides flawless cover. Every single action he takes is the most precise decision." Kanjayat judged silently that everything had been calculated down to the smallest detail, as if he fought on brutal battlefields 1,000 times over, like a veteran player who has respawned into the campaign and grinded every boss. After that, he turned to BY and suggested she place a bet, which left her momentarily surprised. At that moment, Down and ELO heard the mic check announcement. It was Kanjayat from the night department. "I began to get interested after watching the two of you. The magic department had decided to place a bet. The question was whether you two could make it through your freshman year. If you two actually succeed, I'll grant you a privilege. You may make any single request." Hearing that, Bo-C was taken aback, confusion written all over her face. "Huh? Why would you go that far, teacher?" He went on. "If you feel pressured, I'm not going to force you. Given your current situation, that request is almost impossible." But unexpectedly, Down replied confidently and plainly, "No problem, we can definitely do it." Elia was utterly panicked, her expression unsure. "What? Dude?" Down's confidence put BY out of sorts. He looked at him with suspicion. But Conrad was the opposite. "I'll bet on your success. Then let us begin." Elsewhere, Efant complained with evident displeasure. "So, what on earth is going on here? I understand you came here to clear your head." A voice cut in. "Bring me some water already," she continued, scolding. "But do you have to make such a fuss about it?" Elo lay there exhausted. She wearily reached for the water bottle and said, heavy-hearted, "There is something I want to remember, but I don't quite grasp Elo's meaning." Wanting to recall, she opened up. When I was little, my mother taught me these techniques, but I don't remember them clearly, so I'm trying to relearn them. A demon runs in the bloodline of the Tristan family. This dark rumor has two sides. One is the extraordinary, almost inhuman talent they possess. When asked, "Yo, aren't you overdoing it?" she half opened her eyes and said, "The other side is sudden bouts of madness, moments of extreme violence, and the erosion of reason. That S.Y., although members of the Tristan family achieve countless great accomplishments, their final years are always tragic." Then she paused, opened the water bottle and drank steadily. Ifant T asked, "It's not that serious, is it?" She sat up and answered, "There's nothing to worry about. I don't care about it anymore." The other woman didn't believe her and asked again, "Really? Then I suppose I can speak frankly." Yo set the bottle down, looking serious. "Why are you being so cautious?" "I already said it, nothing can trouble me now," the orange-brown-haired girl replied. "About that, someone told me to report it immediately. I heard this from a group of imats who are currently with the candidate warrior of the next cohort." On hearing that, ELO turned to the candidate warrior of the next cohort. She quickly confirmed, "Yes, Elia Catch, the girl who once fought down." She hazily guessed, "So you're saying those two are teaming up, since the simulation test is organized in pairs." "I get it, but it wasn't hard to notice." She sighed again, perhaps lost in thought. The water bottle had been squeezed out of shape, water spilling across the floor. Yo said, "Take me there." Ifant, taken aback, blurted out loudly, "But you just said you didn't care." Dowd drew his sword. Seeing this, Elia asked, "What do you plan to do? I know you're very skilled, but the question is, even so, is it really worth challenging the all-time record?" He replied indifferently and briefly, "Yeah." Faced with Dowd's reaction, Elia, smudged and frowning slightly, thought, "His confidence is no joke. Does he really have a plan?" He adjusted his clothing, thinking to himself, "Artificial monsters have a fixed movement pattern, so their weak points are easy to target, but that's not something I can tell her." So he casually replied, "All right, since you're here with me." She frowned slightly, her cheeks flushing pink, and answered, "I don't believe you." The rat spoke up over the loudspeaker. "This is the rat. Are you two ready?" Without hesitation, he replied, "I'm ready." Hearing the confidence in his voice, the man expressed some admiration. "Well done. Now let's adjust the test difficulty. But if we do that, they'll get bonus points." Dowd confidently answered, "Please set the difficulty to the highest level." The beau frowned upon hearing this and said loudly, honestly, "You can't trust these freshmen. It sounds reasonable, but this is too much. The highest difficulty, they might lose their lives." He still answered with unwavering confidence, "Even so, I believe it's worth the try." The beetle, pleased with his confidence, said, "Grant his request." Elia revealed a clear look of worry. Perhaps she didn't think that two freshmen could complete this highest difficulty mission. Dowd reassured her, "Don't worry, warrior, the water's already spilled. It can't be scooped back up." At that moment, enjoying a warm drink and a delicious sweet cake, Beau could only sigh. "I can't believe what that teacher did, Conrad. He acts like this is the first time. Didn't we already do the same thing with the previous batch of freshmen?" She thought there was something different this time. He confidently replied, "Wait and see. Professor BY definitely has a good reason to be so sure. No matter how dangerous everything gets, all we need to do is save them." "All right, the massacre mode has been activated. Prove your worth." "Freshmen," Elia shouted out loud. "Damn it. Let's go." Beau could only helplessly sigh, while the head of the tactics department wept. "Our club is doomed." Meanwhile, he was extremely confident. Monsters from all directions rushed toward him. At that sight, the system flashed bright red text. "Danger warning detected. Threat level classified as life-threatening." Gripping his sword tightly, his face calm and focused, Dowd swung the sword swiftly and powerfully. Swish, the huge, fierce rhinoceros before him was beheaded in one strike. Kanjayat was extremely excited. He shouted loudly, "I knew it! That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Did you see that?" She was so shocked she spat out the tea in her mouth. Even the head of the tactics department stared in astonishment. Elia, while fending off the monsters, also witnessed the scene and silently exclaimed, "Dowd, I knew it right away. A large fierce wolf charged at him, but Dowd didn't flinch. Instead, he rushed straight ahead at an extremely fast speed. Bo Si couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be? He's totally useless. Every strike of Dowd's sword was incredibly precise. With just one blow, he could instantly take down a monster. Kanjayat, as if understanding his nature, replied, "He's just pretending." No wonder you reacted that way. If you hadn't witnessed his real skills, anyone would respond like that. But over time, the monsters will grow stronger, and so will he. That means both sides will evolve together. At this moment, Elia was also intensely focused on her battle. She continuously took down 2 monsters and a giant ant. On Dowd's side, it was no less impressive. The number of beasts defeated was comparable. Both kept eliminating many powerful monsters. Elia gritted her teeth, bent her knee, and swung her sword. Her figure and weapon gleamed dazzlingly and sharply. After delivering a finishing blow to the giant ant, she shouted, "Now it's your turn, Dowd." He immediately understood the meaning and responded, "All right." Then he used Elia's shoulder as a springboard to leap up, carefully aiming the exact position, preparing for a magnificent sword strike. The Chi So Tun La Vobe sword technique. He unleashed countless critical attacks on the giant ant. After that, he successfully landed in a very graceful stance. An announcement rang out. "Congratulations. This power is truly astonishing. Dowd Sel and Elia Kane Nexer, you have broken the all-time record." But it seems the giant ant has not been completely defeated. It raised its sharp leg, aiming to pierce through him. Elia sensed the danger immediately and warned, "Huh? Dowd." He turned in surprise and saw that the attack was heading very close to him. Suddenly, a golden light flashed by. Kanjayat's precise and powerful sword strike caused the body of the ant to explode into 100 pieces. He still seemed shaken from that perilous moment. Getting back on his feet, he had successfully cleared the obstacle and landed right in front of Dowd, quietly praising, "It seems this record won't be easy to break." His face still looked dazed, while the other one kept chattering nonstop. Who would have guessed that a rookie could handle Elfant's artificial monsters as easily as mowing the lawn? Though Elia was so exhausted he could barely breathe, he remained excited. Professor Kanjayat said with a voice full of satisfaction, "Thank you, warrior candidates, for your efforts." The giant scimitar stabbed into the hilt, grinning triumphantly. "I win, Percy." Now, Percy's lips curled down slightly, as if still unwilling to accept it, unable to believe it. Not long after, the results came in. He and Elia were reading the reward decision together, both approving enthusiastically. They got access to the entire warehouse and the right to request anything from the head of the magic department. Elia shouted excitedly, "That's amazing!" Dowd was also pleased. Never before had a freshman enjoyed such privileges. Quite a generous reward, isn't it? Then she turned to him and asked, "Hey Dowd, I've noticed this for a while, but why are you always so calm?" Dowd calmly asked back, "What do you mean?" Elia smiled softly and replied, "No matter what happens, you always act as if you already knew how things would turn out, or as if everything is going exactly to your plan. There's something about the way you behave that feels like that." Seeing her evaluate him this way, he thought inwardly without speaking. "Of course, because I already knew everything in advance." Fool. Elia extended her fist, signaling she wanted to bump fists. "Hey Dowd," he asked confusedly. "What?" Her face brightened as she answered, "Isn't that what friends do? I mean, just a fist bump." He responded somewhat indifferently, but at the moment their fists touched, the system displayed, "Elia Jaka's curiosity level is now approaching a reliable stage." Dowd asked, "All good?" Elia's cheeks flushed lightly as she gently replied, "Yeah." Then she turned and ran off, leaving him standing in the courtyard waiting, her voice cheerful. "See you tomorrow." Suddenly, someone spoke up with an evaluation. "I don't know if she's a friendly type or just simply strange." Dowd shook his head in response. "Yeah, I think so too." Then he suddenly realized this voice was very familiar. "Wait a minute. Student council president." O remained calm. her face without a trace of emotion as she asked, "Dowd, do you like that freshman girl?" Seeing he didn't answer, she cleared her throat, startling Dowd. He was flustered, stammering and unsure how to respond. "What? Her?" Then Dowd thought quietly, if desperate survival mode isn't triggered, it seems she has no intention of doing anything to me. Wait, isn't that obvious? I'm not even her boyfriend or anything. But EO didn't intend to drop it and continued with a more serious tone than before. "I'm only asking once. Do you like that freshman girl?" Dowd hesitated, unsure how to answer, when suddenly the system's warning sounded. Danger detected. This frightened him. His face turned pale, an indescribable feeling swept through him. He felt he had to say something, while the system kept warning about the detected danger. At this moment, Dowd also spoke up, remarkably composed. "So what?" Student Council President EO was surprised. "What?" His confident aura didn't last long before he was overwhelmed by her presence and got flustered. Well then, Dowd mustered all his courage, closed his eyes tightly, and said to her decisively, "Although I have been training with Elia all this time, I truly want to meet you." She was stunned on the spot when she heard what Dowd had just said. Why so sudden? Now? Dowd breathed a sigh of relief. He exhaled as if escaping from danger. But inside, the psychological battle remained. He questioned himself. What the heck are you doing? Dowd Campbell was speechless, thinking to himself that this move might not even work. It seemed EO's lips curved slightly as she confirmed with him. "So you're saying you have missed me all this time?" Dowd hastily answered before thinking. "Yes." O folded her arms across her chest and turned to question. "Why are you like this?" Not expecting this question, he stammered, unable to say a word. "Well, I don't know why either." Deep inside, Dowd was wondering the same thing. What is going on? What's wrong with me? Seeing this, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, cheeks flushed, eyes darting away, her face clearly showing rare shyness. "Forget it. Maybe this is just some kind of friendship. I get it, it's because I saved you on that train, right? You just still remember the priority list, right?" Hearing her say that, he was extremely confused, as if the memories related to that priority list had never existed. What is this priority list she's talking about? What on earth is happening here? Before he could answer, she handed him an envelope and explained, "Don't worry, I just came here to give you this." He was extremely confused upon receiving the envelope, unable to guess what was inside. A love letter or a challenge, neither of which existed in the original storyline. "Remember to open it when you're alone." Dowd still didn't understand what was happening, scratching his head in confusion, and replied uncertainly, "All right then." The rays of a late afternoon sunset shone into the room. He felt a bit regretful and embarrassed. Maybe he shouldn't have opened it. Does she want me to become her teammate? Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party. I almost forgot. But then he thought becoming her teammate isn't actually a big deal. I just need to spend time with her at the party. The only problem is the penalty if I refuse her offer. Not only would her goodwill towards me drop, but it might also make someone else hostile. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Dowd opened the door and said, "I knew it was you." Then Elia held out an envelope and said, "Here." Hearing that, she immediately pressed him again. "What do you mean? Has someone else given you this too?" He hesitated. "Sir, what is this?" In his mind, Dowd thought, "I'm almost dead right here. Please don't tell me she also came to make a request." Elia pointed at him, winking mischievously. "What do you think? I already decided after the simulation match. I have to go. Like those troublemakers for whom the student council president had to call a doctor." Elia's face showed clear excitement. She shouted enthusiastically, "Hurry up and open it." Dowd raised his hand to stop her, but it seemed too late. Huh? Why are there so many weird people in this world? I wonder what it is. Maybe another request to become teammates. It could also be a challenge if it's from Elia. But she said it would be a surprise, and that's exactly what we guessed. In his mind appeared an image of EO and Elia facing off, neither winning nor losing. Dowd screamed in shock. It's a request to become teammates. This isn't in the original storyline at all. Why won't anyone give me an easier choice? If I choose Io, I will be seen as the villain by the main character. But if I choose Elia, I will make the final boss hostile and might die because of that damn priority kill list. So what if I refuse both? I don't know what to do anymore. This must be happening because both of them are still in the honeymoon phase. What a hassle. And Dowd came up with a bold thought. Could I accept both of them? So the freshman welcome party finally arrived. The venue was decorated incredibly splendidly. Lantern clusters shone brilliantly, casting sparkling light all over the room. This place was noisy and bustling. Class B goes this way. But where is the last student from Class C? Are they in the auditorium? The freshmen happily got to know each other. Hey, aren't you in Class A? Class A? A young man with brown hair parted in the middle spoke up. The professor is here. There were many students at the welcome party. Wherever you looked, all you saw was people after people. The scene was extremely crowded and lively. Elia looked incredibly beautiful but seemed to dislike crowded places, sighing in frustration. So crowded. This place is no different from a pigsty. She turned to the person beside her, beaming brightly. Anyway, thanks for coming along with me, Dowd. He looked really different now with his hair parted down the middle. The two of them proceeded inside together, back to the scene where he was buying an item. WR clone $1,000, capable of creating a copy of oneself with all enhancement effects applied. Dowd seems very hopeful about the effectiveness of this item. I've used up all my points. Although it can only stand in for me, maybe it will work. At this moment, the system displays an event notification. Double date. You have decided to go on a date with both of them. Don't get caught until the end of the event. There will be consequences if you fail. No matter how many people show up, this plan could still fail miserably. If anyone sees me and my clone in the same place, I'll be immediately exposed. So I decide to use the cool gentleman option to shut him up. Then suddenly, Dowd jumped in surprise at an extremely loud noise. It was a monster growling. It bared its sharp teeth, looking incredibly angry. It was locked in an iron cage and was being transported by a cart. A warning sounded. Clear the way immediately. I regained my composure and breathed a sigh of relief. Just a monster from outside. It seems they plan to experiment on it, then let it escape. That will be when the main event begins. And all I have to do is survive. With Io and Elia by my side, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Suddenly, an effect malfunctioned. FZO has been activated. You are no longer a normal kid. The effect you just bought is now applied. I suddenly realized my body was emitting a strangely alluring scent. Io appeared. Here I am. Dowd jumped. Oh, the student council president. She quickly recognized the scent. Huh? What is this? What smell is that? Are you wearing perfume? Dowd defended himself. No, the flowers here just smell nice. But Io still trusted her own nose. I know that scent is from you, but this smell is driving me crazy. Dowd tried to brush off the strange fragrance on himself. He was annoyed. What's this Fozomon thing? Please stop it. Io closed her eyes as if trying to hide something, and a system notification popped up. The Fozo effect has been applied to the target. The target is doing their best not to be attracted to you. At that moment, Dowd was stunned when he heard a sweet voice beside him, who cast a shy, worried glance into Io's eyes. Somehow, only now did I realize, she continued speaking, but you're more masculine than I thought. Dowd panicked, mouth agape, eyes wide open, screaming internally at full volume. He forced a smile and changed the subject. Why not go to the event? We could stroll around the nearby booths and see what's going on. Io approached him and replied, You lead the way. The new student felt a bit anxious, thinking silently that maybe his clone had already met Elia. He had to avoid any confrontation with them at all costs, because she was affected by Dowd's Fozomon scent. Io was trying to calm herself and stay sharp. She whispered to herself, Calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Dowd just hoped he wouldn't run into his own clone and that nothing bad would happen. If everything keeps going like this, it should be fine. All I need to do is escort both of them with my clone. Dowd suggested, "Hey, why don't we stop by that snack stall and grab something to eat?" Io's cheeks flushed a delicate red as she gently nodded in agreement. Sure, and headed to the grilled meat stall. Looking at the enticing skewers of golden, juicy meat sizzling over the fire, he said to her, "How about trying these wild boar skewers?" In his heart, he firmly believed this was definitely the worst choice for Io, who always kept her figure. He needed to reduce Frosomon's effect immediately. But contrary to Dowd's calculation, Io lowered her head shyly and asked, "How did you know I like this dish? Could it just be a coincidence?" This unexpected comment caught him off guard, making him stammer, "That's right, but inside, I was as surprised as Columbus discovering America. Oh my, perhaps if she realized I didn't like wild boar." But Io still held the skewer, ate, and then turned to ask, interrupting his train of thought, "See, you're still eating, aren't you?" Not knowing how to answer, Dowd glanced away awkwardly. "I need to maintain this relationship, but at the same time keep some distance. I also have to make sure Elia doesn't come near us. The farther, the better." Io walked up to a street vendor stall excitedly and said, "Looks like they sell this accessory here. Hey, freshman, do you need anything?" Dowd looked at the small, cute things in front of him and guessed that all the girls must like them. He said, But let me buy something for you." Saying that with his mouth, but inside his head he was screaming in the opposite direction. "Buy a gift for Io? No way. I need to lower her favorable impression of me." Dowd picked out a plain yellow button that wasn't particularly special, then asked Io, "This button looks okay. What do you think?" He believed he had to give her the worst gift possible, but Io's reaction made him deeply disappointed. The girl shyly replied, "Actually, I'm in need of a button to replace one on my uniform," causing Dowd to grit his teeth again and scold himself. "I'm doomed." After that, the two decided to sit down to rest and have something to eat. Io asked curiously and then remembered, "Have you chosen your major yet?" Dowd and Io chose a table in a rather private spot, where a few delicious-looking dishes were already laid out. In response to her question, he answered, "Yes, I plan to study theology." She was a bit surprised and asked again, "Theology? Why don't you think it over again? With your talent, it would be such a waste not to join the Knights." But Dowd also explained his choice. "I have my reasons for choosing this path. It's part of my plan, not just a sudden thought." O put her hand on the table and seriously asked, "What are the reasons?" Dowd could only answer, "To protect what's important to me, I need to learn certain things there." She asked curiously, "What is the thing you want to protect?" Looking at her, he thought there was only one answer: his own life and her downfall. Holy skills are the key to survival. They are crucial to achieving the ending I desire. And of course, he didn't just answer Io like that, but said, "Since childhood, I have had something I want to protect. It involves a secret society. An event that will happen in the future. The final boss is especially vulnerable to holy skills." She frowned slightly and asked, "Is this related to why you keep getting involved with me?" Dot could barely answer and just hummed. About that, Io frankly continued, "I know very well about the Tristan family's curse. The curse drives every member of the family insane. But isn't the only way to stop it by strengthening the mind? Do you know how to break the curse?" Contrary to her expectations, Dot gently replied, "The blessing of the archangel, a miracle where two archangels bestow a blessing on one person. At least that's what the rumors say." Io kept a serious look in her eyes and said, "Exactly, and you also understand how difficult it is. That's why, no matter how many merits the Tristan family has earned, we have always been terrified. So why can you be so close to me? Why do you always appear just in time whenever there's an attempt on my life? What exactly is your intention?" Dowd did not dodge the question but looked into her eyes, asserting, "The one I want to protect is you." She seemed confused, asking again, "What am I to you that you want to protect me?" He answered, "If I don't protect you, I'll die." That was the truth. He had no other reason. Yo was calm now, gently pushing a lock of hair behind her ear, replying, I knew that from the start, but you really are a strange one. He sighed as if used to it. I've been told that many times before. Inside, he felt relieved to have openly confessed everything without hiding a thing, hoping that would satisfy her curiosity. Cut to another place which looked like a dungeon. The woman was pondering. He really is a strange one. Turns out it was Elia and Dowd's clone. Around them, fierce monsters were growling terrifyingly. Elia walked ahead, silently wondering, is he mad at me? Why is he so quiet? Suddenly Dowd stopped, questioning, wait, since when did we get to the basement? She turned to look at him, thinking she needed to get closer to learn about the Tristan family. I really don't know what to do with people like him. More precisely, I don't know what to do with men at all. It's driving me crazy. Meanwhile, Dowd's clone focused on observing the surroundings. What the heck is this place? They're all living monsters. Elia walked while speaking. It seems these are used for the Academy's experiments. The professors here are truly irresponsible. How could they leave these things down in the basement like this? A monster nearby growled angrily, catching her attention and making her turn around in surprise. Huh? Elia observed the monster and remarked, even the big monsters are here. Curious, she approached the cage imprisoning the fierce monster and said oddly, wait, they aren't even chained. Suddenly, the sensor locking the cage emitted a sound that made the monster growl more ferociously. Elia widened her eyes in shock, staring in surprise and momentarily unable to react. A loud explosion erupted violently, and Dowd quickly shielded her behind himself, trying to get away from the blast. Cut to where Dowd was dining with Io. He felt the tremors caused by the explosion. She also sensed that something was wrong. Everyone at the welcome party felt the shaking from the explosion. Many even screamed in fear. Protected from the explosion by Dowd's clone and still surprised, she asked, Dowd, why? He looked at her and replied gently, this is my job. Elia was amazed by Dowd's strange answer. She looked at him with utter bewilderment, then sat up, puzzled. Huh? What are you talking about? The recent explosion caused most of the dungeon to burn down, releasing the monsters from their cages, and now they are approaching the two of them. The beasts bared their sharp teeth, growling as if ready to attack. Looking around, the only weapons available were iron bars fallen from the cages imprisoning the monsters. Elia's eyes were full of determination. Anyway, thank you for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. The system notification rang out. Main mission. Monsters have appeared. Handle the situation immediately. If too many people die, you will receive a severe penalty in the scenario. Reward. Materials to craft exclusive equipment. Hearing the system's announcement, Dowd immediately left. He explained, there's something I need to do. Then urgently requested, Guild leader, I need you to find one of the priests. O raised an eyebrow in confusion and said, wait. Dowd's face was urgent and pleading. Please. He quickly urged, we have to protect the trainees first. Yo was breathing heavily, exhausted. The system updated again. The clone body had been recalled. At that moment, Dowd rushed to Elia and asked, El, are those all the monsters that have been released? Elia crouched, holding an iron bar, looked up at him and softly said, you're awake. Thank the heavens. At the same time, the system recorded that Io's affection level had increased to curious interest. The system displayed confirmation. The main scenario has changed. Without delay, Elia said, I missed one big monster. Hearing this, he was stunned and realized, the bear from earlier, it must be it. Elia's face darkened, and she sighed deeply. It's probably still somewhere on the first floor. If we act quickly, we might be able to stop it. She murmured wearily, I think I need to rest for a moment. Seeing Elia's state, he asked anxiously, are you okay? Elia made him uneasy, his mind racing. Right now, the main script is more important than anything else. If I fail, I'll face a huge punishment. I have to prevent that from happening. At this moment, Everyone looked up with terrified expressions. The monster's red, glowing eyes were terrifying, and a loud voice shouted to reassure. Hold on until the professor and the knights arrive. Make sure the barrier isn't broken. It roared, trying to break the barrier. Cracks began to appear on the barrier's membrane above. Suddenly, a strong voice spoke up. The principal, professor, and faction leader were all absent at this time. His words were firm. Even so, we cannot use the angel's blessing. O looked displeased and said, You call me a priest? There are students here. He turned to complain, explaining, You're using harsh words against a professor, Miss Yellow. A high-level barrier like the angel's blessing isn't something just anyone can perform. Wait for the knights to arrive before deciding what to do next. This is why I tried to stop them from experimenting with those monsters from the start. I knew we should never have entrusted that power to the Chisotin family. Hearing this, she frowned and clenched her teeth in anger. Dowd couldn't wait any longer. He immediately dashed outside, proclaiming, I'll handle this myself. Dowd's impatience caused the man to panic and hastily warn, Wait! Someone stop him! But he still charged toward the monster, ignoring the people behind. The man trembled with anger, shouting, You're just a trainee. Do you even know what a blessing is? The woman standing beside him looked puzzled and gently called his name. Dowd. Dowd's eyes were sharp and unwavering, showing no fear as he resolutely rushed forward. The system updated the status. The supreme divine nature has merged with the priest's rosary. The golden vial opened, emitting a dazzling light everywhere. System displayed, usable skill Lachan Saint's asceticism. The system continued to acknowledge, dangerous situation detected. System sounded an alert, life-threatening danger. The desperate EX-tier survival skill activated. At the same time, he slipped past the monster's grasp. The man realized and loudly intervened. Hey, wait! Why aren't you running away? He responded urgently. I'll buy time. Evacuate the trainees immediately. The fierce face of the monster charged forward, ready to strike. The system voice announced, Asceticism skill activated. All secondary attributes will convert into physical strength. Lachan Saint. He stretched out both hands. A radiant golden cross appeared in his grasp, and a pair of angel wings manifested to shield him from the monster's powerful attack. He gritted his teeth and struggled to endure. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left open-mouthed in astonishment. Was that the angel's blessing? How could an ordinary trainee possibly perform it? The priest behind twisted his hair out of jealousy. That fool! Does he even know that official priests have to pray thousands of times just to use it? She was silent, calmly pondering. After everything that had happened, she was no longer surprised. She had seen him hide his true strength countless times. At that moment, he still couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, Why can't that stupid monster break through such a simple barrier? And that barrier was even set up by a trainee. A holy voice calmly rose. Voktran, are you really a professor? You didn't even do anything. Io turned and asked. As for Elia, she slapped him and with a deadpan face replied, The student council president is clearly useless to us. Just ignore him. Then she asked the other party, Why were you late? Her body trembled violently as she hurriedly explained. I fainted in the basement. I just got up here. Just forget about it. That guy, could he really perform the blessing right there on the spot? He wasn't even a combat priest. They said it takes at least 10 years of training to use it. How is this even possible? Hearing that, Io was briefly surprised. She pondered, Pure holy energy can only be used after 10 years of training. O recalled his earlier words. If I don't protect you, I will die. I have no other reasons. She fell into deep thought, her eyes vacant. Elia glanced over, admiringly assessing. Even if it's a blessing stored up, there still must be a limit to how well she controls it. O looked at her, asking what she was talking about. Her chest heaved. Elia closed her eyes and gently explained. He is doing all of this for the Chisotin family and for her. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to do all of this. O gradually realized it, though she wasn't sure if she had sensed it from the start, but she sat hugging her knees in the darkness. her indifferent eyes staring off into one direction. Light was emanating from that place. Yo opened her eyes wider to get a better look at it. At that moment, she raised her sword high towards Dowd, thinking about him. He really is a strange guy. The attacks became increasingly fierce. Dowd struggled immensely to face them. Elia exclaimed in surprise. "Chairman!" Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Io's gaze was resolute. Without hesitation, she charged straight at the monster with her sharp sword. Io leapt up and struck the monster's nape with her sword. The sudden pain made it roar. In that instant, the monster was slammed hard to the ground. He stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Oh!" It howled in rage. Filled with fury, the monster got up and charged like the wind towards her. She decisively raised her sword at it. The power radiating from it was overwhelming. He froze, eyes wide, looking at Io. That was the true Tristan sword technique. She skillfully thrust her sword repeatedly into its body. A source of radiant energy continuously emitted from there, shooting straight forward, aiming directly at the monster's body. Io's gaze remained unwavering. It was attacked so relentlessly that it had no chance to fight back and could only endure the assault. She spread her legs, and as swift as lightning, appeared right in front of it. In just another moment, her sword would reach the monster's neck. The arc of her sword created a shockwave that severely wounded it, knocking it far away, causing a massive explosion. She majestically brushed her hair back, observing as Io chanted, "Cha Montana." A huge, earth-shaking explosion occurred. Io calmly watched. Dowd was still astonished by her power, amazed. "She's on a completely different level compared to the clone I once used. Wait, is this right?" In the original story, Io was never involved in these events. The system appeared, acknowledging, "Main mission, eliminate the monster, current casualties. None, an impressive achievement." The system notification reminded, "Time until the night appears, 30 seconds. His gaze shifted to the right, silently pondering. All the professors who supported experimenting on living monsters are advocates of the Chisotan family. If ELO participates herself, it means she is indirectly admitting her family's mistake. Io stood before the sea of fire without the slightest fear, her stance full of pride. But ELO was never interested in politics. So why is she helping us? I just don't get it. Oh well, let's just focus on finishing the mission quickly and worry about that later. Outside, flames flared wildly, and a voice shouted, "Everyone, get outside quickly. Anyone still trapped?" A confirming voice echoed, "No, everyone has escaped." She said nothing, her eyes cold and detached. She sheathed her sword with an air of nobility. Oh let out a relieved sigh. "It's over." Dowd furrowed her brows as if she had just noticed something serious. Behind, a monster stepped out of the flames, swinging its arm toward her, and he warned, "Chairman, behind you." Io's eyes widened as he sensed danger. She had just turned around to see him there, using the angel's blessing to block the monster's sudden attack and protect her. The monster, its fur burned off revealing a skull-like head, roared repeatedly and lunged at Dowd. Io was amazed by what he did. Exhausted, his eyes glazed over, blood dribbled from his mouth as he slowly collapsed. His vision blurred. Long after, Dowd startled awake at a voice. "You're awake," he mumbled groggily. "The monster..." "Oh." Antai replied, "The monster has been defeated, and everything is fine." He realized the person before him was none other than Chief Antai. She closed the book and cheerfully announced, "Of course, all trainees are safe. Surprised to see me? I never got a chance to talk with you after the rookie battle." Dowd regained his composure and replied, "It's all right, I'm fine." But inside, he wondered why Antai, the immortal who's lived over 1,000 years, would come to see him. Could it be because I used the angel's blessing? She then got straight to the point. "I'm here to deliver bad news. Actually, bad news and then even worse news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Dowd didn't hesitate and answered, "Bad news first." She began to explain, "You've attracted more attention than ever before in the Academy's history. No student has ever been involved in so many accidents and incidents like you. And based on my experience with your bad luck, this will continue. Dowd frowned thoughtfully, knowing he never wanted any of this to happen. He asked next, so what about the even worse news? She narrowed her eyes slightly and questioned him. What do you know about demons? In the room at that moment, the light from the lamp illuminated the entire space brightly. Anantai smiled softly and said, "That's quite an interesting reaction." Dowd showed no sign of worry even though the academy president just mentioned this topic. He hesitated, sitting on the bed looking at her, and continued, "I can't reveal everything I know. If I did, I wouldn't be able to guess what you're plotting." Anantai became curious. "Plotting?" Dowd calmly replied, "I'm the only one not yet assigned a class, and I can't attend any classes either. So that's it, you're annoyed by this situation, huh? Like the recent events, I've had to deal with quite a lot of problems. Do you realize it? The ruling powers no longer have much control over this society. These are troubling times. They will do whatever it takes to recruit talented individuals, even if it means dragging them up from hell." Dowd looked away and said, "The coup in Beta, the structural changes in the Holy Empire, and the struggle for succession, aren't they all connected? That's the cause of all recent turmoil." She glanced at him, thinking to herself, "Look at him." Then she spoke up to answer, "Yes, you're right. Right now, the Golden Triangle may seem peaceful on the surface, but deep inside, the battle for exceptional talents is still raging. Most trainees don't care about these matters, but their impact has spread across the continent. It has affected Elfant, the Tribal Council, and the Holy Empire, pushing these three mighty empires to secretly prepare for a major war." Dowd rubbed his chin and remarked, "Every event I've been involved in has surely caught their attention. Yet they've made no move. This can only mean someone is controlling the flow of information." She said nothing, just folded her arms and smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "He's good at politics too." He frowned and asked seriously, "So it's dangerous if they start watching us?" Anantai quietly replied, "Yes, the world will perish." Upon hearing that, Dowd immediately jolted in panic, imagining a scene where firebombs would engulf the entire continent and humanity would be annihilated in blazing flames. How terrifying would the apocalypse be if it actually happened? She handed him a paper stamped with the fake purifier's seal and asked, "Do you recognize the seal? This is exactly why I asked about the demons." Dowd looked at the seal on the paper and felt a surge of fear, the seal of the fake purifiers. Seeing his somewhat stunned expression, she was quite surprised. "He knows about this too, huh?" The fake purifiers are occult-worshipping demons, operating in the shadows. Their sole goal is to summon demons to destroy the world. Both the failed assassination of EO and the monster outbreak incident were caused by them. Both of these events targeted the Tristan family, and there's no guarantee there won't be a third time. Dowd fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Why are you telling me this?" She summoned a black card with white cracks running across it and replied, "Though I cannot explain why, I want you to take this." He took the black card, surprised, thinking, "A key to interspace, this is a game-changing item that can open doors to other worlds." Seeing Dowda's face, Anantai immediately understood and smiled. "Look at your face, I guess you already know what it is. Huh? Keep it very carefully and show me what you can do. If you satisfy me, I will give you an extra gift." Boom! A small explosion happened high above. Everything around turned back to the original room. Anantai poured tea for me and said, "This conversation must be kept secret." Hearing that, I immediately responded. Suddenly, she asked again, "How are things between you, the warrior candidate, and Miss Chiso too?" Dowd immediately frowned, his heart screaming, "Why is she asking that?" He replied without expression, "Still fine." Anantai sipped the hot tea in her hand, smiling mysteriously. "I hope things will continue like that." I asked curiously, confused, "Am I obliged to maintain relations with them?" She still smiled and gently replied, "Yes, otherwise the world will be destroyed." Again, imagining bombs raining and fires blazing because the world is ending, Dowd groaned in his heart. Why is this world so easy to destroy? Seeing my miserable expression, On Anti laughed. I'm not joking. In her mind she added, the final goal of this plan can only be achieved by 3 people. The scene instantly changed to outside the academy, where suddenly a sigh was heard somewhere. Taking the interdimensional key in hand, Dowd sadly prepared to destroy the world. He stood in the middle of the hallway, continuously feeling frustrated, thinking he would deal with it later, but he couldn't believe she actually gave him this, an item that players definitely shouldn't be able to possess. There was definitely something wrong with the main script. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You're here." Dowd immediately showed surprise upon hearing it. Professor Kanjayat, the night principal named Konat, smiled and said, "I was looking for you, Dowd Campbell." He quickly hid the key behind his back and tried to stay calm, asking, "What do you need from me, teacher?" He responded, "Even though you haven't been assigned to a class yet, I can't let you keep skipping lessons. This will be your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you will study with these people." His expression suddenly froze when he realized the people mentioned in the letter were class president Ela Tristan Tun and class Fleer Ja. Just imagining those 2 girls made Dowd break out in a cold sweat, shouting loudly, "The apocalypse is coming!" Outside the academy classroom window, sunlight bathed the walls in golden hues, while inside, the lecture echoed. That's why the sword is considered the most basic weapon in any situation, as I mentioned before. But what about situations with obstacles? Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Professor, I have a question." He saw someone asking a question and immediately stopped. "Go ahead." Miss Tristan Eo spoke arrogantly. "Do you think you're going too deep into theory? I don't believe this knowledge will be truly useful in real combat." The professor heard this and instantly turned around in astonishment, asking, "What did you say?" Sitting in the lecture hall among thousands of other trainees, she said arrogantly, "In battle, even an experienced knight can be taken down by ranged weapons." Her words immediately confused him. "That can indeed happen," Eo continued arrogantly, "unless you intend to train swordsmanship to the extreme. Practicing archery or throwing techniques as support is essential." At that moment, Elia squinted one eye and glanced sideways, still uncertain, but also said, "I think the professor has a point. As long as you know how to use the surrounding terrain, a swordsman can completely dodge arrows or stones. But if the opponent closes in, should I fight with bare hands? So, when there's no terrain to support you, what will you do to bridge the attack distance? Isn't that why we're studying close combat? Surely you understand the difference between theory and practice by now, right? The lecture is from the professor, so if you feel forced to be here, it's best to keep quiet." He was caught in the middle, silent and visibly scared by the fierce battle, without gunfire, between the 2 women. On the other side, Eo raised an eyebrow and repeated, "Forced?" Then the 2 directly faced each other with full challenge. She growled, "As the student council president, I have the responsibility to ensure the quality of education our classmates receive." The other woman didn't back down, gritting her teeth and snapping, "Then don't interrupt the professor. Why keep cutting in all the time?" Seeing this, the professor weakly interjected, wanting to make peace. "Should we end the class here?" Eo frowned and said disdainfully, "Don't tell me you really believe these theories will work in actual combat." Elia replied irritably, "At least they're more useful than listening to you talk. I truly believe that. It's unbelievable that a would-be warrior can't tell advice from insult." At that moment, Dowd tried to raise her voice and ask, "Can we continue the lecture now?" She clenched her fists and sneered triumphantly, "Fine, I agree. So I win. I knew Dowd would side with me." She sighed, ran her hand through her hair as Eo bragged, then said, "It's just one loss, after all. Professor, please go ahead." He saw the situation had stabilized, then hesitantly tidied up the class. "I understand now. So, let's self-study today." At the same time, Lian was turning his head, frowning as he observed them. He was working on the system screen while thinking to himself, "They've been like that all this time. Because of them, all the other students have started looking at us strangely. Here I am, sitting between a warrior candidate and the heir of a noble family. Forget it, just focus on my own business. On the system screen was the image of Elal Tristan. Trust level 5, favorability 1, reward ready to claim. He marveled, not bad. Next came the new skills. First was the basic Tristan swordsmanship, 58% proficiency. The legendary sword art of the Duke Tristan's family. The user can effectively utilize this skill with any weapon. Secondly, the basic deep breathing technique, a method that maximizes endurance and physical strength. This skill has high compatibility with Tristan's swordsmanship. Dowd stroked his chin thoughtfully. Both of these skills complement each other. Based on physical foundation, this might be the strongest combination. And the only person who can fully utilize this combo is Io. This is precisely why she's the final boss. Then the system screen switched to the image of Elia Kane Nexer. Curiosity level 5, interest level 1, reward ready to claim. Then, the system introduced a new rule called the Law of Evil. Use your influence on the virtuous individuals connected to you. The following individuals will be compelled to accept a request from you. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Having a high favorability level with virtuous individuals will yield greater rewards. If you can turn some virtuous individuals evil, the rewards will be even greater. Dowd looked at the information on the screen in confusion. What the heck is this? Can I really get rewarded for turning good people into villains? The scene abruptly changed. Now, the Academy group was walking through a vast forest. Rat spoke out loudly, "Welcome, my little chicks. In Survival 101, we will practice survival skills. If you don't want to end up dead in some dungeon or ruin, it's best to learn how to survive starting now. Today's mission is simple. Enter the forest and bring back something you think I will like. You have 10 minutes. Everyone began to panic and wonder. No grading criteria at all? He calmly explained. I already said, it all depends on me. The student council president and I will grade together, so good luck. Oh just heard that and said nothing, only letting out a small huff. Everyone started groaning. Too vague. Professor. Elle suddenly gave a wicked smile amid Conrad's screams. Life is experience. Little chicks. We'll start in 5 minutes. While everyone at the back was gathering into groups, Dowd sat alone on a rock, staring at the system screen, deep in thought. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. How am I supposed to use this? How do I turn a good person into a bad one? Suddenly, Elia appeared behind him and bent down to ask, Dowd, do you want to cooperate? Dowd turned around and replied, You should work with your own friends. She still wore a friendly smile, enticing him. Come on, I'm your friend too. He didn't respond but thought to himself. It's best if she goes back to her main character group. Elia kept trying to persuade him. Why don't we work together? Dowd thought silently. If I do, I'll just be a thorn between you two. She put on a cute expression and asked with concern. What's wrong? Not feeling well? He turned away and replied. It's nothing, we're not that close. Elia wanted to say something but couldn't find any words. Then her face froze completely. She tossed her head to the side and pouted. Elia, completely embarrassed by Dowd, immediately turned and left. Is that so? What a pity. Fine then. Chisa worriedly called out softly. Elia. He glanced over and felt a bit guilty. Am I too cold? She looks uncomfortable now. Ta lay and observed the entire situation from beginning to end, then suddenly spoke up, making Dowd curious enough to look up and see who had arrived. Ta lay and stroked his chin and questioned. What's your relationship with the warrior candidate? He was shocked and thought to himself. Ta lay and AMD the second strongest in the class, right after Elia. Later, he even became a sub-boss in Chapter 1. What problem does he have with me? But outwardly he only replied, I just happen to know her. He spoke gloomily. Someone as powerful as Elia has no reason to be involved with you. At that moment, the system also displayed that the evil law, a good person has been provoked due to your influence. Ta lay grabbed his collar threateningly. There are many rumors about the suspicious outcome of your one-on-one fight. Why do you keep trying to get close to her? He suddenly realized a status notification. Looks like I triggered a personality condition by making him angry. He gritted his teeth and hissed. Be honest, that match was just a staged act, right? Dowd paid no mind to the hostility and thought. He'll become a sub-boss later. Maybe I can use him and trigger the evil law for future benefit. Ta Lion shouted. You can't hide the truth from me. Calmly, he didn't resist but gently leaned closer and whispered. That fight wasn't fake, but maybe you wanted it to be. Seeing your target defeated with a single strike. Can you feel the gap between us? Elia seemed to have gone away earlier, but in fact, she had been silently watching him from the start. Dowd stood in front of Ta Lion, speaking seriously. Seeing your target defeated in just one strike, can you feel the gap between us? Hearing that taunt, he was furious, his face twisted, biting his lip. So why don't we try making a bet? Let's bet on who scores higher in this exercise. Though his expression was a bit unseemly, everything went exactly as Dowd wished. He replied, fine. Perfect. Elsewhere, Kanjayat was calling EO. Hey, student council president, the teacher told me to help grade the students. Don't you think this is a bit arbitrary? She promptly answered seriously. From the very start, Kanjayat disagreed and asked sternly. Really? Then explain why there's a perfect score even before submitting the assignment. Yo didn't bother focusing and said, because he deserves it. Hearing this, he was utterly shocked. What did you just say? She winked and said, seems like you're not pleased with my grading method. Kanjayat couldn't hold back and shouted. Why don't you try putting yourself in my shoes? Yo retorted equally. Then why don't you observe him a bit more to verify for yourself why he deserves a perfect score? Then Eo turned to leave. I'll be right back. But he grabbed her by the shoulder to stop her. Wait, I know you're trying to get close to that guy. Although she was hit right in the heart, she refused to admit it. Of course not, I just don't want him to be alone with the warrior candidate. Then Eo quickly found an excuse to leave. There's a chance something might happen between those two. So please let me check it out. But he was equally stubborn and said, even if I don't allow you to join, I can totally kick you out. What do you think about that? Moving to another place, Chisa is currently very worried. She silently observed and evaluated. Elia seems different today. At this moment, Elia used her power to simultaneously punch the monster in front and kick the one behind. Luca hoisted his axe on his shoulder and asked, all the strongest monsters are gathered here. Could something unusual have appeared recently? A freckled blonde answered, you're right. This is a rare mineral area. The guy with one lens glasses added, if we can get some gems, it might save us from low scores. Another chimed in, all right, let's pause monster hunting. Luca helped move the minerals. Then he shouted loudly. A black orb gathered in front of someone's chest. That orb appeared on Elia while she was still busy fighting the monsters. She also noticed that suspicious thing and became very worried. The color of darkness, thick emotion. I can see it all. Even if she doesn't show it outwardly, she's very angry. Then Chi immediately went over to check on Elia, who was currently sitting atop that monster. Elia, how have you been lately? She didn't seem any different, turning around with a bright smile and speaking cheerfully. Huh? Lately? Nothing special really. Chisa asked worriedly. Even so, if there's anything troubling you, I can help. Although Elia appeared fine, the black thing on his chest said otherwise. What are you talking about? Nothing's happened. That only made Chisa more anxious. Even if you say that, I'm afraid your emotions might be overwhelming your reason. Chisa continued to offer advice. I know something is bothering you. Elia couldn't bear it anymore, sat down by the tree, and sighed. Sadly, his voice gentle but clearly worn out. Is it that obvious? I can never lie to you. After a while, Chisa summarized what Elia just shared. D-Cell always keeps his distance from me, and all I want is just to be friends with him. Yo, a bit annoyed, said, even though we've recently been through a lot together, I don't think there should be such a boundary between us. Chi immediately asked, could it be that that's not Dowd's real intention? Elia was surprised. Not his real intention? What do you mean? Then Chisa explained right away. He's just a guy from a small barren family. If you, a warrior candidate, were seen hanging out with him, surely many people would gossip. Eo immediately recognized the problem. Is this how he's trying to help me? Chi-sa forced a smile. Yes, he probably worries that he might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Even though he's keeping his distance now, once his reputation is solidified, he will surely still consider you an important friend. As Eo began to reflect, he thought, is that really so? Cut to another location. Dowd was running as if something was chasing him with full force. He ran while glancing behind him, as the system kept announcing. Ta Lion's rage is reaching its limit. You've caused him unbearable humiliation. A sharp spear was flying toward him, and the system continued. Your negative influence has become permanent. The system then announced, you have activated the evil rule and received a command reward. Ta Lion charged with his spear like a massacre and shouted, You bastard! I will kill you! He shouted in fury. I'll turn you into kebabs. Immediately, Ta Lion struck repeatedly with his spear at Dowd. As Dowd ran and dodged, Ta Lion missed and grew angrier, yelling even louder. Don't run. Fight like a true man. Why do you always try to land the finishing blow after I've dealt the most damage? Suddenly, Dowd turned around, raising his hand. Wait! Stop! One foot just barely stopped in time. He called out to Ta Lion. Ta Lion was immediately confused and froze in place. Dowd, with a sinister look, asked, If that's the case, do you want to split the loot in half? Upon hearing this, Ta Lion got so angry he snapped a nearby tree branch and shouted, You bastard! Meanwhile, Dowd took the chance to make a run for it. He immediately grabbed his spear, focused lightning bolts on it, preparing to launch. Ta Lion hurled the spear, but it was blocked by a sword and cleaved in two. Both men watching couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out Elia had sliced the spear into several pieces with her sword. She growled threateningly, Don't lay a finger on my friend. Elia frowned and warned, Stay away from my friend. Ta Lion was shocked to see this person appear. He said in surprise, Elia. Then he exclaimed inside, the warrior candidate. After that, he spoke. Long time no see. This must be the first time we've met again since those monsters ran away. She quickly darted forward. She pressed her sword to Ta Lion's neck while replying coldly, Wrong. This is the first time since you lost to me. At this moment, Dowd was also very surprised by her appearance. His face darkened. Where did she crawl out from? With the sword at his throat, he broke out in a cold sweat but tried to remain calm. It's really good to see you again. Oh immediately asked without hesitation. What did you just do to her? Ta Lion stammered. Huh? Dowd cut in. Don't tell me you're harassing her. He wanted to explain, but Elia tripped Ta Lion, causing him to fall painfully to the ground. She stomped on Ta Lion and pointed her sword down with an angry face. I don't want to hear your excuses. He panicked and hurriedly said, I get it. I understand. But why do you keep defending her? Someone talented like you. Elia didn't care. You don't need to worry about who I befriend. At the same time, Dowd tried to cut in from behind. Hey, Elia, but she ignored him. I hate people who think they're better than others and then get angry at them. Suddenly, Ta Lion shouted, But he's deceiving all of us. He did this just to teach us a lesson. He's not the type to be cruel without reason. Isn't that right, Dowd? Dowd was confused. What? Elia glared. Do you want to be knocked out in one hit like last time? Ta Lion was stunned, recalling the scene where he was slammed through the wall. What was that? Is that his real self? Could I have died back then? Then he sincerely knelt down, bowing his head respectfully. Sorry, Dowd. I won't come near you without your permission anymore. Let's try to get along. Okay? Then she casually brushed past Dowd, leaving him bewildered with many thoughts. She's truly a warrior candidate. She's excellent at teaching others a lesson. I wonder if we can still be considered friends. Right now, I guess we still are friends, at least for now. Wait, that's not important at the moment. I still have to get points for my assignment. Just as Dowd was about to leave, a voice called him back. Dowd, we've met before, right? Chi. Dowd recognized her and replied, You're Elia's friend. I remember now. She started. I have something to ask. But Dowd looked very discouraged. Both in the original story and now, she always dragged out conversations. She hesitated, well, this might be a bit troublesome, but before Elia could say anything, Dowd had already left. He just left one sentence behind. Let me get my points first. She could only accept that. As if realizing something, Chi-Sa furrowed her brow thoughtfully. He made her fight Talai, and usually, she would try to talk things out, not draw her sword from the start. The real problem is you, Dowd. When he stepped up to receive the points, the place was already filled with thick dust and smoke. Huh? The scene before Dowd startled him. What the heck is going on? Kanjayat and Elo had an intense battle, resulting in her lying on the ground unable to get up, while he still sat firm and, seeing him, slowly said, Damn guild leader, he insisted on venturing into the forest, so I told him he'd have to get past me first. Turns out I won. Dowd had nothing more to say, inwardly judging the situation harshly. This environment is totally crazy. Still, Kanjayat praised. She's better than before now. Hey, are you pretending to be dead? Meanwhile, he just hoped she'd keep getting punished. Then Dowd perked up. Right, I came here to receive my points. While Elo stayed lying there, the two masters cheerfully chatted. He said, That's right, we're still in class. Let's see. Why did you bring back so much? He replied, It's nothing. Just took a bit longer because I wanted to make sure I picked the best materials. Kanjayat looked at the bag full of mineral stones and was delighted. Perfect. You really are number one. I'm sure Percy would love these if you gave them to her. Then he asked, You've already made your wish agreement, so why not take this chance to score some points with her? Dowd tied up the bag and replied promptly, All right, I'll do that. Then Chi-Sa suddenly appeared, urging, Are you done yet? Before leaving, Jayat gave some advice. Okay, you can go now, the class is over. But Chi-Sa, please take good care of her. She agreed as well. All right. Chi turned back and said with all her strength in one breath, Dowd, please take care of Elia, but don't be too kind. Every time she mentions you, she loses all reason. I'm worried things will get worse later on. After hearing this, Dowd couldn't help but become pensive. He was grateful for the warning, yet also a bit scared. Before departing, he waved and agreed to the other's request. All right, don't worry, Chi-Sa, I will do my best. Chi-Sa was both thoughtful and concentrating her healing power. You better do that if you want to survive this. She was healing EO while recalling her close friend's face, unable to hide her deep reflection. She might not realize it, but I do. One misstep and she could cross the line. Cut to the afternoon at the Department of Magic. Boy was sitting cross-legged, sipping tea, and asked, You want to use your wish already? That soon? Boy was sitting cross-legged, sipping tea, and asked, You want to use your wish already? That soon? Boy was sitting cross-legged, sipping tea, and asked, You want to use your wish already? That soon? At the same time, others were irritated waiting. He wasn't the only one working to complete this request. Everyone else had things to do if he didn't use his wish. He glanced at the people behind him, his mind starting to calculate. But to overcome the upcoming battle with the Purger, he had to prepare everything possible. Meanwhile, she said, I have orders from the director to support you as much as possible, as long as it's not for other purposes. I will do it. What do you want? He pressed his lips together, not answering immediately. Meanwhile, the system updated with new information. You have received a reward of 500 points from Elia. You have obtained an evil offspring. You can exchange it for special skills in the point shop. The list of purchasable skills has been updated. Elia's serious face appeared. Elia Kane Nexer, one-time negative seal, you can use the evil rule once. Talai and one-time negative seal, you can use the evil rule once. Dowd sank back into thought. The effect of special skills is much better than any item. That's fine for now, but there's still a lot to prepare. Dowd Campbell is still too weak to withstand the Purger's diverse attacks. That's why I need it. Dowd coughed dryly, but fearing the world wasn't serious enough, affirmed, I need a cannon that can blow away this entire academy. Boy's expression didn't change, He just lightly remarked, "You've lost your mind." She suddenly jumped up in a fury and scolded, "Are you crazy? Creating it is one thing, but where do you intend to use it?" He quickly raised his hand to offer his input. "Oh wait, Professor, this is the agreement paper, so boy has no room to argue. It clearly states in the agreement that the master must fulfill any normal request. Something this simple surely can't be too difficult for the head of the magic department," she said helplessly. "You want me to create a weapon? That's not a normal request," he retorted. "But a promise is a promise, right? I'm not going to use it to harm anyone. I just have something that needs to be destroyed in a single strike, or it'll get really troublesome." Boy shouted, "That's exactly why I'm even more worried, you idiot." But then she sighed and agreed. "All right, I guess you have your reasons, and since you helped deal with the monsters recently, I'll make you a cannon. Is that good enough?" He replied, "Thank you, Professor Percy." Then Boy rambled on, leaving him confused. "Unbelievable. Not only do you have 4 concubines, but you also make others believe you'll save the whole world." She asked back, "Concubines?" She was startled, panicked and babbling, "Wait, what's wrong with my head? Just talking to him made me lose focus. It's all your fault." Dowd reassured her, "Please calm down. I still have another wish to make." Professor Balvernon Tai, 30 years old and single, after calming down, scratched his cheek and asked, "You still have another wish?" Dowd folded his arms and said, "You promised me and Elia that each of us would receive an item from the virtual storage. Can I have mine now?" After achieving his goal, he left. Currently, he was holding the agreement paper from earlier, walking and reading it thoughtfully, when he bumped into someone. "Great, now I'm authorized to craft a cannon. Next up, gathering the materials. I can collect all these ingredients using the interdimensional key. Looks like everything is going according to plan." A man with orange hair, leaning on a cane, approached. He inquired, "Hey kid, you're Dowd Campbell, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." Gaddy spoke up, "Never expected to run into you here. What a coincidence." Then the old man introduced himself. "I am Gadverb. I manage the Qing Purification Charity Fund." Dowd pursed his lips silently but cursed inwardly. This is ridiculous. The fund is nothing more than a front for money laundering. Givch, the final boss of this chapter, the Purifier, is actually the leader of the Wrath Flame. Gadverb handed over a business card and said, "I've actually heard some rumors about you. You single-handedly stopped a monster from escaping. That's not something an ordinary person could do without courage or extraordinary skills. Impressive indeed. But why no reaction at all?" Gaddy slyly continued, "Whenever I meet an extraordinary student like you, I always wonder what their future will be like. I'd really like to have dinner with you. Are you free? I also really want to chat with you." Dowd immediately stopped that idea. "I think right now is enough time to talk." He immediately became alert towards Gadverb, just like in the original storyline. This guy was supposed to approach Elia and bother her. But why did he come to me? Don't tell me this system considers me the main character. He couldn't possibly. He scratched his head and replied, "I'll think about it." Then the old man left and said the location. 3 days from now, meet me at Sunset Eye. I'll be waiting for you." Dowd listened and angrily muttered, "Hey, I said I'll think about it first. Damn it, Sunset Eye is a fancy restaurant right outside the academy." The business card in hand made him shake his head, eyes hurting. Okay, I'll go, all right? He thought, in reality, there was no way to avoid this main event. Before, everything could only be yes or no. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, all the factors and risks involved. If I consider everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier isn't impossible. But I still don't understand why I have to take on Elia's role. Maybe from the start I messed everything up in front of me, just worrying about the present, leaving everything else for later. Maybe from the start I messed everything up in front of me, just worrying about the present, leaving everything else for later. Even after typing it out, his face looked even tenser. As soon as he finished speaking, Yellow stepped out to open the door. "Yellow, are you there?" She stood inside and asked, "Dowd, what are you doing here?" He immediately replied, "No need to come out. I just have a small matter to talk about." Elo spoke from inside, while Dowd coughed a few times and said with difficulty, because she was still focused on listening to him, "Are you free in 3 days?" Yellow asked again, "In 3 days?" The figure behind her said, "Ah, return the books on time, guild leader." The girl with glasses said annoyed, "You haven't even read any of them. You just let them gather dust. Do you rent them just to look at the covers?" Before the girl with glasses could finish, Yellow raised a finger to stop her. "Am I supposed to pay a late fee because of you?" Both fell silent, listening to Dowd on the other side of the door say, "Yeah, guild leader, that day I want you to take some time to come with me to a place." Yellow asked again, "With you, just the two of us?" He answered, "That's right." The girl shouted from inside, "Where to?" He started to reply immediately but was cut off by a shout. "There's a place called Sunset Eye. Do you know it?" The girl wearing glasses spoke loudly, but before she finished, she was interrupted. "Hey, that place is famous as a dating spot." Yellow said, "I know. So why do you want me to go with you?" He said, "Well, I'll tell you when we meet that day." That made her blush with embarrassment. Then Yellow stood just one door away from him and asked, "Are you inviting me?" Scene change. Elia, under the vast blue sky with flower fields stretching like mountains. A voice kept calling out, "Elia, you finally found me here? Huh?" But she just turned her back, sulking as she said, "Shut up." Kanvuan softened and pleaded, "Hey, I said I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore." Elia grimaced and turned back, her body dirty and scratched, tears welling in her eyes, looking at him resentfully. "You liar," Elia shouted accusingly. "Do you think rolling me down the hill was a joke?" Kanvuan scratched his head awkwardly but still boldly said, "Well, next time I'll attack you while you're still on the ground." Hearing that made her even sulkier. "Stop bullying your little sister already." He burst out laughing. "I was just joking." Kanvuan babbled some lame excuse. "I just want you to be strong." "You dummy. I don't want my little sister to be defeated by anyone." Elia yelled angrily. "I don't need that." Seeing his little sister still upset, he pulled out a pretty full small brown bag. "Here, try these cookies I brought from the Count's place." The silhouette of the two siblings stood clearly against the sun on the hill. She bent down and opened the bag to look. "Did you steal these?" Kanvuan put his hands on his hips and looked down. "Hey, don't say that. I only took the leftovers." Elia wolfed down the cookie in her hand, eating while listening as he told her, "Thanks to the Count, I might get promoted to apprentice knight immediately." She wondered aloud. "Then what?" Calmly, he replied, "I'll go to the battlefield." The brilliant late afternoon sun gradually disappeared behind the tall mountains. Across the vast field rang his excited voice. "I'll have the chance to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows? Maybe I'll even earn the title of guardian." Elia nibbled her cookie, puffed her cheeks in contempt. "Keep dreaming. Someone who bullies his little sister every day can't become a guardian." Kanvuan quickly retorted, "Hey, who knows? There's no rule that people have to stay stuck in the same spot forever." The sunlight grew brighter and brighter. The sky dyed a vivid orange. Elia whispered worriedly, "If you go fight, will you die?" He responded, "Ah, if I'm unlucky, maybe, but I'm pretty good, so that probably won't happen." Elia puffed up her cheeks, glancing sideways and up and down in a sulky fury before yelling, "I hope you get bad luck and just die. Just go away, you're always teasing me and bothering me. You never listen to our parents. All you do is pick up your sword and go fight all day." Despite that, he just smiled fondly at his little sister and continued to listen to her rant. "I hope death is already waiting for you," she spat. The two siblings' small figures sat side by side amid the vast expanse of the hills and the blazing orange sky. Kanvan made a promise. If he became a guard, he would always be there to protect her. Time and setting changed. She vaguely awoke to urgent calls. "Elia! Elia!" Elia's face was still groggy as she walked over and opened the door. "What's going on?" It was Dowd. He stood outside the room, nervously scratching his head and avoiding direct eye contact with her. "Ah, sorry. Since I'm from the countryside, I'm still not used to everything here. About what I said about not being friends with you, I apologize. I brought some cookies from the kitchen, they're actually quite good. But Elia's answer startled him and made him frown awkwardly. Why apologize? That's not cool at all, we're friends. Anyway, go to sleep. Dowd hesitated and stopped her. Wait, I need your help with something. Could you come with me for a bit? It's really urgent. Elia frowned in annoyance, silently cursing. Is he crazy? The scene changed again. A slender hand swiftly wrote each letter on a page. Io sat upright, put down her pen, and thought of what the other person had said. So we finished processing all the teaching materials. She seriously considered, I will also double-check the fees from the various clubs. Io's close brown-haired student gently raised her glasses and reviewed the report. The only thing left concerns the transfer students. I've heard that we'll have a student coming from the Tribal Alliance. She belongs to a sect that collapsed after a coup. She must be the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they're basically exiles, with many followers accompanying her. In fact, her entire family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Lila Gauda. Have you ever heard of her? Apparently, she's quite famous. The image of a strong, fierce Lai Lu launching a powerful kick like a massive shield forward appeared. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing bright ruby pupils. This has to be it. The whiteboard was covered with densely marked notes, with 4 items checked off, leaving only the last point marked with a question mark. The silhouette of the Holy Maiden, holding a scepter and standing proudly before countless worshippers of the Holy Congregation, appeared in her report. And next semester, a true Holy Maiden from the Holy Empire will arrive. Io softly asked, She's coming in person? The brown-haired student just took off her glasses and said somewhat anxiously, They say there will be an entire delegation of emissaries accompanying her. But given how things are being handled, perhaps the academy director has pulled some strings. She sat upright in the chair, leaning against a cluttered desk piled with books and papers, lost in thought. A saintess and the daughter of a tribal leader, she slammed her pen hard onto the densely written page, closing her eyes to affirm, This academy is definitely scheming something. First, there was Lai Lu with her striking green hair, then a mysterious saintess with jet black hair, followed by Elia with her beautifully cold face, and finally the boy who is always just like that. The guild leader suddenly realized, Oh, I completely forgot. She held the notebook in her hands, confused by Elo's attitude. Why are you so worried about that? It's not like you've only been here a day or two. Oh remained silent, staring intently into the void. Her soft voice echoed beneath the pitch-black sky, illuminated by the moon and stars. It's just that I'm not in a good mood. Everything turned back to Dowd. He looked up excitedly, surprised that the school even had an observatory. Dowd was still marveling. The night sky is so beautiful. Oh grimaced and glanced sideways. Dowd, do we really have to do this right now? Dowd held the remote in his hand, trying to convince Io. I have no other choice. This is the only way everything will perfectly align. Alright, wait a moment. This giant contraption is your plan? With the catapult I took from the Vision warehouse, we can get over there. Even though this area is reserved for high-level players, I have the secret card the director gave me. She still hasn't figured out your intention. What exactly do you plan to do in the middle of the night? Dowd replied to Elia's doubts with just 2 sentences. All right, let's go. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion rang out, sparks flying. He seriously tucked his arms and legs into a flying position, while she panicked, flying and screaming, her face twisted in a pitiful grimace. Dowd called out anxiously, Elia, focus, open your eyes. The space suddenly tore apart, creating a sinister red circular rift. The two flew straight into that glowing red space together. He held up the black card, grinning smugly. This is the location of the spatial link gate. We're about to enter it. Don't worry, Elia. The familiar smile of Canvorn appeared again. Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elia. Finally, her face showed a bit less panic. Dowd kept reassuring her. It might be a little dangerous. The two small shadows gradually moved deeper into that strange space. Everything around seemed warped and distorted. Eventually, the rift disappeared, leaving only a shrinking red glow in the pitch-black sky. Everything fell back into silence. Elia had just flown into this space feeling uncomfortable, squinting because the light was too dazzling. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure it. We don't have much time left. On the other hand, Dowd was full of enthusiasm, looking around everywhere. This is an interterritorial space. Try not to touch anything. It could be very dangerous. Dowd jumped up, twisting and soaring among the floating chunks of rock. She clung tightly to a boulder, then turned angrily to scold. Dowd, what are you doing? But he laughed freely, drifting with the current. Don't worry, gravity here is unstable. Anyway, we need to get a bit higher. Elia frowned, making a grimace. What are you looking for? He winked mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough, just jump. Those rocks are being pushed back. Waves of mystical bubbles floated in the brightly colored space, but her screams echoed. Are you crazy? Falling means certain death. Elia was scared, hiding behind a rock and looking around, while Dowd urged, we won't die, just jump. Finally, she leapt off the rock, her body falling freely through the air. Elia panicked, squeezing one eye shut and opening the other, trying to endure it. She lost control, fear contorting her face as she fell, flailing wildly in the air, mouth wide open screaming. Elia's mind drifted back to a moment in the past, where a voice called out, Elia, Elia, amid the blazing fire. She tried to respond. It's me, big brother. Canvorn's voice rang out through the flames. It's too dangerous here. We have to run to the back door and get to the granary right away. Little Elia trembled in fear, her clothes and face smeared with blood, gripping a sharp axe tightly. Are we really going to abandon mother and father? Little Elia trembled in fear, her clothes and face smeared with blood, gripping a sharp axe tightly. Are we really going to abandon mother and father? The fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and Canvorn urged, if you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just run away. Her small hand clutched the hem of his shirt. What about you? Canvorn tensely turned to look at Elia. Seeing her drenched in blood and unable to hold back any longer, tears streaming down like rain, crying inconsolably. Mother and father are already dead. I'm not stupid. Mother and father are dead. It's just the two of us now. What am I supposed to do if you die? That's exactly why we have to run away together. He turned forward, leaving only his large back blocking Elia, who clung to his shirt. His voice resolute. Idiot, if I go with you, we'll be in even greater danger. Besides, before being your brother, I'm also a bodyguard. Don't think about anything, don't worry about a thing, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, as long as you reach a safe place, we'll meet again on the hill where I used to train. Her small hand gripped tighter as Canvorn urged. Answer me, Elia. Elia cried as she let go of his coat, softly sobbing. Yes, Canvorn's deep blue coat fluttered before her. All right, calm down. Everything will be fine. Now run, little sister. I'll be right behind you. The flow of memories was interrupted when Dowd grabbed her arm. A reproachful voice rang out. Where's the gravity you talked about? He held onto the rock face with one hand, pulling Elia closer with the other, still teasing with a smile. You're falling very slowly. She was so terrified she lost her composure. You should have been more clear. I nearly died, but Dowd remained calm, gently reassuring her. Calm down, Elia. You'll get used to it. Look up, I found our target already. He and she sat neatly on the floating rock's tip, observing everything together in this inter-realm space. A bizarre object, rainbow-colored, hovered and weaved through layers of bubbles. A ghost of Git Pavilion. Dowd tossed Elia a bag, leaving her dazed. He himself eagerly caught one too. Here, take this. The ghost of Gijus Bayan was gradually drawn into the bag, startling Elia. What is this? What am I supposed to do with it? Dowd quickly tied the bag tightly. We'll have to run soon, we'll use it then. She didn't understand at all. Huh? Run away? He looked back excitedly and asked, Did you see that? The sky shimmered with magical pink and blue hues, a faint shadow drifting. Dowd hoisted the sack onto his shoulder, his body bent, suspended in midair. Elia stood bewildered on the rocky outcrop, clutching the sack. Huh? It's just the sky? Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, paralyzing both of them in place. Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, paralyzing both of them in place. Dowd frowned in alarm and blurted out, A creature from the interrealm space. Looks like it's time for us to leave. Elia's eyes widened in panic. The monster's eyes blazed red, lunging with a terrifying speed, jaws wide open ready to bite. He hurriedly said, We have to make sure it lets go. She was completely clueless. Huh? Elia gritted her teeth against the wind and opened the sack, releasing its contents. Like this? This is so annoying. Danger loomed close as the giant monster's sharp teeth were just inches away. Waves of spatial energy rippled outward. Both passed through it and then landed forcefully on familiar ground. Dowd exhaled in relief, just as I calculated. It worked perfectly within the card's duration. He asked with concern, Elle, are you okay? Any injuries? Their hands clasped tightly. He, sweating profusely, glanced over. Well, but Elia, drenched and cold, coldly snatched her hand away from Dowd. She wearily said, Don't tell me you planned this whole thing all along? Even the escape? He smiled brightly. Of course, everything is going according to plan. This tactic is pretty easy for a seasoned player like me. But Elia asked a question that left Dowd dumbfounded. How do you know we're heading to the interkingdom space? He blinked in surprise. Huh? I thought you wouldn't follow me here. She hoisted her bag and placed it next to him, with Dowd staring blankly. I'm certain I'll trap it. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this. Dowd watched Elia's receding back and hesitated. Thank you and sorry for not informing you in advance. My apologies. But then the familiar blue notification popped up. System, Elia's affection level has increased rapidly. Interest level 4. He was utterly stunned, still kneeling on the ground with 2 bags beside him. Huh? Dowd had no idea that as she left, Elia was walking away with a sly little smile. He couldn't understand. Wait, why did her affection level increase? But recalling the moment they held hands flying through the interkingdom space, Elia couldn't take her eyes off his handsome face and radiant smile. At that moment, she hurriedly looked away, but her flushed cheeks completely betrayed Elia's feelings. Atan had just finished training, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her timeless, graceful face. A hair tie still caught at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Dowd suspiciously and asked, This is... She glanced at the bag he brought, then continued, Is it exactly what I think it is? Dowd didn't answer directly, but replied gently, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's a spiritual entity. Atan quickly tied her hair back, still damp with sweat, and curiously asked, So that means it has entered the interdynasty realm? Dowd, unclear on the situation, simply answered, Exactly. He raised the black card in his hand and asked her, Isn't that why you gave this to me? Atan looked at him with a hint of embarrassment, then hesitated before asking, I didn't think you'd use it so quickly. More importantly, what happened to your hair? With his hair standing up in crazy spikes like he'd been electrocuted, Dowd frowned and gave a wry smile. Din Percy struck me with lightning. Ignoring his embarrassment, he got back to the main point. They're in the middle of transporting the apasm we took from the interdynasty realm. Hearing this, she pondered deeply and said, A spiritual entity? Huh? Boy is going to be very surprised. Even though she's a witch, she's quite the scaredy cat. She pointed to the brown bag Dowd had brought and asked, Is this enough? Atan said nothing, instead replying with a question. Enough. You said you'd give me another gift if I pleased you. She pointed to the brown bag that Dowd had brought and asked, Is this enough? Atan didn't answer but instead asked, Enough. You said you would give me another gift if I pleased you. Understanding the question, he explained, It's not exactly a gift but a request. A spiritual entity is the consciousness of great people with extraordinary achievements. I want you to merge an entity into an item. Atan Antai hesitated and said, if I do that, the consciousness inside will gradually awaken and grow stronger. A bold decision, Dowd. You've chosen wisely. Seeing the request could be accepted, he continued to ask that item will be. Before he could finish, Atan Antai interrupted and asked, before that, let me ask you something. She looked curiously at the young man before her, as if trying to see inside him, then slowly asked, why are you doing this? You defeated Xaso Xian, a warrior candidate with a single blow without a weapon. You even held off the monsters alone. Why are you so focused on getting stronger? In response to the rather personal question, he hesitated and said, because those bugs that appear in the main storyline are all at the Demon Lord level. This story will eventually revolve around Io and Elia, and I've already accidentally tangled with both of them. In his heart, he knew he couldn't say those things, so he just hesitated without answering. Dowd asked again, then I have a question too. Why are you so fond of me? Atan lifted her big, beautiful round eyes to look straight at him and then asked, what do you mean? Dowd replied seriously, surely you have many questions for me. How do I know the location of the interrealm domain? How do I understand spiritual entities? How do I defeat Elia or stop the monsters? I know things that an ordinary student simply cannot know, and mind you, I'm only a freshman. But lately, I feel as if the entire academy is revolving around me. I realize this might sound a bit arrogant, but honestly, I feel like both my studies and daily life are influenced by you, Principal. It's as if I'm being guided to do exactly what you want. You've been favoring me like this, so what exactly do you want me to do? On Antai, hearing this confession and question, responded somewhat displeased and coldly lectured. That kind of talk to the principal, student, I don't like that attitude much. But it seems you've already realized it yourself. Huh? You're asking why I treat you with such special consideration. The truth is, maybe it's simply because you're adorable. Dowd was both confused and perplexed by her attitude, just scratching his head, puzzled inside. What? I haven't told her anything, so why? Anyway, she has agreed to help me merge a spiritual entity into an item. If I increase the synchronization rate, the spiritual entity will awaken, and if I continue to nurture it later, it will be extremely useful from Chapter 2 onward. But for now, the main task of Chapter 1, the Purifier, is to resolve the upcoming incident at the Sunset Eyes. First, I have to complete this mission. As I was looking around, suddenly a voice called out behind me. You're here, Dowd. I turned toward the voice and replied, Ah, President, did I keep you waiting too long? Oh calmly applied some lipstick on her beautiful lips and said, Not at all, not very long, just about 6 hours. Looking at the beautiful, radiant, and alluring girl dressed in a rose-red outfit standing before me, my eyes couldn't look away, and I asked, You look completely different from the new student welcome ceremony. In my heart, Dowd silently blamed himself. 6 hours means she's been here since before the sun set. The girl gently tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, walked up to me and said, It's been a long time since I've been somewhere like this, so I took the chance to find a suitable corner. Hearing this, I thought to myself, She's way too thoughtful. Oh, gently asked, This is your first time going outside the school, right? Freshman year, isn't it? I shyly replied, Yes, that's right. She came closer and softly scolded me. Why don't you look into my eyes? It was the first time a girl had done that to me, and Dowd was both embarrassed and shy, unable to speak. Even though my heart was screaming inside, this was the first time I went out alone with a girl outside school. Honestly, this didn't feel anything like the freshman welcome ceremony. Isn't this a date? It wasn't clear whether she was trying to make it difficult or truly needed an answer, but Io suddenly took my hand. Before I could finish being stunned, she pulled me along saying, Come on, the line is long. Ahead of us was a noisy crowd with complaints like, Oh my God, don't push. Why is this line never getting shorter? The two of us stood holding hands at the back, looking at each other, and Io whispered, It's more crowded than I thought. Looking at the long queue ahead, I hesitantly said, Do you think we can get inside? At the ticket gate, Ta Lion shouted angrily. Number 27. If I have to call number 27 one more time, I will cancel ticket number 27. Fine, remove it from the list. Next number. Number 28. Please come in. I stepped forward to look at the blonde guy checking tickets and asked in surprise. Hey, Taeyu, what are you doing here? Even more surprised, he replied. Oh wow, Mr. Dowd. You still remember me? I work part-time here. My family doesn't send me allowances. So the student council is here too. Eo silently listened to the two of them chatting. Ta Lion stared wide-eyed at Dowd and asked curiously, Mr. Dowd, can I ask you something? What's your relationship with the student council president that you two come here together? Just then, the guard behind loudly announced, Number 29, please come in. Hearing the question, Dowd turned back toward her, seemed to ponder for a moment, then replied, Our relationship? He then twisted his own thoughts. That's right, why am I going out with the club president? Isn't this basically a date? Eo didn't answer but asked back. As a part-time employee, can I enter under the student council president's authority? Eo repeated the question, not waiting for a reply. As a part-time employee, can I enter under the student council president's authority? Suddenly, Dowd noticed something around his friend's neck and asked, Wait, Taeyu, what necklace are you wearing there? Ta Lion held out the necklace and said, Huh, a necklace? Yes, I am wearing one. It's from the Purification Society, that place of Marquis Ma Kair Verback. Right then, the system popped up a notice activating the authority skill targeting the person speaking. Dowd pointed at the necklace and instructed him, Yes, that one. Don't wear it today. Ta Lion didn't understand and asked, Huh? But Dowd continued, Seriously, don't wear it today. Ta Lion looked at him confused but still agreed. Got it. Dowd began to ponder. After raising ELO and Elia's favorability, the main storyline changed. Now I have to shift Marquis Jerba Baka's favor toward me. My chance to just eat and leave is 0. The story has already taken this turn. Suddenly, a rod tapped down in front of him, cutting off his train of thought. A deep, hoarse voice rang out. Oh, we even have Miss Tristan and student Dowd here. Looking at the man in front of him, he thought to himself, Well, at least I have to prepare a counterattack move. The screen displayed a notification. Main mission. A villain is trying to lure you in. Skillfully escape this situation. Marquis G stood leaning on his cane and solemnly said to Eo, Miss, I want to borrow student Dowd for a moment. I have matters to discuss with him. Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned and asked back, What? But a second later, Eo immediately refused. Who gave you permission? However, Dowd, standing behind, quickly stopped her. It's okay, Chairman. He agreed right away. All right, I agree. He quickly continued. Please follow me to a private VIP room. At this moment, Dowd took the chance to whisper something into Eo's ear, causing her to think deeply and furrow her brows. She turned to look at him with a slightly amazed expression. He reassured her. Miss, it will only take a little time. The Marquis spoke up. It seems you are quite close with the daughter of Tristan. Student Dowd, if your conversation with her is finished, please follow me. Cut to the scene where the two are talking privately. A glass of gin martini placed in front of Dowd. Marquis G began the conversation. Perhaps you know why you were called here, right? Dowd calmly asked back. I guess you're going to ramble on about some nonsense regarding the resurrection of demons, aren't you? Public order will weaken during the full moon festival. So he plans to exploit this opportunity to cause a massacre. He will use that blood and death to absorb a strong dark magical source. By releasing monsters in many places, he will keep the knights tied down by ambush assassins. By releasing monsters in many places, he will keep the knights tied down by ambush assassins. His plan aims to awaken the demons sleeping within the bloodline of the Tristan Tun family. From the start, the assassinations and the terror caused by the monsters were his doing. But I wonder, I already reported this entire plan to the headmaster. So what do you intend to do now? Ji's eyes widened, shouting, What? He couldn't understand how I knew his plan so well. Remembering what the other said, he thought silently. Now I understand why the Tianqi family is interested in him. Outwardly harmless, but inside extremely cunning and strategic. He is not an ordinary person. He looked at Dowd's seemingly simple, youthful face and mumbled, "Unbelievable. My subordinates have already captured the young lady. Surely you haven't taken that into account, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yo rushed in, sword in hand, as if to dispute his words. Seeing her bloodied appearance, he couldn't believe it and stammered loudly, "What? How could the daughter of the Tristan Tun family?" Recalling a few minutes earlier when Dowd followed Ji, someone suddenly called Eo. "Young lady of the Tristan Tun family, follow me. You have somewhere else to be." At that moment, a whisper from Dowd suddenly popped into her mind. "Chairman, a group of dark cultists are about to attack you. Lately, have you been struggling with those bouts of madness? No matter what happens, just let it out every now and then." Eo replied coldly, "According to imperial law, once the heretic cultists are dealt with, reporting is no problem." Behind her, one of his lackeys grabbed her ivory-white shoulder tightly and sneered, "But do you really have the strength to handle them?" Suddenly, that man's face froze as he saw a powerful murderous aura emanate from Eo. She simply responded quietly, "I will try to hold on." Eo's mental state shifted rapidly. In an instant, her eyes glowed a fiery red in the darkness. Only the man behind remained oblivious, babbling threats. "Now hurry up, we must capture you alive." He was still talking, when suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head tightly. Immediately, the whole room gasped as Eo used just one hand to slam that guy's face straight onto the dining table, knocking him unconscious. At that moment, the remaining henchmen around grit their teeth, drew their weapons, and cursed as if ready to charge all at once. Damn it! The henchmen surrounded Eo from all sides, whispering, "Don't kill her, stick to the plan. A little injury won't hurt at all." They shouted and all charged forward to attack her. In the deep darkness, only Elo's bloodshot eyes flashed dangerously. Charging left and right, she fought alone, making those guys scream like babies. The more she fought, the crazier Elo's eyes became, the red tint soaked in death. Her sword joined the symphony of death, gently slicing away the lives of these foes. The Marquis Gadel's subordinates couldn't react in time, only screaming in vain, getting killed one by one like the Grim Reaper had come to life. The petite figure darted through the room, causing many to draw swords and curse. Damn it! The clash of weapons rang harsh. Those who faced her head-on might be stronger, but the outcome was always the same. Their swords gradually cracked and shattered, just like the lives of those who dared mess with her. Wielding her scythe, Elo frenzied through the dance of death, wiping out all the subordinates without mercy. Seeing the slaughter before him, Ji's face was still horrified, unable to believe it as he exclaimed, "No way." Meanwhile, Dowd anxiously asked, "Chairman, are you okay?" She wiped the blood off her sword and nodded in reply, "Yeah, I feel refreshed." At that moment, Dowd's screen also displayed a notification. Elo's favorability level has reached friend. Her madness has improved thanks to you. She turned her head to glance at him, whispering, "But with this situation, our appointment, no, our little outing has been ruined. You'll have to come with me again, right?" Dowd received another notification. Special mission unlocked. You've caught Gaiden's eye. Hearing the alert sound, instead of the usual joy, this time he actually jumped in fright. Huh? Why is Elo's father interested in me? Well, first I have to complete the mission. Things can't just stop here. Gadel, realizing his painstakingly crafted plan had failed, took out what appeared to be an ancient gem and gritted his teeth angrily. "I didn't expect I'd have to use this." Hearing those words and seeing the stone in his hand, Dowd was surprised and thought, "Dark essence? Why does it appear right now?" He immediately reacted, shouting, "Chairman, stop him before he absorbs that." His warning left her stunned and puzzled, but it was already too late. For at that moment, Gadel put the gem in his mouth and whispered, "I will accept the god's blessing." Under the full moon, the The scene outside the restaurant remained quietly peaceful, but just moments later, a sinister dark energy suddenly erupted from inside, filled with an ominous aura, and everything exploded into a heap of rubble. A hand rose from the chaotic wreckage after the unexpected blast. At this moment, Dowd was dragging his battered body out from the rubble of the building when a loud, mocking laugh echoed through the sky with a hint of despair. He tried to tilt his head up, squinting toward the voice's source. Turned out to be Gadel. Not only the voice but his whole form had changed. He had completely transformed into a demon. I originally didn't plan to use this drug until the Prophet finished dealing with Dambell. Can we handle this? Based on my past experiences and the game info I know, a demon absorbing the nature of demons can wield part of the devil's power. A demon from the very first chapter? This world is truly crazy. The game system popped up a mission notification for him, adding a reminder. Defeat the purifier. Failure will occur if casualties are too high. Above him, Gadel sensed the immense power surging through his body and let out a delighted howl like a wolf under the full moon, calling out to his comrades. From now on, it's purification time. From now on, it's purification time. Dowd cautiously scanned around and groaned in pain. Damn it, the problem isn't just that guy. The demon followers that Io had dealt with, they've been resurrected. From his gaze, the bodies of those henchmen had transformed into demons with bloodthirsty eyes as if controlled. They all charged toward him at once, reacting swiftly. Right at that moment, Dowd shouted and unleashed a beam of blue light charging straight at the mana monsters, blasting them away with Dowd's finishing move, the piercing stab. He frowned in confusion as he watched the scene, while loud laughter echoed above, surrounded by a desolate, ruined landscape. Talayan stepped forward to the guild master, scratching his head and repeatedly asking in surprise, "What the heck is going on here? What are these monsters? And where's Viscount Jerba?" In response, his friend joked, "Oh, you noticed my technique? I'm looking forward to your feedback." Then Dowd explained, "They're all your teammates who have been transformed." He looked at the monsters and continued, "If you wear that necklace, you'll become like them too." Hearing that, his whole body started trembling uncontrollably. "What?" Talayan glanced at Dowd and asked, "Could this be a situation orchestrated by the Viscount himself?" Dowd nodded and replied clearly, "Exactly. If you don't want to witness true hell, from now on, listen to me." Quickly grasping the gravity of the matter, Talayan nodded urgently in agreement but continued to ask, "I understand, but what about you? What do you plan to do?" Dowd answered, "I have to take care of something else. I must protect the civilians and stop the Viscount." His words made Io turn back in awe and admiration. Dowd's combat abilities, even in a disaster situation, were nothing short of impressive. Still surprised her. He hurriedly urged, "Anyway, let's go." Talayan obeyed the urging, also realizing that staying here wouldn't help the two of them, so he quickly ran away immediately. Understood. After he left, Elo glanced over at Dowd and asked, "Do you know where the Marquis went?" He wiped his mouth and coughed once to think of an answer. "Well, I have a guess." Dowd looked at the energetic man to crowd standing under the moonlight and shared his deduction. The goal of these demon cults is always the same: to spread despair and chaos everywhere, bringing the darkness of the demon realm into this world. There is only one place he would target. At the same time, G flew to a yellow energy barrier ahead. Staring at the huge barrier before him, the old man wasn't confident he could destroy it. "Though I can't break the entire protective barrier, at least I can cause some damage." Saying that, G quickly began compressing dark energy into his palm, shaping it into a sphere. In an instant, the black sphere grew larger, emitting an oppressive aura that made anyone nearby tremble with fear. Suddenly, Dowd's cold voice rang out from behind. "All right, stand still." Hearing this, G was a bit shocked, unable to hide his surprise. He turned around and asked, "Dowd, how do you know you're a dragon?" He sneered at the old man's surprise. "Too obvious. Your actions are far too predictable. You've gained the power of the demon, yet you plan to leave the place where evil is sealed." Given the critical situation, Dowd was now being carried hurriedly on Eo's back as they rushed forward, watching the two battered figures who had just arrived. Gon was not panicked at all. Instead, he was even more delighted, sneering, "Thanks to you, I don't have to waste time searching for it. From now on, just kill them all and protect the princess, that will be enough." Gon was not panicked at all. Instead, he was even more delighted, sneering, "Thanks to you, I don't have to waste time searching for it. From now on, just kill them all and protect the princess, that will be enough." Oh nodded upon hearing this, an audacious thought rising in her heart. Until now, the level of trust he placed in me is truly hard to get used to, but I have to be worthy of that trust. That is the pride of Tristan. Seeing her like that, Gon didn't understand what she intended to do, and only managed to say, "Princess." Immediately after, Elo concentrated his strength into the sword and charged straight to confront the devil. While the two were fighting mid-air, down below, Dowd seized the chance, running closer to the net while shouting loudly, "Chairman, this way." Watching the direction the pursuer was coming from, the demon Gon was startled, then focused dark energy in his hand and hurled it at him, shouting, "Don't even think about touching me." The old man was high above and would not let him off easily, continuously launching dark energy spheres to attack, but Dowd seemed to dodge them all. His eyes went wide, stunned that he hadn't hit the guy even once, and he exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible?" While he was still shocked and focused on Dowd, Elo's sword blade kept relentlessly attacking, almost stabbing Gon. The situation became critical. Quickly regaining his composure, he swung his arm to retaliate. The two powerful attacks collided, flinging both men backwards. Streams of his black energy kept raining down from above, forcing Dowd to do nothing but desperately defend and dash toward that spot. Gad saw him focusing on running and gave chase closely, taunting, "You filthy insect, fight me." Behind him, Elo stuck tightly without letting go. Growing increasingly irritated by the chase, he shouted, "Don't just keep running away like that." G looked back, feeling really annoyed, thinking, "What a pain." The princess, forced to deal with both opponents at once, he shrank his body and began releasing an enormous surge of energy, blasting both Dowd and Elo away. Not stopping there, G focused power into a sphere at his chest, causing it to glow fiery red with increasing intensity. Seizing the moment when Dowd was sprawled on the ground, he directly unleashed his dark claw attack. It was like a gigantic arrow composed of tens of thousands of black beams, carrying destructive power, aimed straight at Dowd. He shouted loudly, "I will definitely end you." A massive energy sphere with terrifying power showed signs of cracking. Dowd's eyes popped wide open, teeth clenched as he stared stunned at the scene before him. Immediately after, shards of black smashed directly into the yellow protective barrier, making him scream out loud. The shout caught Eo's attention and he turned to look. Just like that, Dowd took the full brunt of the energy attack, and the yellow protective barrier around him shattered into pieces. The direct hit caused him such pain that his eyes rolled back, face twisted as if punched. Then he was flung through the air accompanied by a pitiful scream. Finally, his entire body slammed to the ground from momentum, covered in wounds that made him helplessly groan. Gali up high watched this unfold and laughed loudly. "There are more of you here than I thought. Looks like you're out of tricks." Elo bravely stepped in front of Dowd to protect him. "Get up. I'll buy us some time. You go ahead." Elo bravely stepped in front of Dowd to protect him. "Get up. I'll buy us some time. You go ahead." The old man put on a smug expression, smirking sarcastically, honestly saying, "You two truly are a match made in heaven." His words made her slip into a brief moment of thought. Until now I've only been taking and never giving back." Suddenly, she remembered the moment Dowd rushed to shield her. Her next memory was of him helping her fight off the traitor. The image of him raising his fist to block, protected by the yellow barrier, appeared before her eyes. "Isn't it about time at least once I repay him for that?" After a moment's thought, Eo finally turned around and urged him, "Hurry up." At this moment, a notification appeared. The life chain has been activated to increase endurance, and health is regenerating. She slowly edged forward, her body darkening, her hand gripping the sword emitting a few red sparks. I will trust you till the very end. In the darkness, Ji witnessed the touching scene of the young couple and got a sudden urge to snuff it out. How touching. So your little strategic meeting is over, isn't it? Unfazed, Io looked up at the old man and challenged him. Count Gade, just one question. Tonight, in your eyes, are that person and I a good match? This unexpected question made the old man's face freeze, and he was silent for a few seconds. But just as Ji was about to answer, suddenly a fierce whirlwind attack slammed into him from nowhere. He lost balance and was flung to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the sky, radiating strong energy, diving straight down with a thunderous sound before approaching his body. After being hit, Gade coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and cursed, "Damn Dowd." Unwilling to accept defeat, he ignored his injuries and stood up, silently swearing, "The rats have all fled." Elo's eyes burned red, and a thought flashed through her mind. Old man Gade screamed madly in rage and charged straight toward her. "You hit him for me, didn't you?" Suddenly, the scene shifted to the Man A to gang inside the city. At this moment, Jayat and everyone had wiped out all of them and brought the chaotic situation under control. He looked at the defeated big brutes, nodded while leaning on his sword. "It seems like everything has almost been resolved." Not far away, Io kept chiming in. "Luckily, all the department heads were present. If even one was missing, we'd be in serious trouble right now." Hovering in the air, Bo slightly frowned in agreement. "Thankfully, we listened to Dowd and went with Master Conrad." Conrad suddenly became pensive, analyzing seriously. "He only said we'd go eat out recently, but if we hadn't come, things would definitely be much worse, right?" Under the bright full moon in the night sky, his words still echoed in the quiet space. Is such a terrible event really just a coincidence? Over here, Dowd was struggling with his recently recovered body, pushing through every difficult step. "Well done, Talai, and placing it exactly where it should be." Suddenly, something resembling a bell caught his eye. Seeing it, he quickly grabbed it like a straw for his life. It hurt like crazy though. Seriously, Dowd reached out with a ray of hope, just needing Io to hold on just a bit longer. Just thinking that, he caught sight of Io's figure flying across his field of vision. Ji looked at her helplessly lying on the ground and couldn't help but spit out some harsh words. "Miss Tristan Tun." Then he suddenly looked over at Dowd, making him break out in a cold sweat. "So, Student Dowd?" The old man began raising his hand, gathering a black magic sphere. "Do you still have any other plans up your sleeve? If not..." He unleashed a powerful black energy like a sword piercing through the freshly healed body, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Gade's voice echoed in both their ears. "You must die." Gade's voice echoed in both their ears. "You must die." At that terrifying instant, she seemed to turn to stone. The surrounding space suddenly froze, leaving only black and white. Gade still grinned gleefully over his recent feat suddenly. The trees on both sides were tossed back and forth by a raging storm. Though that attack made Dowd feel pain, it was the key that boosted his energy. His tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, glaring fiercely. The system's voice continued to ring out. "The target is beginning to move toward you." Sensing something, Dowd hastily looked over and saw that Io's figure was completely different. Perhaps the demon within her had awakened. In the dead of night, the birds flapped into the sky in utter chaos. The continuous loud noises coming from the area had completely changed. On her head sprouted a pair of devilish horns, a demonic aura rippling through the surrounding woods. A huge monster bellowed, and when she looked at it, she couldn't help but be astonished. At the Grand Mansion, Down was pierced by something, and the system notification popped up. Direct threat level changed to LO, wearing a wicked, demonic grin. He tilted his head and glanced over, and the system displayed. Partial system assessment disabled, skills stripped away. This is the entity manifesting through Ellen O's body. the Gray Demon, a deadly charisma that easily draws the favor of those with evil tendencies. The more extreme the tendency, the stronger the effect. Io moved closer to him. As her hand drew near him, a pitch-black oppressive energy suddenly appeared. It surged forward and wrapped around the two of them. In the center of his chest, a flash of light flared, revealing a most peculiar sigil. The system popped up, received the S-seal. The S-seal has special effects. He stared, stunned, at the mark on his chest. Were my wounds reversed? It's odd that such an overwhelmingly powerful being in this world would behave so kindly toward me. He scrambled over quickly, his hands frantically operating the system interface. What the future holds is unknown, but for now, make use of everything you can. System notice. Use the skill copy permission. O kept wearing that grotesque smile as she stared at him, a terrifying pressure making his brain feel like it was about to explode, like my skin itself was being corroded. Relying on the link with L&O, I'm gonna copy a skill right now. A skill that'll be crucial both now and later. Her body was like a mirage, flickering in and out, making it impossible for him to look away. Before she vanished, she didn't forget to toss him a greeting under his stunned gaze. Until then, see you later. Right then, a monster suddenly lunged in, thrusting out its hand to attack at breakneck speed. Die! From its hand burst a bolt of lightning that looked like it could pierce the sky. It squinted, trying to peer down below. Below, from the colossal power it had just unleashed, a gigantic crater had opened in the middle of the forest. Seeing the spot it had just attacked completely empty, it couldn't help but wonder, where did that bastard run off to again? It leaned aside, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, a huge black shadow streaked past, accompanied by a massive bolt of lightning. It was struck and fell, and then a booming explosion rang out. Down in the forest, the white wisps of smoke gradually drifted apart. It looked around, still not understanding what had just happened. What the hell is going on? To its surprise, Down descended from above and landed on the ground. The system kept flashing danger alerts, announcing that a direct threat to life had been detected. The Razor's Edge situation was rated rank itch, activating a new skill, Vongjia Band Demonium. For 5 minutes, he would have absolute dominance over every enemy of the demon race. The monster stared at him and snarled with contempt. A lowly bug like you has something like this? His eyes flashed coldly, and he lunged forward at breakneck speed. He screamed in panic. The celestial messenger never mentioned this, but no sooner had it finished speaking than it took his full punch. Down slammed a bold punch into it, sending it flying in an instant. He looked ahead and called out, "Round 2. The second half's begun. Get in there." Under the quiet night sky, the monster lay motionless on the ground, constantly emitting low growls. Down's brutal silhouette loomed in the distance. The monster slowly sat up, turned its gaze toward him, and thought, Why? Why can he control a higher-tier version of the very ability I possess? Suddenly, it braced itself on the ground, blood continuously pouring from its mouth. It stood up, looked at him, and continued thinking, what I had to struggle for years to obtain. What right does that nameless brat have to use it? So unfair. Truly unfair. His foot slammed down on the ground. A system notification appeared. Black Node emits demonic energy from the demon crystal to amplify the blessed power of the Black Soul. Its body is empowered by the demon crystal, greatly increasing its physical resistance. Immediately after, the monster charged at him, repeatedly shouting, "You bastard, Down! Die for me!" Down, seeing that, didn't hesitate. He unleashed his mana and charged straight at it. It wasn't about to be outdone and lunged up at the same time. Both launched their respective sources of power directly at each other. He frowned, his eyes flashing a red light, his pupils wide, reflecting the silhouettes of the two opponents. Both slid apart. It raised a hand in front of it, pointing at him. "You bastard, die!" He quickly activated a technique, a blazing golden power enveloping his body and protecting him from the attack. Not stopping there, it shouted, "Holy power!" Hearing that, even a bystander like him was stunned. How can it use holy power too? But before it could counterattack, he lunged in and delivered a straight kick to its face. This sent it flying hundreds of miles. Its body kept smashing into the massive boulders behind, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. The scene before it left it puzzled. Where did that surge of power come from? Down had his fist raised and barreled forward, appearing directly before it. His gaze tracked him in panic. He clenched his teeth, eyes full of hatred yet wide with undisguised shock. The skill's duration was over. Suddenly something fell from above into a bowl of water. The monster blurted in astonishment. What is that? Meanwhile he breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky me, I didn't return it. Then he reached over and pressed a button on the remote. A strange object launched him high into the air. The monster gave chase at full speed. You damn bastard! Below, the barrel of a gun suddenly appeared. It looked down in astonishment. He aimed his weapon at it and asked, "No cooler line of denial?" Its eyes followed him, full of panic. The gun barrel unleashed a terrifying blast, firing at it. Before vanishing, it couldn't hide its suspicion. Don't tell me everything up to now was part of his plan from the start? The system displayed a notification. Main mission completed. Received a demon crystal, a hero fragment, and 5,000 points. He sat looking down and thought to himself, might as well take the whole lot. It seems the rewards scale with difficulty. At first you could only choose one of the two options. Anyway, I also got 2 more items. They could warp the plot. A tan anti stepped up behind him and said, one of the two. Should I use it right away? Right. Guild leader LNO is still safe, but you're ruthless, down. I want to hear the whole story you went through about the Grey Demon. A tan looked at him and requested, I want to hear everything about the Grey Demon. He heard that and asked, what do you mean? She immediately fired back. Even though I suspected it, I'm asking, are you involved with the Grey Demon? Oh lay motionless on the hospital bed. Nearby, her voice and the nurses could still be heard. Is the blood transfusion ready? Not yet, but almost. Her blood pressure is below 50. Countless tubes and 4 lines were attached to her body. Suddenly, she woke up, and a voice nearby was still shouting, damn, where's the priest? Why is he taking so long? Turning back toward him, Anti glanced over and explained. One of the Grey Demon's powers is to corrode. That phenomenon spread from the student's area into a massive radius. The Inquisition and the Holy Kingdom will certainly get involved in this. You've become the center of the storm. You knew this would happen and still did it? Down stayed silent and didn't answer. In his head he thought, I've long given up dreaming of being an extra, especially when I'm directly entangled with a demon like this. A few minutes later, he looked at her and said, you could say I'm still pretty lucky, right? Anti, sitting opposite, continued, among the demonium factions, the strongest is the Grey Demon. As I suspected, he chose the guild president LNO as a vessel. Hearing that, he asked, Principal, did you know about this beforehand? She realized she'd gone a bit too far and spoke up, sorry, I was a little heavy-handed. She added, first, thank you for fighting for the school and protecting LNO. Make yourself comfortable, but now focus and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. This is top-secret information. His body suddenly moved toward her, his knee landing on her thigh. Anti looked down from above at him lying beneath her thigh, then continued. Since the last hero fell, the demon fragments have scattered everywhere. If any of those fragments were to manifest in this world, the other fragments will gather around that one. Yesterday the Grey Demon woke up for a moment, so before long the remaining fragments will be drawn to the other vessels. Before hearing her story, he thought to himself, in the original, these vessels always end up causing disaster. The Red Demon's vessel once turned Gitch City into a living hell. Elsa's family was swept up and vanished without a trace. The fragments are random, except for the setups of Eliza and LNO, which were fixed. Anti frowned and added, the Holy Nation's intelligence is very strong. They've already narrowed down the candidate vessels. LNO is among them. I'm trying to gather all the candidates at this school. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, putting all those dangerous people together. Honestly, it's brilliant, but isn't concentrating so many dangerous individuals in one place a bit extreme? Anti continued, once a demon vessel truly fell in love, and as a result the demon fragments were completely destroyed. Love wiped away the seed of destruction. Hearing these details, Down merely frowned with a bored look. Sounds irrelevant to me and a bit too rom-com. Huh. Then her voice rang out. The Grey Demon seems to have a thing for you, Down Campbell. He couldn't help but be astonished. What? No way. Anti put a hand on his chest and explained. I saw it clearly. It healed your wounds and even clapped for you. Down tried to make excuses. Maybe it felt sorry for me. Atan, not particularly bothered, continued. Whatever the reason, the crucial point is this. The image of ELO sitting in a seductive pose, reading a book in the forest, flashed into view. She went on. The demon has been overly friendly with you, Down, your judgment, knowledge, and ability to act. I've been testing them all along. So I really want to ask you to go flirt with the vessels. On hearing that, Down sprang up and shouted in her face. What? No way. I'm not playing games. Anti insisted. I'll supply you with every resource to make the flirting as smooth as possible. Seeing she'd misunderstood, Down kept protesting. It's not about the resources. Fearing he'd worry, she kept reassuring him. Don't worry. Right now all the candidates are female. This is a godsend. You've even gotten the gray demon to clap. Conquering those mortal hearts will be a piece of cake. He thought to himself. If it were that easy, I wouldn't still be single. She frowned slightly and said, at all costs, you must flirt with every one of them and destroy all the demon shards. Then the world will be saved. Down. Hearing this, couldn't help but panic. Wait, you mean genuine love? How many people are you asking me to be promiscuous with? He also thought to himself, honestly, that sounds easier to me. Atan, still calm, replied, not so fast. There are cultists who worship the demons targeting them, and the vessels themselves aren't pushovers. Atan lowered his voice, his eyes sad as he continued. But even so, I still beg you, please save humanity. He looked toward her, not exactly pleased. I want to log out of this world so badly. He frowned and asked, hey, Principal, I can guess the answer, but what if I fail at flirting? She replied, didn't I say in episode 14 that humanity will be wiped out, the world will be in ruins, and the demons will set up an evil empire? Hearing that, he could only curse under his breath. I seriously hate tragedies. Soft sunlight filtered through the window. Yo slowly woke up. She sat up slowly in bed, her eyes somewhat weary. She asked, did we win? A voice rang out, you can't just storm in like that. Student. Oh, she came yesterday too and even skipped class to visit. Aunt Tu opened the door and stepped in. After all, it's still early to be up, right? Hey you. Oh, heard that and glanced over, her voice a little scornful. You dared skip class? Suddenly she lunged onto the bed, yanking the blanket back to Io's astonishment. What the hell? This damn hairstyle. Are you trying to drive me insane? Oh my god. I thought you were dead. How did you end up getting hurt while fighting like that? Oh recalled the scene from last night, then looked toward her and asked, come on, calm down. What about Down? She looked a bit puzzled. Down was discharged from the hospital a long time ago. Oh asked suspiciously. Discharged? She gently lifted her glasses and replied, but I'm not really badly injured. You're the one who's horribly wounded. You looked like you were done for. Hearing that, Io asked again, I'm like a walking corpse and Down is completely unharmed? She recalled the scene of her being comatose a few days earlier. She then looked toward her and said, it's been 2 days, and she's still lying motionless like this. If this person doesn't wake up then, Campbell, I'll personally take care of you. Down picked up the bouquet on the table and, preparing to leave, said, don't worry, Senior. Chairwoman Ellen O isn't that fragile. I'm sure she'll wake up in just a few days. Hearing that, she was a little puzzled. On what basis are you so sure? Down replied, because I'm still very much alive right here. She risked her life to protect someone like me. The Tristan family isn't as weak as people think. Back in the present, she held the book and smiled at her. All right, put him to one side. Can the chairwoman still hold a pen? Since she's awake, have her sign these papers. Yo heard that, glanced over and sighed in exasperation. I'm still a patient, you know, still. She held the notebook in her hands and began to read. Yes, yes. Then she added, there's breaking news. 2 colossal, larger-than-life figures are about to appear, Chairwoman. The first is the Saintess Lucian. Oh put a hand to her chin and fell into thought. Wasn't she supposed to enroll next term? The woman replied, well, that was the plan at first, but it's changed. She'll start next week. They decided that over there. Seems to be because of the fuss she caused. The Holy Nation and the heresy cult are also beginning to get involved. As for the second person, I plan to keep it secret, but I can't anymore. Hearing that, she immediately turned and asked, who is it? The woman hesitated somewhat. Soon, Lord Ghi Don will. Yo wasn't particularly surprised. The scene shifts to a spacious courtyard. Somewhere on the grounds, a dark silhouette peered through the window, looking around and couldn't help exclaiming, this city is so bustling and full of life. Lucy glanced over with an irritated expression. Please close the window. The light's too harsh. The guy standing nearby spoke up. Interesting. Has the Saintess suddenly taken a dislike to light? The Saintess replied, spend your youth cooped up in gloomy chapels and you'll end up just like me. Seeing that, he asked again, why suddenly go on about gloomy stuff? Saintess Lucy sighed in annoyance, then ordered, close the window for me, guard night. Suddenly, he turned and voiced his wish. I want to enjoy this little bit of peace a while longer. Lucy looked puzzled upon hearing that. Peaceful? A saintess and a demon worshipper sharing a room. You call that peaceful? He smiled and replied, I thought we'd be a little closer by now. The nervousness from our first meeting has been fading away. Seeing that, Lucian's expression immediately showed displeasure. I'm cooperating for a purpose. I have no intention of making friends. You think that's enough? He asked back. Even just a little? Lucy replied. The people holding my chains and the fate that's strangling my life really aren't any different. Think whatever you want. Voc exe so. At least I still have someone to protect. The scene shifts to a letter sent by Father Down. My beloved son. Summer is almost here. Isn't it? I hear summer where you are is much hotter than at home. Remember to take care of your health. I've sent some fruit. Remember to share it with your friends. I hear there's going to be a parents' meeting soon, but our family is preparing for the harvest, so your mother and I probably won't be able to go. Instead, I'll send Ham Man. If you need anything, just tell him. Everything at home is still fine, so don't worry. And remember, live peacefully. Don't try to stand out. A bunch of students are pushing themselves, running forward. You've always been quick-witted, so I'm not too worried, but absolutely do not cause trouble. Just keep a low profile for your father. Got it? If you've already got a girlfriend, bring her home over the break to introduce her. This father should at least get to see his grandchild's face, right? In short, take care of your health, my dear son. Your loving father, Amin Cambello. Good thing Dad can't make it. After reading the letter, Down looked up at the friend across from him and asked, so you're Ham Man? Probably a trainee butler or something? Ham Man adjusted his glasses and smiled, replying, yes, that's right. Young master, if you have any orders, please feel free to tell me. At that, someone snapped, hey man, that brazen attitude is way too much. He held the bunch of grapes out in front of him. These are the Lord's grapes sent for the young master. Down popped one into his mouth and asked, seedless grapes? He answered honestly, yes, very sweet, aren't they? At that moment, some other students walked past and shot him judging looks. That guy's always up to something. Now he's even bringing a butler to school, trying to play aristocrat. Huh? Look, he's eating it all by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and pushed the grapes back toward the butler. Ham Man, we need to pretend to be close friends here. Do as I say and eat all of these for me. His sudden demand left the butler a little flustered. Bending to take the grapes, he muttered, yes. Down immediately said, you're probably going to be a trainee butler your whole life, aren't you? All right, enough. Now is not the time to indulge. The principal's remarks were honestly unbelievable. At that moment, Aten Antai's words echoed in his head. Charm all the demon host candidates and save humanity. A system notification popped up. Elia, Intimacy Level 1, Activation Quest. The hereditary curse has appeared. 7 days remaining. Gideon, Curiosity Level. Stage 1, Activation Quest for the hereditary curse. 7 days left. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, forget saving the world for now. The immediate quests are the ones to worry about. But it didn't stop there. The system popped up again. Main Quest Chapter 2. King Bang How will appear in 1 day. The boss fight in Chapter 2 is the real problem. I also have to map out the strategy for that encounter. Wait, in the original I never even met Gideon, so what am I supposed to do now? Back in reality, Ho-Man looked up at the sky with an expression of pure satisfaction. Young master, it's unbearably hot here. Down didn't pay it much mind. A few other thoughts kept circling in his head. In the original, the man shows up already dead. Although he wasn't a doting father to his daughter, but a father is still a father. Originally, Gideon's death was the trigger that awakened the white demon, but I ended up awakening it during the Chapter 1 boss fight. Damn it, everything's a complete mess now. Gideon being alive means the script I know can change without limits. At the same time, a man's words popped into his head. Why does Mr. Down look so miserable? Could it be because of that guy? He thought to himself. All right then, Elo's father. I'll meet you. He has to dodge at all costs. He must dodge. But if they do happen to cross paths, he absolutely has to wring something out of them. Only that way will Tella have any chance of dealing with the Chapter 2 boss. Down looked over at Ta Lion, who was pinching his steward's cheek, and asked, a little puzzled, "Hey Ta Lion, what are you doing to my steward?" The question left him awkward. A steward? I thought he was being bullied or something. Someone like that can actually pull this off. Down pointed at him and said irritably, "Because you laid a hand on my steward, I'm borrowing your sword for the day." The sudden declaration left him somewhat stunned. Huh? Why? But immediately he dropped to his knees and offered up his sword. "You're suddenly granting me this honor? Master Down, please take it and use it." He couldn't hide his embarrassment and quickly added, "No, I'll return it." Yo glanced at him, amusement clear on his face. "Interesting. You registered for theology and now you want me to teach you swordsmanship?" Down waved a hand and began to explain. "After that demon incident, I realized a lot. I found that relying only on divine power leaves me too weak in physical fights. So I want to learn Tristan's swordsmanship, even if it's just the basics." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Thanks to that passive that increases affection toward villains, Elna's going to keep getting attached to me for a long time." She bowed her head slightly, smiling with a hint of disdain. "That's the first thing you've said that actually sounds good. If it's a constructive suggestion from a junior, I'll chip in a bit and see how it goes." Watching her draw her sword, he silently plotted like a reincarnated player spotting a teachable skill. "I need to exploit this chance to copy her blade style as much as possible. If I want to smoothly build ties with Gideon later, there might be no path other than mastering swordsmanship." Suddenly someone piped up. Now that's a rare sight. The student council president, swamped with 100 tasks, actually in the mood to give private lessons. Elia approached from a distance. Yo cast a glance and replied, "Down asked me to." Hearing that, she immediately looked at him and asked, "Is that so?" But the council president specializes in single sword, and Master Down uses twin blades. He raised a hand with an awkward smile and explained, "No problem. Single sword or whatever, it's fine." Reacting to that, Io shot a look full of murderous intent. The type of sword isn't important. Who teaches it is the crucial part. Elia sighed softly. "That's right, so leave it to me. You've got experience as a trainer, so you'd make a far more sensible teacher." At that, her face immediately soured and she glared over at her. Are you implying your swordsmanship is far superior to mine? Young one, who do you think I am that I could possibly beat the council president?" Elia heard this, touched her sword, and stepped forward slowly. They faced each other, trading barbs. "But I'm sure Tristan's swordplay has flaws." "Oh really? Then show me those flaws. On the condition you don't use any power. How about that?" ___. /*. Translation response */ Seeing the situation go sour, Homan suggested, "Young master, isn't this what people call a duel?" Elia held her sword out before her, her gaze unwavering. "The Tristan family's power, provided I don't use it." Guildmaster, Yo, opposite her, looked coldly in her direction. "I also want to see how far this will go." Down, hearing the two of them, was taken aback. "You said you'd teach me, so why are you two charging at each other?" Homan at his side could only force a smile. "Looks like you two have been itching to get at each other for ages." "Huh?" Elia lunged forward with her sword. "Then, teach me." Unmoved by her haste, Yo barely paid attention and glanced up. A needless move. As the blade was about to touch her throat, Yo still didn't react, merely watching in silence. A cold gleam flashed in Elia's eyes. Suddenly, she raised her sword to block the strike. Yo tensed her arm, trying to hold it as steady as possible. After gaining momentum, she quickly charged in and shoved her away. Witnessing that source of power left her a bit astonished, thinking to herself, "Too fast, not only fast but also incredibly forceful. What are you doing? Are you planning to let a demon overpower you?" Suddenly, Io's eyes were filled with astonishment. Elia was no longer at a disadvantage now and immediately pushed back. Elia drew her sword back behind her, her gaze extremely wary. The El Noah clan she belonged to was, in fact, a demon clan. No matter how noble her bloodline might be, sooner or later they'll be possessed by demons and driven insane, whether you like it or not. At the same time, images she had witnessed as a child flashed through her mind. Seeing the ruined scene before her, Elia seemed about to crumble, unable to believe what was in front of her. Back in the present, her gaze grew cold. After all, it was nothing more than a sacrifice for the demon. Her feet slid back to gain momentum. She unleashed her power, a blazing red flame enveloping her sword. Having gathered her momentum, she immediately lunged forward to attack. The sight of the sparks hurtling toward them left him and his butler utterly astonished. At the same time, a huge question mark seemed to appear in Down's mind. Oh remained perfectly calm, his eyes tracking her every movement. It's really hard to keep that thing called emotion under control. Immediately after, she leapt in front of him, dodging her attack. The flame also seemed to have gradually subsided. Elia looked toward them, equal parts shocked and apologetic. I'm sorry, but Han was so terrified he foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Down, utterly amazed, looked her over and assessed. Is that supposed to be a human reflex? It's even faster and stronger than before. Could she have already begun merging with the shard? El Noah, seeing they didn't answer, watched as Elia tried to explain. I went too far. I'm sorry, Guildmaster. Eo glanced at her and slowly warned. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but as a candidate for a warrior you need to train things beyond swordplay. You can't let your teammates get hurt. Okay? Realizing she was completely wrong, she stopped being stubborn and bowed to apologize. Yes, Teacher Down. I'm sorry. Seeing that he had woken up, she couldn't help but be astonished. Where did he go? Into the large forest. Judging by Elna's condition, this was no time to delay. If I keep being negligent like this, I'll be toast. I have to gamble everything and get stronger. After all, I never meant to be a pure swordsman. To survive, divine power is essential. Not just swordsmanship, but divine power must be raised as well. And to do that, Duya was busily eating an apple when suddenly his voice called from afar. You doing well these days? You look okay. She looked toward him in surprise. He was Duya Gode Houn Che, the Saintess's biological sister. And now it's your turn to help me. Amid the deadly silence, a strange voice echoed, still longing for someone to come and save you, or hoping someone will become your friend. That will only make you suffer even more. She needed to realize that soon. Hope is nothing but the overture to despair. Accept it just like your sister did. Scarlet drops of blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around her began to blur. At that moment, Duya seemed to be falling into a deep pit of despair. His cold gaze fell on her, and then a voice rang out. You are nothing but a cursed sacrificial offering, condemned to be alone until death. That is the path to protect everyone. And it's also your mission, Duya. It felt as though a dark void were slowly pulling her in. Duya jolted awake, sweaty from the nightmare. She lay on a white sheet, her face still filled with fear. From above, a shaft of light shone down on where she was lying. Duya reached out and plucked an apple from the tree, then slowly ate it. By the time she was done, her basket was full of red apples. Chewing, she glanced to the side. Down stepped up from behind and asked, Have you been lately? Still doing all right? You look pretty healthy. Huh. Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. A chain suddenly appeared. Duya seized it and launched a swift attack toward him. Down drew his sword, then slashed down to intercept her attack. Why did you step into my attack range? You knew it was dangerous. A smug look crossed his face as his sword slowly revealed itself. Not stopping there, Duya spun the chain with deft control. Down was no slouch either. He dodged. Seeing she still wouldn't stop, he kept pleading in his head. Please back off. I told you to back off. He used his sword to push the chain away, then slid across the ground. Down glanced to the side. The chain suddenly swung back toward him. He flinched and instantly fell. Down sighed wearily and looked at Duya with a note of amazement. Seeing her flail about like that proves she's still surprisingly spry. Duya stared at him in surprise. His voice rang out again. I told you, I'll come by now and then to bring you food. I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared a bit of everything. This should keep you fed comfortably for 2 or 3 days. Hey, living isolated like this, don't you get lonely? If I drop by occasionally to keep you company like this, you won't mind, will you? She was taken aback by his attitude. But then a cold, steely voice suddenly surfaced in her memory, reminding her, you need to realize this soon. You're nothing but a cursed sacrificial offering, condemned to be alone until you die. Accept it. Back in the present, Down looked at Duya and urged, help yourself to the food. I'm going now. The memory returned. He stood before Duya and spoke words that extinguished her hopes. Wishing for someone to come save you or hoping someone would become a friend. That would only make you suffer more. Julia stared blankly at the pile of food before her. Then she slowly picked up a piece of bread. She also tossed her weapon to one side. Julia held the bread in her hands as if it were a treasure. Tears of sorrow slowly fell onto the bread. Doesn't hurt, not at all. System notification. Critical charm and the villain's likability have surged. Julia Gode Hoon Che's interest level has reached stage 1. Rewards can now be claimed. Down jolted awake in a panic. What is it this time? We've only been playing with her for a few days and she's already at stage 1? Might as well check the rewards. The system popped up again. The B-rank swordsman's concentration skill now boosts attack speed and improves combat accuracy. He slowly turned the tap. Not bad. Huh? If paired with the 1,000-pound hanging by a thread trick, it could be devastating. He also thought to himself, wait. Is that brat ho man still asleep? Completely uselessly relaxed as usual. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all attend. I've been training hard with Duya because today the system board shows the Chiso Tin sword style is weapon agnostic and now has a small chance to ignore defenses. He turned to his side and called his steward awake. It's late now, ho man. Ho man, bleary-eyed, slowly replied. Let's depart, young master. Down quickly fastened the last button. Face alight with excitement. Today, he only needs to impress one person. He also mused internally. Ghi Dona Lst Lu Chit S. The sword prodigy doesn't even appear in the original story. Meanwhile in town, the Iron Man looked toward the old man and made a proposal. Commander, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step on your humble servant. The old man replied, it's nothing. Every now and then I should take a stroll out in the countryside. Nearby, a few people stepped forward with eager expressions. I heard even the Holy Emperor Kingdom came this year. Could it be? Was that dazzling knight cavalry from earlier for real? Oh my, it must be true. The Holy Emperor Kingdom really is participating. Hey, our son is in the Bat to Royale. He entered the academy as the runner-up, so of course he'd take part. On stage, after seeing everyone gathered, the MC began. Ladies and gentlemen, parents, honored guests who have traveled from far and wide. Afadi Academy is the Empire's leading educational institution. We are deeply honored to welcome you to this observation session. The traditional welcoming event for the Bat to Royale will begin shortly. A man stepped forward slowly, his expression clearly taken aback. Wait, could that person be? The two people sitting nearby were just as shocked. Hey, are you kidding? Why on earth is he at a place like this? He was the sort of man said never to appear unless there was war. So why on earth is he attending a school observation session? Besides, his daughter is the student council president here. That's true, but there's a rumor he didn't even bother to attend the matriculation ceremony. Is that true? People say that man is cold-blooded and knows nothing but swordsmanship, so no one dares to get close to him or strike up a conversation. Gaiden squinted slightly toward the group of people who were whispering about him. The rat hurried over from the side and asked, Isn't that Gaiden? Well, what wind blew you here? He folded his arms and, with an untroubled look, added, Senior, all that. Don't you ever get tired of lecturing the kids? The rat quickly sat down beside him. Not bored. What wind carried you all the way here? Training? Is catching up to the original Tristan's great achievement going well? Gaiden crossed his arms and sighed wearily. Just training. So I stepped out for a bit of fresh air. I'm still training according to what's written in the texts. They say you must make Mount Tai your own. Hearing that made him slightly curious. He asked, Strange. So how are you going about it? His face darkened little by little, and he replied, First I chopped off the mountain's peak. It was a crude, ruthless method. Below, the MC's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. In a moment, the 8 Ancestors Royale will begin. All students taking part in the match are volunteer freshmen. Jayat glanced down and then looked up to explain. The contest will be held under the supervision of the faculty and professional medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and announced, All kinds of weapons anyone could want have been prepared. Made of wood, of course. Contestants, please step into the arena. Immediately the crowd erupted. Go on, our youngest daughter. Oh wow, you must crack the top 10. He climbed up to the stand slowly, thinking to himself, Damn, I'm this nervous right before going on. I wonder if my character felt like this back when I was reincarnated into the game. Damn, if I'd known I wouldn't have entered. Did I really have to catch Gideon's eye? Ta Lion, standing beside him, smiled and said, "In this match, Hose and I will have our final duel. Yaira, being a warrior candidate, has withdrawn, so it's not impossible." The MC's voice rang out. "Okay, contestants who need weapons, come collect them." Elia looked forward, thinking to herself, "Master Down, why are you so stubborn about entering this match? Is his hobby to toy with the weak from time to time? Or could this be some kind of twisted personal code of his? Stay calm choosing. There's 1 minute left before the match starts." She carefully reached out and flipped the lever on the engine. The MC continued to announce, "All contestants have stepped onto the arena. The objective of the match is simple. Be the last survivor. That student will receive special points, and those who make the top 10 will also be awarded points." From below, someone cheered up at him, "Master, I think you only need to make the top 10. Downside to rally himself and thought, Gon must be sitting somewhere watching, right? Look at me, look at me." Elia was just as nervous. "I'm watching, so don't worry. Teacher Down, I trust you. But if anything happens, I'll help." The MC began to announce, "All contestants, bow to one another." Oh, up high, fell silent and looked down. In the audience, Gaiden glanced up. She called out the cue. "Get ready. Begin." The instant the MC's voice cut off, every contestant on the arena floor grabbed their weapons and rushed at their opponents, trading rapid strikes. Ta Lion lunged in with his sword toward him. "Ugh, Teacher Down, I won't go easy on you." His strange behavior left him puzzled. Why did this guy keep targeting only him? There was no time to ponder. Down reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Down looked on with a very smug expression. "What is this, a little brat?" Gideon in the stands watched in silence. Down raised his sword into an attack-ready stance. Upon seeing that, he slightly frowned. "Those two over there look amused, don't they?" The system suddenly popped up a danger warning. Didu suddenly appeared and launched a kick at him from behind. At the sight of her arrival, he couldn't help but be startled. Didu looked at him with a smug smile. "What are you doing? Come on, jump in." Didu got the younger daughter of the Grand Chieftain of the Tribal Alliance. This character will appear in Chapter 5. Ta Lion was attacked. His eyes squeezed shut as he cried out. He thought to himself, above all. Elia looked ahead in confusion and asked, "Who is she?" Didu stepped forward, an expression full of arrogance. "If you won't come, then I will." He looked at her and thought, what a brat who likes to pick fights. Magic is the Tribal Alliance's technique for enhancing the body. Even I, after activating 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread, wouldn't be sure of winning. Right now, she's definitely stronger than El Noah. Did the Master really protect this weakling? Master Down, are you going to shield an opponent who's fighting you? Down sighed silently, looked up at the sky, and thought, this brat Didu, why would she join an event like this? She's still not known by many people. Suddenly his attitude did a complete 180. I'll make you rank number 1 today. Seeing that left him feeling helpless. With time like that, run Ta Lion. Ta Lion stood up and stepped forward to block him. Hey, new face. If you're aiming for this side, you have to get past me first. It's me, second-ranked freshman Ta Lion A-Man. Can you handle that? Didu looked at him and said, You're the runner-up? Then I won't go easy on you. She suddenly pointed straight at his stomach. A system notification popped up. Swordsman's focus activated. Projectile speed and accuracy increased. Down glanced over, his expression betraying surprise. Diyu smiled brightly and called out, Don't you dare die on me. Diyu moved like lightning. Ta Lion's eyes flew wide in terror, and with a single simple move she sent him flying backward. Down planted his sword in front of him to brace himself. A few others standing nearby were also knocked away. Ta Lion was hit hard enough to cough up blood. He held his sword before him and strained to block her attack. Clearly 3 seconds had passed and the shockwave was still pressing through. Seeing that display of power, the crowd in the stands buzzed. Wow, is she a rookie? If Flay Tai is amazing. Diyu looked over at him, smirking with satisfaction. Well, what do you think? You looked like just some nobody. Are you going easy on me too? You can take that hit? Fine, then I'll use my full power. He glanced at her, thinking to himself, with my current stats, can I actually win? Suddenly, Jai and Elo blurted out in unison. No way, even in your dreams. That's just ridiculous. Diyu charged in, launching a non-stop barrage of kicks and punches, legs, then hands. She hammered a combo of strikes at him. Down tried to hold his sword in a defensive stance. Now's not the time to show off. Then he suddenly shouted, "Wait, I give up." Du was taken aback when he heard that, and everyone above kept whispering, "What cowardice is this? A noble with no dignity? Your classmate says he gives up?" He answered honestly, "Yes, ma'am, I'm stepping down." Elia, watching nearby, remarked with admiration, "That's a wise choice, teacher Down." Down took a few slow steps onto the arena floor, and a wave of jeers rose up. "Jeering? You lot say you want to go up and fight. If we told you to, would you even dare?" The MC felt a little embarrassed. Now, it seems the winner has been decided." "Oh, not yet. There's still a contender on the field, so carry on." Du looked rather displeased. It was just getting interesting. She clenched her teeth, fury clear on her face. "You damned imperial bastard. Who the hell do you think you are?" The system flashed a notification. Critical charm has sown the seeds of an explosive fondness. Down turned and, seeing the terrifying power she unleashed in anger, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, running away had been the right move. No one's actually forbidden from forfeiting. Suddenly, a plastic bag appeared from nowhere and slipped over his head. When it was removed, he found himself in another room. Beside him, Gaiden spoke in an odd tone. "Down Campbell, what is your relationship with my daughter?" Hearing that startled him. He thought to himself, "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared for this." Down sat up straight, a little nervous. They're the person who helped me a lot during school life. We're just friends." Gaiden, sitting nearby and leisurely sipping tea. "You learned swordsmanship from them?" Down widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, Stay calm. Only by staying calm can I follow the plan." Then he answered, "No, my lord." He added, "So where did you learn it?" "Tristan's swordsmanship." In his head he thought, just as expected, Grand Duke Gaiden recognized it. Then he asked aloud, "How did you notice?" In response to his question, he shot back, "The core of the clan's sword technique, how could I not recognize it?" "Answer me. Who did you learn from?" Down frowned, calculating carefully, determined not to let any sign of tension show. The man before him was like a drawn sword. One exposed flaw and everything would collapse. He then replied cautiously, "Someone even the Grand Duke knows. The Sword Emperor has always been uncanny, to the point that he even sought out a baronial family in the countryside like ours." At the same time he silently prayed, "Please, believe me." Hearing that, the man suddenly said, "My master taught you? That's a tasty bit of boasting. Do go on." The best way to hide a tree is to make a forest. A small lie needs a bigger lie to cover it. Down looked at him and solemnly insisted, "It's true. He even had a personal favor to ask of me." Hearing that, he asked again, "Asking a favor of someone like you?" I nodded in confirmation. "Yes, to be precise, he entrusted me with a mission. Duke Tristan, please learn swordsmanship from me." Gaiden slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, "So this is at my master's request?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." At his affirmation, his face immediately darkened. "Are you prepared to be responsible for those words?" He answered without the slightest hesitation, "I can." Upon hearing that, Gaiden no longer objected and immediately agreed. Very well. I'll take responsibility. I don't really know either. I just have to trust the power of the original story. After all, this was my first time meeting him. Of all the players, I alone was the first to meet El Noah's father. Rumors were countless, but his strength was beyond question. He's sizing me up. It's understandable to judge. Someone suddenly appearing and spouting that kind of nonsense, you can see why. But this pointless silence is really irritating. Gaiden pointed right at his face and asked, "Not going to block it?" Hearing his question left him stunned. "Huh!" His eyes narrowed, a cold murderous glint flashing. "You're dead." The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split in two. This is the invisible sword. A skill that unleashes a slash without needing a blade. The ultimate skill in the knight's skill tree, and it's being used this casually? Seeing this, he was so astonished he was left speechless. Dion pointed at the table. "Dead again, what a mess. What could I possibly learn from an opponent who can't even react?" He recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself, indeed, the swordsmanship of the Empire's strongest knight, the man said to have pierced dragon scales. But it's not complete. Down pointed at the ground and asked, "It's as deadly as they said, Lord Jichaidian. But if it were a perfected technique, the movement itself would be unnecessary, wouldn't it?" Hearing that question, Jichaidian was a little taken aback. What could you possibly know to say that? He thought inwardly, I only blurted that out because I know everything. There was a diary found after Jhi Dion's death in the original story, which recorded the entire process of how he became so powerful, including details about his master, his family, and even, turning to him, he showed a worried, embarrassed look and said, "The goal you want to achieve, I heard there was something like that." At those words, Jhi Dion frowned slightly and pondered. He added, "To break the family's curse, there's something you absolutely have to be able to slash." At the same time, Jhi Dion remembered his master instructing him, "My disciple, it would be easier to cut through the ocean. Then I will begin with the sea." Back in the present, his voice rang out, "Rotational force is the key. At the moment the mental image forms, the sword's path must be drawn perfectly using rotational force. Try channeling a little more into it." Jhi Dion didn't answer. He closed his eyes in silence. "Honestly, I don't even know what this thing is. I'm just remembering what Jhi Dion wrote in his journal, advice his future self sent back to his present. The rest is up to him." Suddenly, right then, large cracks opened up in the ceiling. A blazing golden beam flashed through the space. Jhi Dion stared up at the source of the light, stunned. He stood opposite him, his gaze clearly skeptical. "Who are you, exactly?" He paid it no mind. Smiling, he said he was simply someone who wanted Lord Jhi to become stronger. At the same time, he thought to himself that only then would Lord Jhi not die and Elna would not be corrupted. Anyway, it's already secured. Phew. A pardon, immunity from execution, the Tristan family's privilege. Whatever they cause, they escape legal judgment. This is a one-time authorization written personally by Jhi. Jhi Dion is currently the Empire's fixer who handles the royal family's dirty work in the shadows. His position no better than that of a chained dog. Anyway, this pardon will be very useful when heading into Chapter 2. The system popped up a notification. Critical charm, number of villains with favorable disposition increased, gift enhanced. The more Fate's charm is recognized by villains, the more varied the rewards become. In the room, Down pointed at the letter, looking somewhat astonished. This can be enhanced too, the system kept popping up. Received a revelation from Gideon. His butler was still fast asleep. Revelation. When you awaken an evil person's power, you receive a similar ability. The added power can be used exactly the same for a period of time. Reading those system messages left him a bit puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Staring at the light through the window pane, he thought to himself, perfect timing. This really is the power that gives wings to what I'm about to do. After a while, Down looked at the letter, his expression slightly unsettled. After finishing his plan, he immediately shut the book. This level of planning should be enough for what's coming, right? Down smiled in satisfaction. It wasn't going to be easy, but he'd already told Gideon he'd take responsibility. Tristan family, I will definitely protect everyone. In class, the lecturer enthusiastically explained. So, within the bodies of all humans, the creations of the gods already possess divine power. This works in a completely different way from magic. Why? Because everyone can use it without being chosen. However, reaching the level where you can actually use divine power, the lecturer glanced around the classroom and, seeing so many empty seats, couldn't help feeling dejected. Is that brat here to sleep or to listen? Why are the empty seats increasing like this? Sigh, damn it, it's all because of that bastard B. Whether he summoned monsters into the school or dragged zombies along. Screw him. A guy who worships demons like that has gone way too far. On top of that, this semester's so-called honor students are unbearable. All rebellious and questioning, and one even had the nerve to bonk the professor on the head. Right now, no one knows that things between me and Jeverb have gone sour. She'll grit her teeth a little longer and then quit. Yeah, just quit already. After all, being stuck here feels like being reincarnated into a broken game world. A student piped up, I have a question. How do you cultivate holy power? That question set him off. That bastard, seeing his students so uninterested, he snapped. Holy power or whatever, keep using it and your proficiency will increase. That's supposed to be a question? Down, propping his chin on his hand, replied casually, questions are still good, sir. Hearing that made the lecturer furious and lose his composure. Class dismissed. Glancing at the sheets under the desk made the lecturer even angrier. That bastard is Dan. Why has he always been a thorn in my side? He scowled unhappily, thinking, I need to grab this batch of confidential files and find a job somewhere else fast, so I don't have to see those damn students and that stupid headmaster. Leave this cursed empire. Good. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. "Professor! Professor!" He heard someone call and immediately moved toward the door. "Those bratty little pests were so annoying and about to leave, so I'll be your professor one last time." Opening the door, he grumbled, "The door's about to break. Kids." But the moment he opened it, a burst of force hurled him backward. From outside came a voice. "Still haven't run away?" He turned his head and shouted angrily, "What? Are you crazy? You dare kick a professor?" Oh lifted his foot in front of the professor and replied coldly, "That thing just now was the door. The professor is the one now. You guys are insane." One of the two called out, "What did you say?" "Sir, the professor of theology." When he came to, he found himself tightly bound to a chair, his head. Seeing the two people in front of him, he couldn't help but panic. "Huh? What's this?" Down looked up calmly and said, "This isn't a joke. We're detaining you now." The more he heard, the angrier he became. "What nonsense are you barking? Arrest me for what? What wrong have I done that gives you the right?" His voice rang out, "You're a spy." Hearing those words froze him instantly. "What?" Io continued, "Accessory to the magical beast escape. I've already reported it to the principal. A professor who lets imperial students die. There's only one conclusion. Your purpose was never education. One more thing. Letters exchanged with him were found in Viscount Jverbeck's house. Caught and exposed, he still refused to admit it and argued, "Nonsense. What does that pathetic demon worshipper have to do with a priest like me? I was merely building connections. I'm a victim too." Down glanced at his watch and ordered, "Too noisy, no time. Hurry up and confess. Start with the names of the spies like you who operate here." He bristled at that and snapped, "Go ask your mother about that one." But no sooner had he finished speaking than Io lunged forward to strike. "Now will you talk? Then start." Unable to bear the pain on his wounded face, he trembled as he replied, "Guard Baton, Cookin." Down suddenly placed his hand on his head to heal him. "Your pronunciation's terrible, G. Diam," he muttered. As he began to recover, he immediately looked up at him. "What the hell are you doing, you bastard?" Down looked up at him with an utterly cold expression. "I'm restoring your health, sir. With divine power, you said yourself that you have to use it a lot to raise proficiency. So when I had the chance, I had to try it right away." Seeing him about to leave, he panicked. "You madman, where are you going?" Down answered coldly, "This isn't going to be over just because you name a few people." Io, standing nearby, added, "Search his desk. Something will turn up." He cried out, pleading, "Please don't." At that moment his body radiated a pink energy as he tried to break free from his bonds. Down held the folder in his hands, a look of mild surprise on his face. "What is this? You're a theology instructor and you even know the Imperial military roster. If that's the case, you might as well enlist." He dashed forward trying to snatch the folder. "You lunatic! Give it here." Io, without a moment's hesitation, quickly swung his arm to attack. He turned his head and caught a glimpse but couldn't react in time. A single simple move sent him flying, his back slamming hard into the wall. Julia below heard the loud commotion and couldn't help but be curious. What was that sound just now? An earthquake? Watching the sheets of paper slowly fall, he smiled faintly. "Professor, is this everything? It looks like that's all of it. Now we hand it over to the school's knights, right?" As for him, he's lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly he spoke up to stop them. "Wait, senior. I'm still a freshman. I want to learn a bit more about holy power." He lay on the ground, his breathing extremely labored. "Right now I know why I couldn't stand that brat. Last time, he resembled the one I met with Gerb." In his head he recalled a scene from the past. He was kneeling on the ground and spoke respectfully. "Oh pioneer, this is my first time meeting you." From above, a strange voice echoed down. "If you ask about me, you will die. If you reveal that you've seen me, you will also die. If you forget me, you'd be better off dead." He looked down, his expression a little pensive, thinking to himself that it was definitely that strange, whimsical feeling of unfamiliarity. One of the two of them called out, "All right, let's start the treatment." The teacher glanced at him, a bit alarmed, thinking it was as if something was giving orders. From inside the house a voice rang out, "Thank you, senior. Thanks to you, my sacred power has risen enough to affect my deep spiritual core. We've caught a rat in a professor's disguise. Senior, did that let off some of your stress?" Elo, standing behind him, spoke up, "Tra, I don't have a hobby of tormenting the elderly for fun. The system notification popped up. Elna's madness has shown positive improvement. He thought to himself, clearly she got to vent so fine. Senior, this isn't something you can fix with reason. Suddenly she asked, hey, don't you have anything to tell me? He was looking at the keychain in his hand and replied, no. Suddenly she stepped closer and asked, you met my father, didn't you? Why did you meet him? Yellow leaned in, curious about why he'd met that person. Down jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. Me? What's going on? She had to repeat herself, I'm asking you that. And he stammered but confirmed clearly, yes, the meeting did happen, but I've never revealed it to anyone outside. Elo was still dazed and didn't understand a thing. Huh? Down over here was in a total panic, trying to pep himself up. Damn it, there's a complication, think of something, you idiot. She kept pressing, asking if someone had done something to him, and he quickly denied it. No way, miss, nothing like that, absolutely not. At last Down came up with a story to tell. Last time, during the match, I used the sword move you taught me. His Highness was just curious to see who this kid was. So he called me over, nothing dramatic. Elo's face was full of suspicion. He called you over just out of curiosity? That Duke Tristan? He fumbled, hands trembling as he tried to explain. The move I learned from my senior luckily landed really well, and besides, almost no one even uses Tristan's sword style. In the end, she decided to turn her back and leave. Maybe that's as far as she'll go. Fine, handle it yourself, though he's not the sort of man to be idle enough to go teach swordsmanship to a fresh recruit. And it's really not something I should meddle in. Down didn't forget to add a warning. But hey, we might be running into him a lot from now on, Duke, he said with absolute certainty, because the man is family to my senior. When it comes to protecting my senior, I had no other choice. As soon as he finished, Down turned and scolded himself. Honestly, these lines are kind of abrupt. Why do you keep going on about protecting people, you idiot? Alo gently chided. Hey, Dud, have you noticed? Since when did your way of addressing people get so familiar? He turned back, bewildered. Huh, she tugged her hood down, blushing as she scolded. Before you go protecting me, mind your manners. Call me Guildmaster. Herman walked behind them, full of complaints. Young master, did you just hang out with Duchess Tristan again? Honestly, the Viscount warned you to try not to attract attention. Down turned back cheerfully and stressed. Hey, I only have 3 friends at this school, and one of them is Duchess Tristan. Herman, sounding worried, asked, young master, isn't that a bit socially awkward? Down hurried to clarify. Well, they're not exactly friendships in the normal sense. Down changed the subject and asked, what about you? For a butler you stand out a lot. Where did you get that? Herman, holding a half-eaten ice cream, explained. They were handing them out for free outside to cheer on the midterms. There were 31 flavors. Down suddenly remembered something important. Right? It's the midterm survival exam. The Soul Linker, the Epic Tier, and the Heroic Divine Shard have met fusion conditions and can awaken a spirit's consciousness. He turned and ordered. Herman orders. Go try all the remaining 30 flavors and report back. Herman promptly obeyed and left. Okay, young master. He briefly thought to himself that the kid might not actually be a butler. Down sat down, brooding. Now I can awaken the ghost haunting Gregory Manor. He recalled the crucial details, thanks to the holy power boost when he healed that priest. Downside, trying to find an answer. After all, when you awaken a ghost, a great soul who mentors and levels up a player, it appears at random, and you never know which of the greats will show up, so it's always a wild gamble. His biggest worry was not finding a suitable match. What if someone completely incompatible showed up? Down squinted tensely. If that happened, it would be a loss. Then he performed the ritual, opened it up. What is this? And there's even that damn gotcha card here. In the stands, flags fluttered and cheers rose up. So cool. Down went pale and started sweating as he checked. A knight? Who is it? Lancer Mage Frederick. Tanker Johann? He tried to dig through his memory. Who is that? He felt like he'd seen them somewhere before. At least they didn't seem evil, and that was enough. Who is it? Huh? That person turned around. Dawn's guardian? Caliban Chrysanax. Down suddenly realized in panic that he was Elia's brother. He was utterly helpless too. This was totally ruined. In the desolation, Caliban Chrysanax stood dazed and alone. Hey, you're just standing there? Come help. This is literally a living hell. Elia shed tears. The Crimson Night tragedy had been caused by the chain demon's creature. And Elia's brother rose up. Guardian Caliban. the one who sacrificed his life to stop the Crimson Knight tragedy. Caliban Chrysanax became a great hero, his heroism forged by that sacrifice. The image of his father, the image of his mother. Elia cried without stopping. He had said he would come back. He said, "Just wait and I'll return." From that event, Elia followed in her brother's footsteps. Yet all those deaths were nothing but tragedy for their family. And on the day she lost everyone, Elia decided she would walk the same path as her brother. Becoming a demon slayer left her an orphan. Cheers erupted, urging them on. The one who finishes first among you will face Elia. When she came of age, Elia was awarded the title of the sole special class warrior of this round of homeland training. Everyone give Elia a round of applause. The Empire's official commission as a candidate warrior was also granted. From then on, she became a warrior. The teacher was announcing their exam. The midterm will be held fairly as 4-person team battles. Who are the Empire's main enemies? Magical beasts and those who worship demons. That's right, Alfonte is the agency set up to fight them. Combat ability and survival skills are the main criteria for grading in the midterm. Down turned to ask, "So, Caliban, your sister here, is she still doing all right?" Caliban Chrysanax looked incredulous and asked back, "So you mean that girl, my sister, is currently a candidate warrior of the Empire?" He reaffirmed it once more. "Yes, it's official." Caliban Chrysanax snorted with delight. "This kid, who not long ago was a snot-nosed brat," Down emphasized, "is an adult now." Caliban Chrysanax suddenly blurted out something oddly theatrical, worth every bit. Down turned, baffled. What? Caliban Chrysanax was overflowing with joy. It was nothing more than the strange feeling of having been reborn as a spirit and seeing his little sister all grown up. Down stammered, trying to hint. "Hey, since I did resurrect you, right, so, you expect me to cooperate, yes? Could you help me? Fine. In return, please don't tell my sister about my business." Down added politely, "Yes, thank you, Caliban." Caliban Chrysanax turned, smiling brightly as he made his request. "The intuition of someone who's died before tells me this. I don't know what rules you master that I don't, but I feel you're a good person. Please keep watching over my sister. I'm counting on you." Down fumbled and scratched his neck awkwardly. "For now, my goal is to make sure no one has to die." He called her name, Elia. She turned around. "HM? Teacher Dud." Down cleared his throat and made an offer. "About that midterm team situation. If you still haven't, decided which team to join, would you like to team up with me?" Elia suddenly froze. Elia, a bit skeptical, hesitantly asked, "So you want to team up with me?" Down answered without hiding it, "I'd really like for us to be on the same team." Elia, surprised, blurted out, "Huh? Last time you said we weren't that close." Down hesitated, then replied honestly, "I already apologized for that, didn't I?" She started calculating something again, her brows knitting slightly as she thought, Saying it like that probably means you plan to send me on those weird errands like last time, right?" At that moment he stepped forward, cheerfully brushed aside the obstacle and grinned broadly. "Come on, just say yes. After all, that girl's been studying you day and night to win." He added casually, "Always calling you master, master. Haven't you noticed?" Hearing that, Down could only force a smile and avoid his gaze, replying, "Then don't be so formal. Let me borrow them, okay?" The girl on the other side screamed in excited alarm. "They're counting on you? Please join our team." But when she saw him beaten down with his head forced toward the ground, she immediately shifted her tone. "Well, it's not really that bad, is it?" Elia, a little embarrassed, rubbed the back of her neck and said, "Let's use this chance to bond and grow together. It's okay if you part from your friends for now, right? It should be fine. Everyone in the group is pretty capable." Down inwardly understood one clear thing and told himself, well, of course, after all, it's the protagonist's party in the original story. Seeing him go quiet, Elia winked, snapped her fingers and pointed it down. "Well then, teacher and I, a duo play after so many days apart." Down leaned over decisively and looked at her, refusing, "No, we're forming a team." She heard that and went limp as if all her strength had drained, listlessly listening as he added that they'd need about one more person. Outside the lavish palace, Down's astonished voice carried, "Principal!" Down regained his composure and, hesitating, spoke plainly. "Being so generous to allow this, thank you, Principal." The principal merely sat calmly in the presiding chair and replied, It's not that big a deal. Her expressionless gaze flicked to the person below. How strange that the Saintess would bring a night guard all the way here on purpose. I can't fathom His Majesty Credo's intentions. Down smiled casually and answered earnestly. What intention? Lucienne can't be locked up in there forever, can she? Taking advantage of this routine diplomatic delegation, the girl stepped outside. Recalling Lucienne's innocent image, the principal still harbored some doubts. The Saintess needs to learn about the world too. Hearing down, the principal couldn't help but ponder. Though she's called the Saintess, according to my investigation. The more the principal thought, the more perplexing it became. She is also one of the candidates, a vessel of the demon. So I have been secretly preparing for the day she might be able to come to Alfonti. Sending her twin sister, Yuria, out was meant to be the opening move, so why did they proactively send the saint here? She then looked toward Down. He still wore that smile, though there was skepticism on his face. Why Pope Credo? Down, sitting opposite, noticed the doubt in her expression and explained. Lucienne is a symbolic figure for both the Empire and the Holy Realm. I should say up front that this was a bold decision and not an easy one for us. Hearing that, the headmaster suddenly realized the hidden reason behind such a drastic move. Could it be because of the recent monster incident? Seeing she had grasped part of it, Down replied cheerfully. That incident played a role, and one of Alfonti's priests was also discovered to be a spy. We've been quite concerned about that. At last, uncertain how the headmaster felt, she heard him ask, then won't this chaos be bad for the saint? Inwardly she did a quick calculation. It's bait. She'll bite. But Down answered contrary to what the headmaster expected. No, on the contrary, it's advantageous. A cold indifference flickered in Down's eyes as he strained his voice and said plainly, if Lucienne is truly the Empire's saint, she must have the courage to face justice without flinching where evil runs rampant. For that reason, we want Alfonti to entrust this mission to Lucienne. And from what the headmistress knows about Lucienne, she pressed further. I've heard the school is in midterms right now and you hope the girl will help with the students' training. What do you mean? Down couldn't fully disclose everything. He closed his eyes slightly and replied that the specific details would be conveyed privately later. He only hoped she understood that all of this was aimed at eradicating the evil spreading in Alfonti. The headmistress hesitated, studied the expression on Down's face, and asked whether the Pope was being sarcastic just then. A loud laugh rang out, accompanied by the memory of Lucienne's cold gaze. The headmistress began to lose patience. She snapped in a cold tone, saying that if he planned to order Lucienne, no, the Saintess, what would stop them from simply refusing? Down showed no sign of anger. He answered calmly that if the Saintess volunteered, the matter would be different. He only gave a faint smile. The image on the orb slowly disconnected, and before it vanished he said that surely that girl would prove useful. When he vanished, the headmistress rubbed her temples and sighed impatiently. Damn it, she swore a string of curses at Down under her breath. How inhuman. Pope Credo, that crafty old man, is as sly as a venomous snake. Then she glanced at the mirror beside her. She still couldn't believe it. She hadn't expected to meet the Saintess so easily. But the headmistress still harbored doubts about the ill-fitting condition he had proposed. But the condition was to become a puppet for the Empire, so I sincerely beg you, please charm the demonic vessels. At this point, could Down really be trusted by her? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. The principal, out of habit, took out her lipstick, yet inwardly she still cursed. Hypocrite, Atalanta. Right now the principal showed no emotional crack, her gaze distant and unreadable. When it came to pushing others for her own goals, I was no different. Switching to another scene, Yuria was washing a cloth by the stream. But in Yuria's heart, she wasn't concerned with the present at all. She pondered with a pensive look. Why hasn't he come? All around her there were only trees, plants, and flowers. The space was oddly quiet, in stark contrast to her impatient, expectant mood. It had been a few days. Yuria pressed her lips together, an indescribable restlessness. He usually comes around this time. That person. In Yuria's memory there was now only the image of Down wearing a mask, always cheerfully saying things like, your defense was great today, well done. I'll come again tomorrow, so wait for me. What should I bring? Steak? Donuts? His image seemed to invade her entire mind, slowly eating away at her emotions. She sadly told herself there was no need to bother bringing food. She only needed. Turned out that for her, right now, she only needed Down to come and stay with her. A silence settled in Yuria's mind. Her eyes were hollow as she stared ahead. The space seemed to be telling her, I'm bored of you, Yuria. bored already? The answer was simple. Each word seemed to corrode her will. She felt like she was falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhouncher, Alphonte's lonely outcast, had betrayed the Holy Kingdom. But in Yuria's small mind, the familiar voice of Down rang out. When you grabbed your sword and ran, hadn't you already steeled yourself? That damned fate means you have to cut down anyone who comes near. An answer Yuria had pasted onto herself. Hadn't you been able to bear it? That person planted a resigned thought in her head. A hidden hatred. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It was an emotional flutter born of a momentary illusion. Reality hadn't changed. Yuria's small body hung in the fixed void, each phrase seeming to want to swallow that tiny form. You're alone. It drowned her fragile feelings. She would be alone forever. In a panic, Yuria finally broke free. She clutched her chest and tried to gulp down every breath. Questions kept echoing in her head. Left all alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for, and who will come to you? It broke Yuria down. Those pretty eyes welled with tears, and that voice continued to pester her mind. Someone who can't even cry out for help like you. It was trying to steal the small tender feeling Down had given her. You can do it. And at the same time a familiar voice rang out. Why are you crying? Down, he looked pretty exhausted, clearly rushed to get here. He was holding a pack of snacks and, out of breath, asked, Did something happen while I wasn't here? The bag of cookies you said wasn't being sold. The status board showed Yuria's interest level suddenly spike from 1 to 4. The status board showed Yuria's interest level jump from 1 to 4. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and stammered, You don't hate me, do you? You're not tired of me, right? Down tilted his head in puzzlement. What are you saying? Actually, I came because I wanted to ask you for a favor. One thing, I have to leave here. As she was saying that, Yuria suddenly sprang up, making him freeze. Are you okay? But instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile, and as if moved by an invisible force, she swung the chain in her hand and sent the bag of cookies Down was holding flying. Anything's fine. I'm fine with anything. He stood there, stunned like a fawn, staring at the ripped packet of cookies in his hand. Tears streaming, Yuria pleaded. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. You won't hate me for this, will you? Please. I'll do anything. Please don't be upset. At that moment she sprang up, cracking the chain and chasing after Down. Don't go, please. Down, now panicked, bolted forward on all fours, shouting as he ran. It's you. You're the reason I couldn't not go. Yuria, heart aching, kept chokingly repeating, I'm sorry. Cut to the academy. A slow voice announced that, starting today, Alphonte will begin the midterm exam. The mission is to set out from this vast plain and reach the target location. Encounters between students during the exam are a free-for-all. Steal as many rival students' necklaces as you can, and the more points you earn. Elia gave the person in front of her a judgmental look. On a day this important, Teacher Dud, I have a lot of questions about the current situation. Down had just sprinted like it was a marathon to get away from Yuria. Now he's panting, struggling for breath. Wait to ask later. She cut him off. No, I want to ask right now, she insisted. Aaliyah couldn't hold back anymore, pointing angrily at Yuria, who was being dragged by Down with a chain around her neck. Is this a fetish? No. What the hell kind of situation is this? Down, sweating profusely, stammered an explanation. There are reasons for everything, of course. From one point of view, it might look like he's a serious pervert. You know that too, don't you? She shouted. At that moment, Yuria hurriedly spoke up, embarrassed and trying to defuse things. It's my fault. I suggested walking like this, because it feels both more comfortable and much more secure. Hearing that, Elia looked stunned as if struck by lightning, her face slack. What on earth is going on? Is that kind of interaction part of the concept? Where did any sense of decency go with these perverts? She shot him a look, eyes like coals ready to ignite, and warned, Look, I don't know what your relationship with my sister is, but it seems we need to clear up this misunderstanding before we can move on, right? Down suddenly flipped into serious mode. Elia, I don't know how you'll take this, but the next words he spoke hit Elia so hard she stood frozen for a few seconds. Down earnestly declared, I really hope you'll absolutely not leave my side, and I'm strictly forbidding you from getting close to this friend. She frowned. What kind of pervy setup is he trying to pull? Down insisted firmly, I know how it sounds, but this is entirely a strategically motivated favor, so trust me. Truly, this friend, for personal reasons, has to keep his distance like that. In Aaliyah's head, 7,749 unspeakable scenes flashed by, yet she replied calmly, I get it, but don't even think about putting a collar or anything like that on me. If no one else is coming, let's head out. After that, Aaliyah urged, her voice cold as it sliced through the air. Let's go, Uriah. While they walked, her curiosity flared again. So, what's your specialty? Down cried out in despair. I told you not to get close. Aaliyah, not to be outdone, snapped back. No way. I'm not going anywhere, you pervy teacher. Elsewhere, a limping figure shuffled forward, a rasping voice escaping him that sent a nearby rabbit grazing the grass into a panicked leap. The poor thing nearly died of fright. The blond man, drenched in sweat and panting, gasped, Everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? He sighed as he looked around, safe for now at least. The person sitting under the tree strained to speak. Talion, you couldn't even handle that transfer student from the Tribal Alliance? Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, a hint of mockery in his voice. If it weren't for me, everyone's protective magic would have shattered and they'd be eliminated. Right? The other stammered. That's true. But that girl really did try to kill someone. The black-haired guy beside him suggested. Why don't we play it safe and pick off weaklings like Dud first? The fellow next to him, half asleep, agreed. Yeah, that con. While we've got the chance, stomp him flat. Guy's a country bumpkin who somehow got into Elfanti. He's been annoying. Let's raid him now. But surprisingly, Talion flat out refused. I'll pass. They were taken aback. What? Do it. You hate him too. Talion shook his head. I used to, but not anymore. The black-haired man, suspicious, said. What, have you been won over by Dud? Talion's pendant swung lightly in the breeze. His next line sounded almost philosophical. It's just that my view has widened. I realize there are a lot of strong people in this world. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after knocking someone out, Ridu looked up with hollow eyes and sneered. This world has far too many weaklings. She frowned in obvious annoyance. Why isn't there a single decent one among them? After getting to her feet, Ridu lifted her leg high. Battlefield, combat, a life or death duel. Her face seemed to sink into shadow, her voice icy and unreadable. In the end, how was she keeping that up? Ridu spat a curse, damn imperial scum, then brought her foot down to stomp the unconscious figure on the ground. Just as it was about to land, a flash of light appeared. Elo arrived just in time, her sword stopping Ridu's foot that was about to strike. The moment she saw Elo, the corner of her mouth lifted into a pleased smile. This is... Elo returned a cold look, her eyes flashing with appraisal. Suddenly a slash cut through, sweeping the opponent's foot aside. White light and black lightning braided together and erupted in a seismic blast. The ground was riddled with cracks. Elo warned in a chilling tone. A transfer student taking refuge shouldn't be so conspicuously flashy, Ridu Garda. Ridu's eyes were bloodshot, veins throbbing with the thrill of battle, like a predator who'd found its prey. There. Inside, she sized up her opponent, a brat actually worth noting. Elo, still aloof, leveled her sword at Ridu and reminded her. As the supervisor, I can't ignore excessive violence. Control yourself from now on. Ridu sneered contemptuously, her voice provocative. Don't like it? So what? Elo kept the sword pointed and said that if this were a battlefield her head would already be pierced. But since it isn't, I'll just give a warning. Ridu, unconcerned, stepped up to the tip of the blade, almost pressing her forehead against the steel. Fine, to me this is the battlefield. Stab. Go on, try stabbing me. The sword lightly grazed Ridu, but she kept taunting in a sultry yet vicious tone. If you draw a sword, you should see blood, right? Can't even do it with it right up to the mouth? Elo's hand on the sword tightened. Ridu, like a mad woman, kept spitting insults. Imperial women all end up the same. Types like you turn up in my tribe sometimes. They're the kind with real strength but no resolve. Fools who, even when their lovers are taken, only cry and do nothing. Elo's eyes narrowed. Her gaze was cold as a blade. Ridu strode forward with arrogant steps. She simply couldn't stand them whenever she saw them. She curled her lip, a challenging smile slowly spreading across her face. On the surface Elo remained composed, but deep inside, a demon had quietly awakened. black streaks of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Ritu to widen her eyes in astonishment. She went blank as her father's admonitions rang in her mind. Ritu, the tribe is not the whole world. The stronger you become, the bigger and stronger the world will be. Ritu quietly admitted inwardly, "It's true, isn't it, father?" Watching the black bolts of lightning gathering toward her, she narrowed her eyes with delight. Seriously, what audacity. Ritu Garda leaped up and launched an attack, her face a fierce glare full of killing intent aimed at the opponent before her. On the other side, Elo kept her cold expression, watching Ritu's moves. As Ritu closed in, Elo's voice turned serious and she forced a teleport. At that moment, Ritu's eyes had gone completely black with terrifying blue pupils, a triumphant smile still on her face. But, just as Elo expected, the instant Ritu's foot swung close to her face, she began to flicker and vanish. Ritu's eyes bulged in confusion. She had no idea what was happening. A heartbeat later, Ritu disappeared. All that was left was a gust of wind and Elo's figure with a sword, watching after her. Ritu had been teleported back to the hall, dropping from the air onto the hard floor. It made you wince just watching. She squinted, let out a soft groan and clicked her tongue. Tay. Amid the shabby lot sitting in the corner, she monologued to herself. "What, me eliminated already? Just for arguing back?" She sighed. "So that's how this plays out, the student council president." Then suddenly she froze. "Wait a minute." Elo's image flashed instantly through her head. This couldn't be written off as a simple skill gap. It felt like she was born different. Ritu bit her nails, thinking it over. But why would she suddenly break her calm and show such killing intent? Had the student council president been poked where it hurts? Because I called those empire types indecisive? The two guys who'd just been roughed up were sweating as they took in the scene and told each other, "Hey, we're not getting beat up here anymore, right?" Ignoring everything around him, Ritu sat with his legs spread, grinning wickedly and thinking, maybe it's because I said that even if my lover were kidnapped I couldn't do anything. Who said that? Anyway, elsewhere, Yuria flipped into killer mode, her eyes going black, and a notification popped up. Ritu Garda has begun to take an interest in you. Another announcement followed. Elnoa, affected by you, has unlocked the skill Divine Wrath. A chaotic scene unfolded as an explosion sent everyone flying. They could only scream in panic. What is this? Why did this happen all of a sudden? Down, having managed to get out of the blast, shouted that he hadn't seen him even once since that day. Elia bit his lip as he ran but still turned back to scold. "What is this now, Mr. Down? What are you muttering to yourself?" On this side, all anyone could see was Yuria going berserk with slaughter. Curses rang out everywhere. "You fraud! Down! Elia! We'll save you, hang on." Elia paid them no mind and turned back to Down. "Mr. Down, how about we stop for a moment to clear up this misunderstanding?" Down shot a disapproving glance. "No, absolutely not." He grabbed the chain at her neck and dragged Yuria out of the blast, saying he's still busy trying to keep her under control right now. He was tugging and shouting loudly, "Hey, we were only trying to rescue her from that pervert." Yuria drew her legs up, eyes wide and bewildered. She looked adorably clueless. "Seriously, guys." Down sank into a flood of thoughts. "We really have to fix this scammer label." All of Elia's obsessive fans swarmed at him alone. Then suddenly Yuria shot out from behind, smiling blankly to his astonishment. Elia, seeing Yuria, rushed over. "No, Yuria, this exam. Can we end this properly?" But before he could reach her, Elia was blocked by that green-headed fanatic and his stone monster. The man cried out gleefully, "Miss Elia Chrysanax." Then he stuck his tongue out like a pervert and confessed, "From the very first day of enrollment, I've always admired your combat power and your dazzling looks." Seeing Elia's tense expression, Down asked, "Elia, you have this many fans?" Over here, the pouty greenhead was whining. "For some reason you were kidnapped by that perverted scammer, but I rank 10th on the entrance leaderboard. We'll save you and treat you to a meal at the Twilight Pupil." Hearing that, Elia turned to Down. "That place was trashed by the guildmaster, wasn't it?" Down corrected him. "No, actually it was Count Riverbeck." Elia scowled at the pouty guy. "Hey you, first of all, I was absolutely not kidnapped, and secondly, this person is not a fraud." The guy still wouldn't let it go and asked again. "So that makes him a pervert, right?" Elia hesitated as she swung her sword. That Down cut in, "Hey, why not just say you won't go?" The green-haired guy saw Elia get into a fighting stance and panicked. I I don't intend to fight anyone. Down and Yuria gaped, thinking, the Knight Department, the Magecraft Department, the Theology Department, all charging in together like this? It's the perfect setup for trait growth. Thinking that, he activated the ring on his hand and it lit up. He sent a message to Caliban Chrysanax, who was drooling in his sleep. Bro, wake up. Caliban replied. What's up? Down spoke into the ring. I need a favor. Please come out this once. Caliban, lazily snoring, answered. Why does it sound so urgent? What's going on? Over here, through Yuria's eyes, a group was approaching. They shouted, Milady, heroes, please wait a moment. We'll rescue everyone right away. A notification popped up. Dangerous situation detected. Applying 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. Rank A. When Down didn't see a signal from Caliban, he angrily asked again. What's going on? Why did you just reply but not come out? The disappointing reply was, it's just some kids fighting. Who do you think I am? A guardian god. Seeing that, Down immediately used his ultimate. Seriously, my sister is fighting a stalker right now. At the mention of his sister, Caliban suddenly snapped awake. He, white with fury, demanded, Aaliyah has a stalker? Who is he? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky. That was Caliban. His anger radiated power and the world imagery skill activated. The buff would be shared with party members nearby, granting the shared skill 1,000 pounds suspended by a thread. Rank A. Empowered, Aaliyah assumed a stance and lunged at the blue-haired guy. She yelled angrily, We don't need fans like you. The blue-haired guy was about to be attacked but still warned her. Wait, this is a stone golem. Your sword will break and you'll get hurt. Then the unexpected happened. She split the stone golem in two with a single stroke. The blue-haired guy's eyes bulged in shock. Yuria and everyone around were equally stunned into silence. Down, watching the scene, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh man, that's dangerous. After that slash, Aaliyah couldn't believe she'd done it. She was stunned. How did I do that? The onlookers were absolutely astonished, while the system sequentially announced, activated, world imagery. Also, shared skill. 1,000 pounds suspended by a thread A, granted to Aaliyah and Yuria. With one clean slash, Aaliyah had neatly cut the monster the blue-haired guy was riding. Down was thrilled. Amazing! However, he also realized the sole drawback of this skill. It consumed a small amount of his holy power. Because of that, the buff would expire after only 2 or 3 strikes. After that finishing blow, she suddenly heard a commotion rising up. It turned out they were all charging together. Even if he were a hero candidate, I wouldn't allow anyone to cover for a person like that. At that moment, the swings of chain strikes whizzed through the air one after another. Turned out Yuria was the one striking back. She launched beautiful kicks at them, leaving them no time to react. Afterwards, Yuria innocently said, Sorry everyone. I only meant to push them lightly. She was the annoyed one. Even if I'm not a hero, you people don't even bother to listen or try to understand. On top of that, Aaliyah shouted in fury, How could I possibly like that? Then she drew a long line on the ground with her sword, chanting the spell, Guardian Burst. They were defeated once again. Down was astonished. Isn't that a bit too powerful? Good thing all my stats are F. Caliban Chrysanax was also taken aback. What? That kid has gotten that strong. Aaliyah sighed in relief as the system announced that the party members had made progress in battle. The curly-haired one relaxed too. The system added that luckily no one was injured, and the proficiency of their attributes increased. She awkwardly said, I'm not worried about you, then pretended to change the subject. Hey, where did he go? She complained. Not again. Meanwhile, Aaliyah thought to herself that teaming up with Teacher Dud was more interesting than she'd expected. Over in another team, someone cheered. That makes 9 in total now. The red-haired one praised. Well done, everyone. If this is how you perform on a first-year midterm, you'll probably get full marks. Brown-haired agreed. Sure. We get along pretty well and everything's been going smoothly. The blonde wasn't satisfied. Smooth, yes, but we're not rank 1. Someone on the team looked puzzled. What? How many does rank 1 have? Someone else answered. For now, rank 2 has 15 necklaces. Hearing that, the redhead sneered. About 5 and we could catch up fast. Though does this map even work properly? The redhead asked. Is there a problem? The blonde explained. Rank 2 isn't a group. It's just a single person. Talion's group went pale. One person collecting 15 on their own without forming a team? Ridiculous. The blonde dropped a name. Has anyone heard of Painol Ripek? They all replied at once. Never heard of them. Why is our instance full of monsters like this? The redhead asked. Wait, so how many does rank 1 actually have? The blonde panicked. 100, 111. The whole team yelled. What? Who exactly is that group? Meanwhile, Down's team received a system notification. Trait acquired. Anomalous wind attribute. If you block precisely, you can reflect incoming damage. After moving for a while, he called out, We're here. Aaliyah eyed the cave in front of him skeptically. If we secure this spot first, will the test end? He replied indifferently. Why ask me that? You're the top student in the whole school. She grumbled. Honestly, you have such an annoying way of talking. Down thought to himself. In the original story, this bit was just a random event. At the same time, they wondered what would appear next. A monster even more terrifying than the spirit beast from before, or, while Down quietly assessed the surroundings, Aaliyah cried out, What is this? Even if it's some kind of test, this is going a bit too far. Yuria was frozen stiff by the scene before her. She stammered, Sis. Before them sat Lucienne, perfectly still. The system announced, Main Quest Chapter 2, The Young Monarch. It read, Prevent the owner's wrath. Curse of Renunciation. Protect targets. Lucienne Greyhouncher, Yuria Greyhouncher. She stepped closer, suspicious. Could this person really be supplying holy power to this entire Great Plain all alone? Aaliyah pressed on. The necklace's blessing? And teleportation too? While Yuria still hadn't come to, she doubted it. No, this wasn't the way Elfanti would do things. But the girl remained silent, showing no reaction. Aaliyah declared, Hey, I'll save you right now. Only to be stopped by a voice. Don't do that, student. A streak of light flashed past in front of Lucienne. He reminded them, The Saintess's service is voluntary. Are you going to obstruct it? This person is the High Combat Priest of the Holy Kingdom, Klein Garrison. Aaliyah shot back. Voluntary? Chrysonax frowned and replied, This is a voluntary act the saint chose herself. He ignored Lucienne, pointed his sword at Aaliyah, and added, Out of respect for her noble wishes, I don't think we should interfere. Right? Who forced her to do this? To Yuria's astonishment, Lucienne spoke up. No. She hesitated. I'm doing this because I want to. Aaliyah snapped irritably. As if volunteering for such gruesome tasks were purely her own choice, she studied Lucienne and continued. Do you dare oppose the will of the Holy One? Such an act is no different from defying the will of the entire kingdom. Anyone considered a hero candidate should understand that. Yuria's eyes widened in surprise. Aaliyah called out, Aaliyah Chrysonax. She declared, I'm not opposing. I only want to save those who are suffering. Chrysonax coldly demanded, If you hold that position, must I beg you to stop? Down, gripping his sword, frowned and thought, I didn't expect to run into you here, Saint Lucian. He recalled one of the 3 hegemonic powers. The Holy Kingdom. Down considered the Holy Kingdom's corruption. Their senior ranks were fanatics who acted against reason and could do unpredictable things, especially the Pope, who was as obsessed with demons as that headmaster, and St. Lucian was the kingdom's most prized asset, the Pope's puppet. He wondered whether Yuria and Lucian were merely tools to carry out his grand designs. It looked like the system was nudging Yuria toward rebellion in this situation. Attack a rebellious host. Are you out of your mind? Down spoke up. I'm in the lead. I think the Holy One should rest now. Chrysonax replied. She will stay until teams 2 and 3 arrive. Please wait until then. Down muttered. If you're wondering why they arrived so quickly, he guessed it was probably because of Elnor. Down clenched his hand, remembering that the monster attack had drawn their attention, and the Purger incident had only made them more certain. He thought about Yuria's rampage and wondered. They suspect Elnor because she was at the center of both events. What if Yuria went berserk again? Down frowned, realizing that the pontiff would start to intervene in Elfanti. He told himself, No, hasn't Yuria already been exposed? If that's the case, there's no other option. Then a glove suddenly flew into the air. The glove was thrown toward Chrysonax. He frowned and asked, What's this about? To the astonishment of Yuria, Lucienne, and Aaliyah, Down said, Don't you understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom? It's a formal challenge to a duel, you bastard. He patted Aaliyah's shoulder and said, Come out here for a moment. She, surprised, asked, Huh? Down challenged him. Chrysonax queried, A duel? Why accept? Down walked toward Chrysanax and said, "Step aside and face me. Elia, assist His Holiness and get her to the infirmary." Chrysanax cried out, "Oh, for heaven's sake, not this again." He raised his sword into a stance and threatened, "If you step any closer, this could escalate into an international diplomatic incident." Down said, "Then I'll report what you've done to His Holiness," Chrysanax arrogantly retorted. "May I ask what your title is, student?" Down calmly replied, "Title? I'm just an obscure provincial count. Is there a problem?" He glanced at Luciana, who was panting from exhaustion, and Chrysanax introduced himself. "I'm a high priest, so I can't just challenge anyone on a whim." Down was surprised. "Oh, then why did you draw your sword?" Chrysanax frowned and asked Down. "The hero candidate Elia is over there. Why are you so guarded around me?" Down thought to himself that to break this stalemate he needed a bold move. He put a hand on his sword and taunted, "See? I'm drawing my sword now." Chrysanax lifted his greatsword in reply. With such an insolent student, perhaps external intervention is required. He swung his sword high, aiming directly at Down. Down seized the moment, drew his sword from its sheath now. Then he unleashed a beautifully executed slash forward. Chrysanax was wounded. Down quietly rejoiced. Perfect. Counterattack activated. Under his assault, Chrysanax was sent flying. He recalled the astonished looks on Elia's and Uria's faces, while the principal's voice echoed in his ear. "I want to know what you intend to do, Dowd Campbell." She had said, "Do as you please." So he did. She reprimanded him. "I don't recall telling you to provoke the Holy Kingdom. This isn't a brawl. It's an official challenge." That guy got riled up and charged ahead. She warned anxiously, "He's not just an ordinary cleric, he's a high combat priest." Down handed over a paper and reassured her, "Relax. I have an exemption letter from House Tristan. The royal family will take responsibility for whatever I do." The headmaster sighed. "To be honest, the student Down, the saint, belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I have to accept it." She asked, "But a sudden challenge, are you sure?" Down replied calmly, "She told me to secure the demon hosts. On her candidate list, Uria Greyhound, I pushed her up to 50%. He recounted, "The problem is Uria was already at the headmaster's." The headmaster blinked in surprise. "What? No, why is she there?" Down explained, "I brought her to ensure an overwhelmingly dominant #1 spot. To attract the host's attention you have to be obvious. Half measures won't cut it. Save the world from demons first. Diplomacy can wait, right?" He remembered the relationship between Elnor and Elia, then snorted, "Humph. Think about personal relationships before international ones." Down crossed his arms and insisted, "First of all, I don't hold any grudge against you, headmaster, or any of the hero candidates." The headmaster, momentarily at a loss for words, said, "No, I mean pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get dragged into weird stuff." Down thought of Gideon and murmured, "I've already completely failed at that, headmaster." He frowned and shook the image out of his mind. The headmaster warned anxiously, "Since the report of the challenge has reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope might come in person. I don't know what you plan to do, but..." Down pictured Uria and Lucienne as two experiment subjects, like NPCs in a risky playthrough, the headmaster's voice still echoing in his ear. "The Pope is very dangerous, you should think this over." In the dark room, harsh sunlight streamed through the window and lit the small table, on which sat a single vase holding one yellow rose. Lucian Greyhounder was sitting on the floor, one hand holding a cigarette that sent up a curl of smoke, the other braced on the floor as she looked back toward the window. She exhaled a plume of smoke, wearing a look of complete indifference. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the door. Lucian shoved the cigarette into the ashtray and said, "Come in." Uria stepped in, looking quite surprised. She gestured toward Lucian. Lucian straightened up and frowned in surprise. In her heart, Uria was startled. "Sister," she thought. She whispered softly, "Sister Lucian." Lucian lowered her head sadly. Her feet slowly stepped forward. Uria's face showed horror, her mouth hanging open, wordless. She trembled and stammered, Don't come any closer." Seeing Lucian approaching, her hand went up instinctively as if to stop her, thinking to herself, "Don't come near, sister." Lucian's expression was utterly cold now. In Uria's mind, she realized her sister was thinking about the severance curse. Uria's face was complex with emotion. If her sister took one more step, the chain seemed about to slip off the dagger's hilt. Her sister would get hurt. Watching Lucian flick the dagger away, she thought to herself, Thank goodness. Lucian casually caught the chain, swung it up, and said calmly, "Because you and I are twins." Steps led down to an arena packed with spectators. The announcer's voice rang out slowly. "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to decide things. No do-or-die fights allowed. If a serious injury occurs, stop immediately and declare the winner. Otherwise, the match continues until one side surrenders. Do you both understand? Think of it as a dual quest, not a permadeath raid." Dowd's face looked tense. Delaying Yuria's awakening required Lucian at all costs. Otherwise, the obsession and the curse would gnaw at her mind like they do now. A nasty status effect if you were reincarnated into a game world. The two of them stared each other down. Meanwhile, Klein Garrison appeared surprisingly calm and unconcerned, while Yuria's mind threatened to collapse. The principal's eyes were fixed intently on the arena. For that reason, this match was very important. The guards outside were on edge. The Holy Kingdom's constant interference with Lucian had to be put to an end. Pope Credo sat with his eyes closed, serene, all over a single match. He sat composed on his throne-like seat, an imposing eagle emblazoned on his chest. We had to make an impact like that. The principal folded his arms, thinking to himself that even if Pope Credo couldn't attend in person, he would never miss matches like this. Klein's hand tightened on the sword's hilt. It's too late now to beg for mercy. Klein wore an arrogant expression, but there was still a chance. Surrender. The earlier you yield, the fewer bones you'll break. Consider it a useful tip for any reincarnated player. His voice brimmed with defiance. Listen up, young Master Campbell. Herman stood outside watching, his hands flying to his trembling mouth. All right, surrender the moment it begins. You absolutely mustn't strike directly. Dowd's face remained perfectly calm as he replied, "How curious. I was just about to say the exact same thing." Klein frowned as a voice echoed in his memory. "Don't use killing intent." The scene cut back to a room. Klein didn't turn. "What do you mean?" The man behind him answered immediately. "The stronger the killing intent, the stiffer the opponent will react. It's that kind of ability." Klein was astonished. Could such an absurd effect really happen? Credo smiled and explained, "I've seen it before. I didn't expect to see it again." Klein glanced back, and in a solemn tone said, "I was taken down by my own attack." He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, voice resolute. "Not just killing intent. I must utterly erase the enemy's will." Back in the real battle, Klein bowed his head slightly and spoke. Streaks of light immediately appeared around him and flew toward him. A blessing. Klein swung his sword powerfully, his knee buckling slightly as he spun, cloak billowing, the energy he released growing ever more dazzling. Klein frowned, his gaze intensely focused. His voice rang out threateningly while Dowd stood there calmly watching. Plainly meant to teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Then Dowd narrowed his eyes and smiled. Klein began to channel his power and surged forward to attack. The sword's movements sent Dowd's hair flying in the breeze. As Klein rushed in, Dowd closed his eyes and murmured, "We'll use guidance, usable skill, divine wrath." Klein's gaze was taut with tension. Both of them stared intently, missing none of the other's movements. A glowing orb flared up. The space above the arena churned like a storm. Dowd thought to himself that the fallen heaven sigil had reacted. Klein lowered his body and surged forward. Meanwhile, Dowd stood straight and raised his sword. The two blades met and sparks flew. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The stands erupted. The headmaster gaped in astonishment. Outside, the guards also felt the tense atmosphere inside and their faces turned alarmed. Everything happening here seemed to have been planned in advance by the pontiff. Credo's expression remained utterly calm. Usable skill, divine armament, wrath. A wave of energy enveloped him as the fallen heaven sigil reacted. After Dowd's powerful slash, Elia Chrysanax used the pommel to parry the blow, and the energy released cracked the arena's floor. Demonic energy swirled around the fallen heaven sigil, whipping up a raging whirlwind. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the violent surge of energy. A crack appeared in the sky, as if a dark energy were pouring out. ELO materialized in a demonic form. Elia Chrysanax flinched. Where did this thing come from? Sweat beaded on his brow. The demonic power, when it manifested through Elanra, made everything around seem to stop. He frowned. What the hell is this? Just holding on with my own strength is already suffocating. Such a wicked pressure. Whatever, let's fight. Down looked up while trying to dodge Elia Chrysanax's attack. The demonic power from ELO was trying to enter him. He widened his eyes in panic. Stay away from me. The demonic ELO slowly advanced. Don't make me see anything irritating again. You're already making me uncomfortable. The demonic ELO touched the sword Down was holding, and dark energy formed black lightning around the blade. Elo shouted, "Return what you took." Elia Chrysanax lunged at Down. He thought to himself, just for a moment there was something. How on earth did this guy manage to block my move? Down suddenly let go of the sword. Down spoke up, "I'm angry. I already said as long as I don't kill you, it's fine." Elia Chrysanax flinched. Down, having seemingly merged his power with ELO, delivered a punch that contorted Elia Chrysanax's face. The devastating punch sent him flying into the air, surrounded by dark energy. The backlash made the arena floor beneath Down crack wide open. Elia Chrysanax was almost rendered incapable of fighting. The pontiff, as if he had predicted the outcome, calmly closed his eyes. Then he said, "While I wasn't paying attention, Alphonse's skill has far exceeded expectations." A pale golden light wrapped around Elia Chrysanax. "May I speak as the victor?" Down asked. "Fine, go ahead," came the reply. "Those guys like him are causing trouble, Holy Maiden. Stop them. Everyone's panicking." "What did you say, Student Down? What are you looking for?" "Don't waste your effort, that thing is mine. This is your first and last warning." "Chairman Atalanta, what's going on here? Do you dare behave like this in front of the pontiff? How do you teach your students to cause such an incident?" Someone demanded. "You didn't just send a night train to deal with snot-nosed brats. You also harassed the Holy Saint." "This is Hatton Ugel, minister of the Blue Dragon clan in the Tribal Alliance. Really a bunch of terrible characters." Down was still staring straight at the source of the commotion. "If even those brats are publicly criticizing you, shouldn't you be stripped of your title in the Holy Kingdom?" Down spoke up. "Hatton, watch your words. This concerns the safety of the pontiff. What do you intend to do? If you're angry, come down here and fight me. What can you do?" The pontiff pondered, then said, "Understood. It won't be a duel, but I'll take care of it for you." The headmaster flinched. "Yes, Your Holiness, you're not just skilled, you're one seriously perverted student. I have to admit that." Then everyone in that area began to vanish, and a voice suddenly shouted from somewhere, "Hey, are you planning to run away, Holy Kingdom?" A figure in royal robes appeared. He ordered his attendant, Sarahs, deploy spies around Down Campbell of Elfanti. Sarahs, holding the cup of coffee she was drinking, replied, "I understand." He grinned, drawing the attention of 3 nations with a single match. "The more I look at him, the more I find I like that guy." Dowd stood dazed, thinking, are all their bugs really gone? "So the winner is Dowd Campbell," a voice rang out. The principal let out a small sigh, as if a weight had lifted. Then Hatton Ugel spoke up. "I quite like him. He has the makings of a true warrior. Here, take this." Hatton handed Dowd an amulet stamped with a lion's face, the lion's collar. "Rare. It boosts vitality and physical strength." Dowd snatched it up and asked hesitantly, "This is?" Hatton smiled. "Drop by the training forge sometime. I'll treat you well. And that strange power from earlier, I still want to see it again," he added. "That's all from the Tribal Alliance. I'm off now." Dowd took the pendant and fell into thought. Watching Hatton's retreating back, Dowd thought, in the original story this item was meant for Chapter 3. I've just been acknowledged by the craziest powerhouse of the Tribal Alliance. "Campbell, I have a question," the principal suddenly said. "Did you use the flask's power to win?" Dowd bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, I was just lucky." The principal continued, "The Pope and Hatton have probably noticed already. The news will spread soon, and before long many groups will try to approach you because of this." Dowd suddenly remembered the Pope's face. The principal lowered his glasses and warned, "You should steel yourself. From now on things are going to get a lot more chaotic." "Yes, I understand." One peaceful night passed. Cut to the next morning. The system chimed. Main quest completed. Blessings +1, seed of sin +1. "So, I have collected 4 seeds of sin so far. There are special skills that can only be bought with this kind of rare currency. For example, something like the mind-piercing eye, usable once per day, allows me to view an opponent's stats." Dowd clicked buy. The system chimed, "Purchase successful." Dowd thought to himself that the information gained from this skill couldn't be tampered with or faked. Wonderful, it has no drawbacks at all. I'll try it out. He couldn't check Trisha. The professor was the same. He couldn't be checked either. Elnor's face was dripping with sweat. She was training to boost her abilities. Behind her, the students training nearby all panicked and shouted, "President," only for her voice to echo back, "If you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way." Dowd thought to himself that actually, the priority now should be to gather information from Elnor or Aaliyah first. The two of them are important characters in this scenario. Okay, let's see. Excitedly, he activated the mind-piercing eye. The system displayed Elnor Tristan, Attribute, Vessel of the Grey Mage, Strength S, Agility S, Stamina S, Luck C, Authority A+, confused with 1 Demon Shard, Fusion Rate 180%, Corruption Level 2%. Oh, an 80% fusion rate? The incident at Riverback must have influenced this. Anyway, lucky that the corruption level is still low. If both had been high, she would have turned into a demon. Suddenly Elnor looked at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dowd flinched. "Ah, President, how did you know I was here?" Elnor replied, "I just felt a suspicious stare on me. Anyway, now that we've met, I have a letter I want to give you." "The person you had me tail isn't ordinary," Dowd said. "Oh, so you found them? I've already figured out his playbook, but from now on you should handle this kind of thing yourself. Being student council president isn't a leisurely role," Elnor said, crossing her arms and clearing her throat. I'm sorry," Dowd stammered awkwardly. Dowd added, "First of all, well done. The opponent certainly won't be easy. It's partly thanks to my position as president," Elnor replied. "Oh, right. I heard the Holy Kingdom is expanding and needs to send a diplomatic delegation. That's unprecedented. Do you know anything about it?" Actually I'm not sure either," Dowd said with an embarrassed laugh. "All right, it'll all come out soon. And here, this file records the target's movements during the midterm exam." "Oh, amazing, President," Dowd praised sincerely. "In the original, I had to follow him step by step myself. You really did great, President. I'll repay you later. I promise," Dowd said joyfully, hugging Elnor and leaving her momentarily stunned. "Great, that means he's at the clock tower right now. I'm off." Dowd's voice rang out, while she remained in shock. Panting, his breath came in ragged gasps as he rushed inside the tower. "So he stays at the clock tower until 7 p.m. I remember he enrolled at the same time as the Saintess, after all. With that kind of personality, he'll try to go out as much as possible. But in the end, he'll want to get some fresh air." Dowd climbed up to the upper floor of the tower, panting heavily from exhaustion. "I should train my stamina a bit more. This is the young King Valkarthus." Valkarthus turned his head and glanced over when he saw someone approaching. "Are you Dowd Campbell?" Dowd panted, forcing himself to speak. "Yes. You know me? Sit down, catch your breath. The Prophet told me to keep an eye on you. How could I not be concerned?" "The Prophet? He sent people despite already knowing about me? Your spy did well. Actually, I've been waiting here every day. I'm not someone who can take the initiative to request a meeting first. You understand we're enemies, aren't we?" Dowd narrowed his eyes, thinking. In the original story, the Prophet was just a petty demon worshipper. He never directly intervened like this. Valkarthus's eyes went cold. His assessment of you was that you'd be the greatest obstacle I'd have to face here. "Answer me, Dowd Campbell. Will you stand in my way?" Valkarthus radiated a thick, murderous intent. Dowd, on guard, thought to himself. He already knows who I am and what I'm doing, and he's issuing orders about me despite never having met me. This is the same method, but mine. Is this what it feels like to be reincarnated into a game world? Valkarthus, a young man with golden hair and regal attire, confronts someone. Behind him, a terrifying shadow monster with glowing red eyes materializes, hinting at the sinister power he wields through forbidden magic. Dowd, a young man with black hair, listens intently as Valkarthus challenges him, asking if he intends to stand in his way. Dowd's expression is serious and thoughtful. The Grand Clock Tower stands tall against the warm hues of the sunset, casting long shadows over the magnificent architecture, setting a dramatic stage for the unfolding confrontation. Valkarthus expresses his curiosity about the extent of Dowd's knowledge and understanding of their plans. Inside the opulent hall, Valkarthus reveals his awareness of Dowd's investigations, stating that he knows Dowd has gathered significant information about them and came to this meeting fully aware of Valkarthus's identity. Dowd, with a bead of sweat tracing his temple, reassures Valkarthus, stating that he is certain Valkarthus bears no ill will, despite the tense circumstances. Valkarthus's golden eye holds a calculating gaze as he speaks of his plan to turn everyone in the academy into the undead, even if it means ruling over them afterward, revealing the sinister nature of his intentions. Against the vibrant sky, the clock tower signals the impending deadline. Valkarthus confirms his plan will unfold in 3 days and reveals that the seer has taken a keen interest in Dowd. A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked and masked, with fiery orange hair and piercing red eyes, embodying the hidden forces that are now interested in Dowd's true nature. Valkarthus elaborates on the threat Dowd faces, revealing that the seer is still investigating Dowd's true nature, and warning him that he may eventually have to confront all of the chosen. Dowd, with a look of surprise and confusion, questions Valkarthus's motives, asking why he is divulging such crucial information to an apparent adversary. With his eyes gleaming, Valkarthus introduces himself as the last king of the Kingdom of Armada, a tragic figure who fused all his people into his own body through forbidden magic, revealing the immense and dark power he wields. Dowd, however, swiftly cuts him off, sharply reminding Valkarthus that they are currently enemies, and he should not reveal unnecessary information to his opponent. An aerial view of the academy at dusk, with its ornate buildings and reflective pond, is shown as Valkarthus, his voice echoing over the scene, coldly states his displeasure at anyone disrupting his carefully laid plans. Dowd clarifies his position to Valkarthus, asserting that he doesn't intend to disrupt his plans but merely wants to make things fair. Valkarthus, intrigued, questions Dowd's definition of fairness. With a subtle smirk, Valkarthus agrees that a game must be fair, but quickly reminds Dowd that despite any knowledge he might possess, he remains at an absolute disadvantage. Against the backdrop of the darkened, imposing architecture, Dowd shrewdly deduces Valkarthus's real motive for their meeting, to confirm that Dowd is not a coward. Dowd, with a composed expression, calmly confirms Valkarthus's assessment, admitting that his deduction about Dowd not being a coward is indeed true. Dowd activates his insight vision, goggles appearing over his eyes as a blue glow emanates, indicating he's about to reveal something more profound, hinting that his assessment goes beyond just courage. Valkarthus, eyes closed and a slight smile on his face, confidently challenges Dowd to take a good look at him, suggesting he has nothing to hide from Dowd's special vision. The glitching background hints at the nature of his power being analyzed. Through his insight vision, Dowd perceives the horrifying truth within Valkarthus. A monstrous, shadowy entity composed of countless glowing red eyes and menacing mouths, a chilling manifestation of the millions of lives absorbed by his forbidden magic. Dowd's insight vision reveals the astonishing data. 2,134,423 forbidden arts are currently active on Valkarthus's body, each one an ancient magic distinct from other powers, and chillingly, each one costing a human life. The grotesque, monstrous face of the forbidden arts is starkly revealed, with a single, intensely glowing red eye and a macabre stitched mouth, embodying the immense human cost of Valkarthus's power. Valkarthus, his eyes now open, comments that such a technique, referring to his forbidden arts, would not be easy to use in battle, perhaps trying to downplay its practical application or his vulnerability. As night falls over the academy, casting shadows on the majestic clock tower, Dowd acknowledges Valkarthus's statement, knowing that such forbidden magic is normally employed in secret due to its nature. Dowd, standing firm, asserts that he too is ensuring fairness in this exchange. From off-panel, Valkarthus's voice responds with a cynical chuckle, remarking on Dowd's noble attitude. A large, shadowy figure of the mysterious masked individual looms over a small Dowd, symbolizing Valkarthus's deeper motivations. Valkarthus reveals that he personally wished to confirm the seer's evaluation of Dowd's true capabilities, adding that he now has his own thoughts on the matter. Valkarthus looks at Dowd with a hint of disdain, telling him not to take it personally, but that doubt doesn't appear to be much of an obstacle to him. Dowd's hand clenches tightly, a clear sign of his rising resolve, as he challenges Valkarthus directly, proposing they make a bet. Dowd, with unwavering determination, lays out the terms of his bet. He will allow Valkarthus to proceed with his plan to turn everyone in the academy into undead 3 days from now, promising not to intervene, but with a critical condition in return. Valkarthus's gaze sharpens as Dowd declares his counterproposal. He will stop Valkarthus with everything he has, effectively accepting the challenge and initiating a deadly 3-day countdown. In a split panel, Valkarthus expresses surprise that Dowd won't back down even after witnessing his forbidden arts. Dowd, with an intense gaze, boldly declares his intention to stop Valkarthus 3 days from now, not just to save the academy, but to save Valkarthus himself and his entire kingdom. Valkarthus reacts with a gasp of shock. Valkarthus, turning his back and walking towards a grand window, says, "Well then," accepting Dowd's audacious challenge. Dowd, facing the viewer, reaffirms his resolve with, "If I win," a silent promise hanging in the air. A chilling smirk plays on Valkarthus's lips as he issues a dire warning. Should Dowd lose, he will become the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts. Valkarthus departs through a grand window with a confident "See you then," leaving Dowd to desperately call out, "Wait, Valkarthus," as he seemingly vanishes into the night. Dowd watches as Valkarthus's shadowy form, with its menacing red eyes, ascends into the night sky, leaving a haunting impression of his departure and the immense power he commands. Left alone on the ledge, Dowd's initial bewilderment turns to a profound concern, as Valkarthus's chilling warning about becoming the 2,134,424th life absorbed by the forbidden arts begins to sink in. Dowd slumps over, gripped by a sudden wave of panic, as he contemplates the terrifying possibility of losing to Valkarthus, fearfully questioning, "What if I lose?" Under the glow of the full moon over the academy, Dowd reprimands himself, shaking off his fear. He firmly reminds himself of the most important rule for victory: never even imagine losing. The grand clock tower stands silently under the moonlight, its single illuminated window a beacon in the quiet night, marking the passage of time as a new scene unfolds. Yuria, a striking blonde woman with a cigarette between her lips and a sword at her hip, looks up to her younger sister, Yuria, a girl with dark hair sitting above her. Yuria asks if she's dressed, to which Yuria simply replies, "Yeah." Yuria takes a drag from her cigarette, a slight smirk playing on her lips. She apologizes for her playful teasing, acknowledging that Yuria always responds through speech bubbles, then changes the subject to ask her younger sister about her outfit. Yuria looks shyly away, a blush dusting her cheeks, as she hesitantly begins to voice her feelings about the outfit to her older sister. Sitting on the floor in a white, ruffled nightgown, Yuria expresses her embarrassment, revealing that she's never worn anything like it before. With a generous gesture, Yuria offers her younger sister anything she desires, simply stating, "Take whatever you want." Yuria reacts with a surprised, likely touched by the offer. In a touching moment, Yuria, with a cigarette still between her fingers, expresses her regret over Yuria's suffering as her charm of protection, believing that offering her anything is the least she can do. Yuria gratefully accepts. A hand lights a cigarette with a classic flip-top lighter, as the speaker offers a moment of solace, assuring the other that they can relax, even if just for a brief while, in their presence. Yuria smokes thoughtfully, revealing her past fears that Yuria's heart might have been broken by the curse of severance. Relieved to see her sister still pure, she admits a darker truth, that she herself might be the one rotting inside. A chilling close-up reveals a black collar with a chain around Yuria's neck, as she emits a disturbing kukek, hinting at a darker, more unsettling reality beneath her innocent facade. Yuria's eye widens in surprise and concern as she questions her younger sister, "Yuria, what are you doing?" Yuria hesitates, trying to explain her actions. Kneeling, Yuria innocently explains the black collar and chain around her neck is a gift from Lord Dowd, which she must always wear to maintain a smooth relationship with him. Yuria further explains that Dowd wouldn't meet her without the collar, so she tried it on, asking her sister if it suited her. Yuria remains silent, visibly stunned by the revelation, as Yuria quickly adds that she doesn't value Dowd's gift more than her sister's. With a cheerful, almost naive smile, Yuria reiterates that she must wear the collar if she wishes to meet with Lord Dowd, seemingly unaware of the disturbing nature of the situation. Yuria's jaw clenches around her cigarette, her anger visibly building as Yuria desperately pleads, "Please don't misunderstand." A powerful wave of rage consumes Yuria. The cigarette burns intensely in her mouth, surrounded by a furious red and black aura, as she utters her sister's name, Yuria. Enveloped in a furious purple aura, Yuria smokes intensely, her face twisted in a mask of pure rage as she demands to know the whereabouts of that Satan bastard, clearly referring to Dowd. Faced with the tense atmosphere, Dowd Campbell hurriedly waved his hand to explain. He admitted the situation looked strange, but it was really just a misunderstanding. St. Lucian closed her eyes and explained that Dowd had to act that way to keep his distance from Yuria, to avoid being affected by the girl's curse of division. Dowd added that the reason he used chains on Yuria was simply because it was the only thing he could find in the emergency. There was no time to choose. Lucian drew on her cigarette, her gaze distant. She revealed a shocking truth. Yuria was her sister, the only relative she had just been reunited with after many years apart. Dowd gave a thumbs up, indicating he understood. "Of course, St. Lucian, I'm well aware of that." But Lucian immediately cut him off. "That's the problem." Lucian looked directly at Dowd, her eyes sharp and full of suspicion. She asked through gritted teeth how someone like him could know these things. Dowd's smile became strained. He realized he had spoken out of turn. At first Lucian was only angry about the chains, but after hearing his story her suspicion only grew. Lucian continued to press him, asking how a man from an obscure baronial family could know about her relationship with Yuria and even best a holy knight in single combat. She was curious about the source of Dowd's knowledge and skills. The real answer flashed through Dowd's mind. It was all thanks to memories from playing the original game. But he quickly covered by saying, "Well, Saintess." Yuria looked up in surprise. Dowd hurried to correct himself, saying it was something he had discussed with Headmistress Atalanta and therefore could not reveal casually. Dowd tried to reassure Lucian. "What I can say for certain is that I stand with you, and with Yuria as well." He affirmed his support for both sisters. Lucian snuffed out her cigarette, her face pensive. She called him by his full name, Dowd Campbell. After a moment's thought, Lucian decided to let it slide for the time being. She acknowledged that Dowd had fought for her, helping her escape the Pope's clutches. And the truth was he had taken good care of Yuria. Dowd looked at Yuria, who remained with her head bowed. He knew he couldn't reveal everything, but Lucian was not easily satisfied. "Even if that's not your real identity, I need to know what you're planning, and how much you know. I need to know everything." Faced with Lucian's demand, Dowd began to reveal a staggering secret. He explained that in the Pope's scheme, Yuria and Lucian were essential pawns. The scene shifted to a mysterious laboratory. It was called the Homunculus Project. The title Saint was not something Lucian was born with. She had been created, assembled from various materials. Dowd continued, explaining that Lucian's divine power had been artificially constructed, and Yuria existed to support and amplify that power. That's how the Pope planned to build his own paradise, a heaven governed by his own definition of justice. Back in the present, Dowd concluded, but everything collapsed when Yuria escaped. He warned that the Pope would not stop. He had only relaxed his control while they were here. Yuria and Lucian sat together, listening to Dowd's warning. He emphasized that they needed to prepare thoroughly during this precious window. The scene moved to the Academy building. After hearing all the secrets, Lucian looked at Dowd and asked the question she'd been holding back. "Who are you really?" Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared before Dowd. "Main quest, Child King. The Academy will be attacked in 3 days." Aware of the impending threat, Dowd led everyone to a heavily guarded area. He introduced them to the heart of the star, a giant glowing crystal. Dowd explained this was a holy device, a relic left by a seraph, functioning as a protective barrier for the entire academy. The group entered the Great Hall together. Although Dowd admitted he had used his authority to gain entry, Lucien remained skeptical, asking whether this thing would actually help them. Dowd replied calmly. He flipped the situation back, asking St. Lucien whether she had criticized him for leading someone with chains. But isn't your action even worse? Hit in the soft spot, Lucien was momentarily flustered but quickly regained her cold demeanor, saying it was because she couldn't ignore the curse of division. Lucien explained her plan. She would have Yuria wear a hood and lead her with chains, pretending to escort someone possessed for an exorcism. That way, they could enter the sanctuary without suspicion, since ordinary students never come here. Once inside, Dowd asked Yuria to remove her hood. Then he turned and asked St. Lucien and an orange-haired girl accompanying them to wait outside. The orange-haired girl, Elia, a knight, immediately refused. She declared her duty was to protect the saintess and to keep an eye on Dowd as well. Lucien agreed with Elia. She admitted she couldn't fully trust Dowd yet. The group stood in a wide hall, facing the glowing heart of the star. Elia displayed her knowledge, explaining that the heart of the star was made of the same material as Yuria's sword and was a sacred relic not to be approached, let alone touched. Seeing this, Dowd praised her as an hero candidate, which made Elia feel relieved and a bit proud. Still, Lucien smiled and said the reason she brought Dowd here was because faith in the Creator had guided this meeting. Yuria clasped her hands to her chest, expressing gratitude to Lucien. She understood the saintess's status and was thankful to have been brought here. Lucien gently handed the chain to Elia, asking her to take good care of her sister, a symbolic gesture of entrusting responsibility. Elia took the chain and solemnly promised to protect Yuria well, thanking Lucien for her trust. At that moment, Yuria began to explain the rules of the world. She said demons could intervene in the human world without restriction, but angels were different. Dowd continued, saying that angels must follow the rules that maintain the world, so they couldn't intervene freely like the lesser angels he had encountered. Lucien decided she would wait outside. Now Yuria was connected to Elia by the chain, while Lucien stood apart. Yuria smiled confidently, asserting that if anything happened, she could protect herself, because the hero possessed the purest and strongest heart among humans, and angels would intervene in the world through them. Lucien looked at Elia with understanding. It was the natural reason a saintess like her would trust Elia. Elia blushed slightly, feeling very proud inside. Even though she was still only a hero candidate, Elia promised she would not let anything happen here. Yuria replied that she would not let anyone come near her. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. At that moment, a burst of blue energy suddenly erupted from the heart of the star. Dowd reacted immediately, drawing his sword to block the surge of power. Dowd stood shielding the giant, radiant heart of the star, his sword ready to fight, protecting the two girls behind him. Elia froze in astonishment, a small black smudge from the energy blast marking the tip of her nose. Dowd's expression hardened, a mix of anger and worry. He had not anticipated this sudden incident. Yuria was also terrified, her eyes wide with fear at the spectacle that had unfolded. Meanwhile, outside, sensing the chaos within, St. Lucien calmly lit a cigarette. She took a long drag, her face pensive as her thoughts began to connect the events. Dowd's mysterious role and knowledge once again became focal points in her calculations. She thought to herself that if Dowd knew about the homunculus project, his intelligence network must be formidable. Although she still could not fully trust Dowd, Lucien realized there must be some reason why both Yuria and hero candidate Elia trusted and followed him. Lucien concluded that Dowd was not the type to act recklessly or cause trouble for no reason. Suddenly, a figure of an angel with enormous pure white wings appeared above Dowd, radiating brilliant light and heralding that a momentous event was about to occur. Elia screamed in terror as a blinding light appeared, She couldn't believe her eyes. A celestial being had descended. Yuria was equally stunned, her eyes widening as she saw huge, pristine white wings right beside her. From above, an angel with pink hair and resplendent wings radiated a commanding aura. Dowd recognized this as an inverted class A angel, a rank far higher than he'd expected. Dowd briefly remembered an angel he'd encountered before, but this presence felt completely different. Aaliyah was also surprised. She had expected only a low-ranking angel to appear and hadn't anticipated such a powerful being. Dowd had to admit the situation was entirely beyond his expectations. The angel looked down at Dowd and the others and spoke with authority. "I understand." Aaliyah only sighed. She knew matters involving the celestial realm were always unpredictable like this. The angel landed gently. Wherever her feet touched, the ground seemed to tremble. She looked straight at Dowd and said, "I remember you." As she stepped closer, the angel continued, "You have met my soldiers before." Dowd asked in astonishment, "Wait, could you be the angel from then?" The angel calmly confirmed, "Yes, I was there then too." Dowd immediately grew suspicious. He guessed her intent. "So, now it's time to attack my mind and inject ritual, isn't it?" The angel simply stared at him, prompting Dowd to ask again, "Isn't that the case?" Dowd tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. He knew the angel wouldn't let him go easily. By the rules, they couldn't interfere directly with the physical world, so they'd strike the mind. Their goal wasn't cruel punishment, but just enough to stop those who dared act recklessly. Dowd thought to himself that an ordinary player would be eliminated from the game immediately. But why could he still stand? There had to be something unusual. Suddenly the angel spoke, cutting off Dowd's thoughts. "I listened because your thoughts were rather interesting." Dowd froze. He stumbled backward, the sword slipping from his hand. He hadn't expected the angel to read his thoughts. Dowd gritted his teeth, furious at being seen through. The angel seemed to sense it too, thinking briefly. "At first I only intended a simple warning." The angel looked at Dowd with cold eyes and said, "But the blasphemous act you committed seems very deliberate." Dowd growled, no longer concealing his defiance. Whatever it is, then act already." The angel smirked. "Good. I believe you are prepared." Instantly, an invisible force crashed down, making Dowd scream in pain. A strange sensation enveloped Dowd as his mind was pulled into another space. The scene shifted wildly. Dowd found himself thrown into an abstract space. He stood on a floating slab surrounded by countless gigantic cubes resembling circuit boards. Contrary to the initial pain, Dowd was now completely calm. He scanned the strange world with sharp eyes and realized, "This is my mental space." Inside the mental space, the angel was utterly perplexed. She wondered, "What is this? Why? Why is there nothing here?" She looked around and saw only emptiness. A mental space should display some scene reflecting a person's moral tendencies. The angel looked at Dowd standing with his arms crossed, baffled. "So why? Is it in this empty state?" She began to doubt her judgment. "So he's neither good nor evil?" A twinge of regret crept into the angel's mind. Did I make a mistake handling this alone? The more she thought, the more frustrated she became. I should have just let the soldiers handle it. The angel bit her nails, completely at a loss. What do I do now? How do you punish a person like this? I can't believe someone like this exists. Meanwhile, Dowd remained utterly calm. He thought to himself, the formation of a mental space means my soul has a gap. This is exactly what I was aiming for. Back in reality, Dowd's body lay unconscious on the floor. His plan was playing out in his mind. Once a space connecting to my soul is formed, someone will rush in like a madman. Yuria could only kneel and watch in silence, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly the mental space began to change. The angel asked in surprise, "What is this? Did you close off your mental space yourself?" Dowd replied, "Impossible. I can't even create it on my own." The cube started turning deep purple, and strange veins of energy spread everywhere, signaling a terrifying transformation. The angel sensed another source of energy intruding, She tensed and stared into the darkness. Dowd stared into the void, his eyes reflecting anticipation. "It's coming." The angel turned back, bewildered, and asked, "Coming? What is coming?" She looked into the pitch black ahead but felt nothing. I don't sense anything." "How strange." Slowly a figure emerged behind the angel. A girl with long white hair, black horns, and an eerie smile. She was a white demon fragment. The moment the demon appeared in his mind, a scythe-shaped sigil flared on Dowd's chest. He braced himself against the surge of this connecting power. The angel jolted around, terrified to realize a demon was right here. The white fragment's eyes flashed with deadly light. Immediately, ribbons of purple energy bound the angel, covering her eyes. A system window popped up, announcing, "Deadly allure activated." The demon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Ah, I found you." Another notification appeared. "A white demon fragment has taken notice of you." Dowd smirked. The sigil on his chest grew clearer. "Good, stick to the plan." The demon grinned seductively, fangs bared. It whispered to the bound angel, "My partner." The scythe sigil on Dowd's chest blazed, symbolizing the dangerous bond between him and the summoned white demon fragment. The demon's voice echoed through the mental space, haunting and hungry. "I have waited endlessly, just to see you." Demonic ribbons also coiled around Dowd. He gritted his teeth to endure. The demon's voice continued, "To behold you." Dowd told himself, "Just follow the plan." The angel was almost completely bound, only one eye exposed in shock and panic. The demon's eerie laughter rang out, signaling its victory. A system window appeared, announcing, "Power temptation and skill, deadly allure, have collided." The white demon fragment held the bewitched angel tightly, declaring possession. "I want you."
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.